Are we finished?
Can't tell, man. I can't tell what's real anymore. Yet every single person calling for lower. The only thing that makes sense to me is higher, you know? Like I haven't seen a single person be bullish in a minute.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was bullish. I didn't ever close my long until here, right here. But
Yeah, I'm not
the
closing
short,
them. Actually,
my
I'm
short.
opening some breakouts because some of these
That's what I
coins
was.
are
That's what I was about to say. Even though I closed my long, it was bigger. I might open a really little one with really high leverage with that
like a
just to
tight
see.
stop.
Well, my stop will probably be my liquidation. That's how aggressive it's going to be. But it's going to be small, like maybe like $10 or something with 100x and see if I can get it to stick.
Yeah.
If it
We
gets
got I
liquidated.
mean, we're the only thing that I see is that we're above that CME close and we got futures opening up in 3 hours. So maybe they push it back down one more time to make sure we have no gap below, or maybe they leave it open. I like it when they leave it open, man, honestly, because I feel like it fuels it to go higher.
Yeah, I'm not sure neither. That's why I'm just going to take a little chance on the minute on slight retrace, see if I can get the stick. If not, then oh well. I'll wait for the dip. Yeah.
What's the word, ladies? Degens? Well, we waited for a minute to see how this was going to ride. We freed the trap longs. So that false move up, in my opinion, is already locked in. We have CME to deal with, which means we could come back to make sure that CME is closed. But then I expect a higher high by tomorrow night. What's going on, YouTube? So just like we talked about yesterday, right? If we're gonna get this move up, it's gonna be the false move up. We need it to be high. We need to get back into this range, right? We have to get accepted back into this range. What we want, ideally, and this is just magic wand shit, but ideally we want to come back, close that CME gap, squeeze these liquidations, and then on our 3-day retracement, hold the bottom of the range, which is important. Remember, for this to be a deviation out of the range, we need to be accepted back into the range, but we need to hold and then push away. So, two goals. Take out CME. The reason I want to take out CME, just to be clear, because I know some people are like, screw it, let's just go. Like, screw CME. The problem is if we just go, and pump until Monday, on that retrace, if CME is just staring at us, so a big ass gap right here, then everybody and their mother's gonna be trading towards it, and we're gonna end up coming all the way back down. So we can avoid that by taking the CME gap out now, in my opinion. But I'm not the market maker. I only play one on television. We'll see what the real market makers have in store.
Yo,
What's going on, man?
bro, everybody's talking about silver, man. Like,
All
I
late?
mean, it's
They're so late.
gonna crash, right? Gold
No,
and
no, no.
silver
I don't.
because
No. This silver still has plenty of time to go. But what I mean by late is like we've been on silver like before it even started pumping. Now everybody's jumping on a bandwagon.
yeah, true. That's what I mean. So is it time to
Yeah.
sell? Because like even Tom, Dick, and Harry are talking about it.
I mean, I saw some scary shit on TV the other day, which was people lined up on the street in front of this gold place trying to buy gold. Just retail lined up on the street, grandmas and dads and a wife with kids, and it's like, okay, that might be a top signal, right? But silver has left in the tank, in my opinion. Silver has plenty left in the tank. As long as it gets some of that gold rotation, then it's good.
But couldn't both of, I mean, since everybody's talking about it, couldn't they just like cool down and pump crypto up? Fish.
I mean, I guess, but the cycles that run commodities don't stop just because we're having a bull market. Like I said, this is based off of our push to become manufacturing capital of the world in the United States. And you got every company, every country in the world debasing their currency and going into metals, out of fear. So for me, it's just the perfect storm. But I'll be clear, even though I think gold can go to 5K, it's unnecessary to ride it there. For me, for what? For like a last 10%, 15%. I'd much rather rotate that into one of the metals that hasn't really moved yet.
I mean, somebody was mentioning there's a cycle in metals and all too, like gold, silver, then that PNP, plutonium, whatever the other one is.
No.
The last one is like oil and natural gas.
Yeah, it's the Kondratyov wave, or the KV wave, or the KV cycle, or the commodity cycle, however you want to say it. Like a half cycle of 30 years, whole cycle of 60. Right now, we're in the exploitative phase. Right, there's two phases of the KV cycle. The first cycle is the investment phase, and the second cycle is the exploitive phase, the exploitation phase. Mozzie, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get a couple things done here before we dig into the alts. I just want to make sure that I got my head around everything that happened last night. But commodities are one of the easiest cycles to understand. I mean, because it's just logical, right? Like the investment phase brings up demand, and then to meet that demand, producers overproduce, and then that overproduction causes for increased supply, which then goes into the exploited phase, which goes back down until it's done, and demand comes back up.
How low do you think gold could go? Like, not like obviously not gonna crash, but how low could it be?
I don't know, maybe 2.5K.
Damn, really?
Yeah. We've had a crazy impulsive move, bro. Hey, KGen, we hit our targets on KGen. Let's go. I hope Bitcoin Scalper played this thing. But we hit our target too, and then some. Let me just check gold really quick, cause yeah, I mean, come on, like, excuse me, just off of I, and you'd have that 3-5 phase. I mean, that 3-5 level. This is the uptrend that gold guys are going to be clinging to. And they're right, it's possible that also holds. But then we fall back into structure, right? That support turned resistance. And then this resistance zone right here. At that point, we're already at 2.8. Let's run it. Remember we talked about 30-year cycle, right? Our last top was 2011. So give me one second. Really quick. Little bit over 161. Yeah, a little bit over 1618. Two 618 on the current. Fuck. So these are the levels that I'll be looking for. I do think it's possible to get up to 5. Maybe 5.2, maybe 3618. Excuse me. But after that, I am looking for this level of correction. $45% is nothing to sneeze at. Let's just assume that we topped out already at this point, just to see where the price range would take it. Right. Mid 2Ks. Right to some support resistance.
Would you call that a crash?
No, it's just the cycle playing out.
What is that? XAU.
Gold.
Oh, gold.
Yeah. So if you pull the fib, see how everything is starting to line up in that range? Golden pocket, 2 old 618s, 45% retracement. But again, I'm future tripping here. I'm not saying this happens tomorrow, right, or this month.
Yeah, this takes months or years, right?
Yeah, that'll take forever. Yeah. We'll be playing another cycle by the time that happens. But that output in gold, right, should be what pumps or what continues to pump our silver bags. Right? As that comes out of gold and people look for other setups on silver, this is the setup on gold that was taken 2 years ago, right? 3 years ago. So a little 5% or something, a little 5%, maybe 10% of gold comes into silver, this thing will go.
But won't it do like a correction like gold did after it makes a high, then it's like...
It might, unless this is the breakout. Right? If this is truly the breakout, then it's not going to correct. It'll just go. I mean, it'll come back and it'll retest the top of the range as it should. maybe flag out or something, right? To give a further sort of measured move. Look at what copper did. And just to get an example, copper hit this same point a lot earlier.
Charles having a retracement.
Could silver do something like this? Yeah, it's possible. Right, where it consolidates for a while at the breakout. Copper had the breakout, then got hit with tariffs, got knocked back down, and now it's struggling to sort of make that move again. Right, but silver is right here. This is where we're at on silver. Above the breakout, price still above the breakout, hasn't retraced back into the range just yet. But we'll definitely watch for it, right? If it looks like it's going to come back in, then you know you have some time to sort of TP and chill out until it stabilizes. If gold goes down, it's good for everything, guys. Gold was at a, what, 40 trillion market cap the other day? Uh, 30 trillion, sorry. We were at 30. We were at 30 trillion we hit. Basically, you know, 10x our market. So if 5% comes out of gold into Bitcoin, or 3% comes out of gold into Bitcoin, that's, you're talking about bringing our total market cap from 3 trillion to 6 trillion. And that's just a little, just if just a little bit comes out.
Yeah, which it should. People take profits.
I mean, a man's
Yeah,
got to eat.
but do they do that? Would you, when you sell, would you invest in crypto, Dbloc?
I mean, it's what I'm doing. Some of my gold is going into crypto. Some of it's going into silver. I mean, you could, G, but that's, in my opinion, that's not going to help you out until the next cycle. Right? I was trying to tell everybody, man. I was like, bruh, this is the smart play here, but okay. You know, if we go back and we connect the old cycles, you'll see what I mean about it not really being too viable. Right? If you do that to the last two cycles, we've already taken out those tops. Right? So to do it on this cycle just to see where the possibility of a top is, to me isn't viable because we've already blown that out. And even if you did, right, like, you know, this thing swings out and we're already at 8,600 for gold up here. So that's not necessarily how I like to do it. I like to look at it by the strength of the impulses. Right? How many impulsive moves? So we see how we have the tight retrace and then the full retrace. Right?
It's in volume. Look at the difference in volumes on that time frame. It's like how big down below.
Yeah. You guys want to know where retail went? Where all the money went to during this run?
Right there.
I mean, this commodity trader does. I can't speak for all the other ones, but yeah, you're moving from safety right into risk. That's typically how it works. So I usually go from money markets into gold, and then down the risk curve. Think of it like this. You just took your gold out. You're trying to figure out how to make some more money with it. S&P's down maybe like 3%. You know, all the good shit over there, all the AI shit's blown out. It's already all-time highs or close to all-time highs. And then you look at Bitcoin and it's at 106K or 108K. Right? And you look at ETH and it hasn't hit all-time highs yet. You look at Sol and it hasn't hit all-time highs yet. They're not going past that. Those are the three choices right now. Institutions aren't going to shovel any serious amount of money into any other alts unless we get some ETF listings.
Yeah, but that money in gold is like what generally people keep for like safety, right? They wouldn't want to risk that part of their percentage of portfolio.
Well, I mean, that's what we've done for the last, we've been at war for the last 2 years, one way or another, whether it's tariff wars or trade wars or actual wars, a lot of indecision. Like, that's already played its part. Like, gold is what kept you safe over the last 2 years. Excuse me. But the wealth effect does kick in. Right? When you get the wealth effect, you're more likely to spend. We see the same thing happens when Bitcoin tops out, or when you saw it when Nvidia topped out, right? People took profit from Nvidia and went into a bunch of smaller AI projects that they felt still had gas in it. There's a certain percentage of people who are just hardcore gold guys that will never put their money in anything but gold, yeah. But that's why I
And
said we
also
only need 5%.
yeah, but it has to fall down a lot for that 5% to come here, right? Like at least 1/3, 1/4 of that. I mean 15-20% at least it has to fall.
I don't know. I can tell you how I'm looking at it. When the government opens back up, I'm selling my gold. I don't care what price it's at. Remember the calculation isn't is there anything left in gold? The calculation is how much is left in gold, and can I get more than that somewhere else safely? Everybody will have a different answer to that question. But to only risk 5% of your gold, or maybe put it into some Bitcoin, doesn't seem like a ridiculous idea. Not with all the institutions and everybody that people respect on legacy outing its prowess. But this is a funny world, right? So we can think of what's the most probable, but we've got to watch it play out. If you take inflation into consideration, Hulk, mostly everything topped out.
How many more days for your birthday?
5 days. 5 more days.
And we have to pump on your day, right?
Well, that's when we bottom out on liquidity. Right, between the 23rd and the 28th, give or take. Remember that we have a 10-day swing on these, right? Which means that it can happen as soon as, it could bottom out as soon as tomorrow. Right, this line would be the 95-day offset. The middle would be the 100-day offset. The 105-day offset would be to the right. But so far we are on like a 101-day offset. Big liquidity drop that we had was on the 10th, right? And we had it for the 9th. Which shows you the benefit of being a little early. It wasn't exactly the one that you wanted to get right on the dot, right? Because the 10th came and shut shit down pretty quickly.
And we have another big fall after that, but which is almost double as the left one.
Yeah, we have a little bit of, yeah, after Halloween, we've got my next de-risking event. I'm being annoying about this shit. It's not like I'm not saying this is what you have to do. I just want to be completely transparent that this is what I'm doing. Right? There's a reason that we de-risked on the 9th. And it had nothing to do with having a crystal ball and knowing that that shit was going to happen on the 10th, because nobody, you know, that's ridiculous. But there were signs that the liquidity was going to be low during that time. And the liquidity being low during that time is one of the things that added to that, right? So did get a little bit lucky there. And in real time, right, we're literally consolidating above all-time highs. Right? It's all-time highs on global M2, and price has now started to consolidate above all-time highs.
But if alts don't move up in that short period before Halloween, oh, then it's like debauchery after that.
Well, I've been telling you guys, Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then alts. If Ethereum doesn't get a high if Ethereum doesn't take advantage of this push and get an all-time high going into Halloween, then it's gonna get its all-time high here somewhere. If it gets its all-time high here somewhere, like let's say it gets its all-time high here on this push, right? ETH gets an all-time high, cool. That only leaves this much for the alts, excluding this continuing to move. We don't know that yet. For the information that we have right now, right? It only leaves that much time for alts to pump. If we get an ETH all-time high here, then the alts can use all of this. Okay. Remember, in this quick little move right here, Bitcoin hit its all-time high. Just in that small liquidity injection. Here is when BlackRock started selling those 300 Bitcoin at a time. Money doesn't stop flowing just because it stops flowing into your asset. Right? So what happened? Where did this go? That went into gold and silver. Right? Money wasn't moving on crypto. There was too much sell pressure. So that found its way into gold and into silver. But the money never stops rotating. Right? Money's always going to find home. So let's root for Ethereum. How about that? Even if you don't have any ETH, even if you hate ETH, even if ETH is the devil to whatever coin you're holding, even if you're an XRP maxi, You want to root for ETH to hit all-time highs during our next push-up. Because that unlocks the door for everything else. Longer that takes, shorter period of time we have for the alts to run. I would not recommend that, Timur. I mean, it's not financial advice. I'm not telling anybody to buy or sell, but the one thing I would say is do not walk away for a week. This is we're in the fourth quarter, guys. Right? This is lock-in time. Even if you're not in position, you should be locked into the chart.
You see that bullish divergence on ETH on daily?
No, I haven't
Or
looked
is
at
it?
it, but that's nice. That's because we had that bearish divergence on the weekly, so we need to start to see those bull divs on the smaller time frame so we can counteract that. Give me 1 second. Let me go grab my coffee out of the microwave.
That's why.
All right, we're back. We're back.
Welcome back.
Still plenty of heat above us to go grab here. A little bit at 107, 106, but from 110, most of 110 is really thick. And that longs are falling off the cliff. You see this? You see this bright line all the way down across every single project. That was our liquidation sweep.
Whoa.
On the 10th. Knocked everything out. That's so rough, bro. October 9th. Look at how high the long liquidation was when we swept. Before we swept. That's how bad it had gotten. Like compared to the last year. And then swept it. That should have been a warning sign, honestly. And here's our cycle top that we're looking for. This is why I say we're in the fourth quarter, yo. Right? We're just looking for one more impulsive move up into this red box. Yeah, scalper. For me, this freed the trap longs. So we're looking at a false move up this week. But that gives us an expiration date of tomorrow night. Right? Tomorrow by midnight Eastern, we should get our top. The only question now is, do we clear CME gap? Right? CME opens in about 2 hours. Do we come down, clear CME gap, get that out of the way, and then make our push for Monday? Or do we push into Monday, retrace, and come grab CME gap on our 3-day reversal? That's what I don't want. I don't want to have any reason to come back down here. Right? Let's play it forward like we did earlier real quick. Let's say we pop. And let's say Monday about midnight, right? We're here. If CME opens around here, right? This is the line where CME opens. Then that means we're going to have a CME gap all the way down here. Right? If we leave that CME gap underneath and we go into our 3-day retracement, there's going to be too many traders trading towards that CME gap. if we can come down here, this is where CME opens. If we can come down here, say CME opens, it leaves a little bit of a gap. We consolidate, sweep that gap, and then make our move up on Monday. Once we get to our top on Monday, that retracement won't have to come all the way back down here. What we want is for the retracement, for the 3-day retracement, to keep us within our box, right? We want to get back into this range. Oh. Remember, we can count this as a deviation if price comes back. Excuse me. If price comes back into the range and holds support. So we could have our 3-day down, hold support, and then we're gone without having to come back into these ranges. And that would be amazing news for these guys, because leverage traders need somebody to throw them a bone. And if this happens, then these guys here get to live. Nah, the total measured move hasn't played out just yet. Our measured move is up to 110. That brings us back inside the box itself. The only negative about coming down to grab this CME gap right now is that this move is going to kill whatever bullishness everybody feels right now. Right? Sentiment is too bad. That move down, people will think it's over. This was just a fake out, whatever. The problem is if we don't do that, and we come up here and everybody gets super hyped, we clear these liquidations, and then we come back down, the sentiment is really screwed at that point. Right? Whether they're right or wrong, their desire to spend is going to be less because they're going to be freaked out. So if I was market maker, I would come down, make sure CME gap is closed, and then I would go for it. Nah, we have to give, when you have the false move and you free the trap shorts, you have to give it 24 hours. Right? You have to give it till the end of Monday. Think of it like this. All the market makers participate in the false move, right? Asia steps in at 8 tonight, then UK, then US, right? So at the very least, Asia and UK and US have to get their push. So it's usually by Monday night that we see that top. Yeah, that's also a possibility. We could also leave the CME gap. The problem with leaving the CME gap, this is all sentiment shit here, guys. This is all psychology, right? The problem with leaving the CME gap behind is that every time we retrace, people are going to be screaming CME gap fill, right? So it causes more traders to TP and it causes more traders to go short. Right? And then they don't get it. It pops up again and then we retrace again and then everybody's screaming CME gap fill again. Right? So having that CME gap underneath us just leaves a little bit of sketchiness that's enough to pull some traders out of the market. What we're looking for is the path that involves the most amount of traders, right? Because we need that money to pump. So sometimes it's not about your psychology. It's about putting your head into the psychology of other people that you're trading against. Right? You have like 6 people that live in your head, all the different types of traders. And when each one of them is happy, then you know that price has a better opportunity of going up. That shit sounded hella schizophrenic, but I hope you guys get what I mean by that. Yeah, you're right, Timur. Which is why we have to pay attention to the ones that are still here. The ones that didn't get taken out completely. The ones that are revenge trading, trying to get their bags back. The ones that were in spot and didn't get hit at all, right? Or maybe got hit, but they're still down maybe like 20 or 30% on their positions. So we got the deviation we wanted on Sui, which is good, right? Deviated, came back into the range, got accepted back into the range, and now we're pushing up. So we're targeting at the very least for the top of the range. If Sui can get above that 50 on the 4 hour, then we're looking good. Remember yesterday we went through all the charts and we looked at the 4 hour 50 EMAs, right? We were saying that this is where the play is at, right? Getting above that 4 hour 50 on all of them, right? STX is pushing it. Back hasn't even started. Say, right? This is how we're judging the alts. Are they below their 4 hour 50? Have they made it above, right? RSR is already grinding on top of its 4 hour. Ronin is trying to get above. Render's trying to get above. Turn all this shit off so you can see there. We'll do a quick flip through. Pay attention if you're looking at one, if you're looking for info on one of your alts right now. Right? This is our dip. This is the scene of the crime that we're trying to get above. The 50 EMA on the 4 hour is what's holding things back right now. Right? AI XBT is making a strong push. I mean, sorry, AIOZ. AI XBT still underneath. Altura. Arweave. AVAX. Avantis. Axelar. Basic attention token. Gonna flip through them fast. H, Beam, BNB, Bonk. The amount of shorts that are piled up above those 50 EMAs are crazy, right? That's where the short squeeze that we're looking for on alts is coming from. ENS, like some of these are really riding their 50s. Like when these things break, Ethereum, Gun. KTA looks good. Launchcoin looks weak. Lido looks like it's making that push. Link is making that push. LTC is making that push. Metis is making that push. Mew, Mudang. Morphus is up top already. MYX still looks weak. Nero making that push. OKB. Ondo. Others. Look at Prime. Oh shit. Prime took a big hit though. AR, Pith, Quant. Ooh, silver is holding its 50. That's interesting. This platinum broke its 30. STX. Whee. Fifth. Was it a blood diamond on quant? You said quant. Yeah. 4 hour. 4 hour blood diamond on quant. Solana sort of rejecting off of its 50 here. X. Tau, look at Tau. Tau just doing its thing. Yeah. So you get the point, right? For the most part, everything is looking at the same setup right now, waiting for either Bitcoin or Ethereum to make a push towards all-time highs with WLD. XLM also has a blood diamond on the 4 hour. XMR. XRP had some current manipulation post a little while ago here. Zero, bro. I don't even know what to make of this thing, bro. It's such a ridiculous project, but it just pumps. But yeah, that was just a quick run through the blockchain real quick. If you want to see how your coin is doing, just go to the 4 hour, look at the 50 EMA. Yeah, I saw that the other day, Lippy. I bought some just because I had to, but it was just like a souvenir hold. It's like a little dog or something, right? Or some sort of little cartoon character. Has the logo. I know. What did Dom do?
If you had to look at that Wall Street cheat sheet, where would you say we are currently?
I'll take a look at it right now. We were looking at this range on dominance, right? We're saying that we want to break that to actually get people under the idea that this bull flag and that this bear flag is breaking. We held the bottom of the range and we took out some of the highs, but let's see if we can take that out. That's goal for us on Dom. We really want to get down underneath this wave. But as far as the cheat sheet goes, it's hard because different people at different times, right, are at different places. Like,
I mean, that's why I asked you, because this was like strange for the first time.
It's like it's almost like on the 10th we went through the whole cycle, right? On the 10th we went from like the euphoria of the all-time high to then a little bit, it'll come back. You know, what is it? There's no need to sell off, right? We're just waiting for the next rally. And then that quickly turned from anxiety to denial to panic to anger to depression, disbelief, hope as Sui started coming up, optimism when we got to like 4x on Sui, and now somewhere again between like optimism and belief, probably. It just goes to show you like that cycle plays itself out over and over and over and over on every move up. Like you can boil it down to every single impulse on a 1 minute chart and see traders go through that sort of emotion. But for me, I think we're in belief as a whole right now.
That's a tough one, man. Belief.
People apparently think we're in euphoria. I don't know if you guys have been here long enough to know what like true euphoria feels like on crypto, but 125K was not euphoria. I'd say when we got to 125K, we were probably getting into belief, right? Maybe between belief and thrill, where it's like, okay, this could really happen. We were at optimism before, things were going up. Then I think once it cracked over 120 again, people were like, oh, the bull market's not over, went into belief. And then that quick flush, like I said, ran us all the way through the psychology market cycle, way back to hope. Let me see if I can bring this on the screen. Dun, dun, dun. Save. I have an overlay of the 2000.com bubble. It's probably closer to how our cycles run. Overlaid with the cheat sheet. Let me grab it real quick. All right, so check this out. Right, these are usually your levels of Wall Street cheat sheet, but they're overlaid with the .com bubble pop. The optimism before we hit 125, 126, right? The rally is real. Hit 126, everybody started getting in the time to get fully invested mode. You see the drop we had here before the final continuation and top out? That's where we are, in my opinion. Halfway recovered from that, somewhere around there. So
Not trill. Like, let's buy more on margin. That's what happened
this
last
will
week.
not. Let's just say I have a sneaking suspicion that when we go into thrill, I mean, people will start to add margin again. People will start to add leverage again. But, after a flush out like we had, I think most people are like, let me just sit in spot and get my money, And then we'll go into euphoria when everybody feels like they're a genius, right? Everybody wants it to keep going. We're going to be rich. Start planning on what kind of boat you're going to get and all that shit. Then it starts to come down. People would assume that if you ask bears, they'd say that we're in denial right now. right? Complacency was like on the 6th when we started to pop down. Oh, it'll come back. And then on the 9th when things started getting, and then look at anxiety. Why am I getting margin called? Why? Because he just got swept. But I don't. That's not where, in my opinion, that's not where we are. But that's what they point at, right? That's what they're looking at. So they think that our capitulation and our capitulation was that day, and that now we should be in panic going into depression and disbelief. This is a suckers rally. Then you finally find your lows. But my opinion, we're here.
And gold is obviously in euphoria.
Yeah. Yeah. So the question for the rest of the day is, at 6 o'clock when CME opens, how far will price be? How big will our gap be? Or are they going to come clear these vectors and start to make some room to clear the CME gap before we take off? And will that move down to CME gap be enough to kill the positive sentiment that we've built up today? Meaning, when we get down there, will there be anybody to buy that dip? Or will their souls be crushed by that move? You'll know we're in euphoria when you start hearing 250, 300,000, 500,000 price targets from guys on YouTube videos that just last week told you that the market was over. These same guys that called the top last week will be calling for 250, 300K Bitcoin once we start pumping. Exactly, G. It's crazy though, because the Moon Boys are the same Doom Boys. It's like the same Doom Boys that tell you it's over, it's over, it's over, are exactly the same people that tell you it'll never stop. They're just farming impressions, right? They're farming engagement. They know what people feel, and then they feed them those emotions. If no buyers at CME, we sweep the lows. That's why I said it's dangerous. We sweep liquidity. Not the lows per se, just liquidations. I've seen at least 3 of the main guys letting call the top. Meaning like, it's over, guys. It's been fun. Yeah, G, that's the point of what we're doing on the macro here. Right? So let's look at our macro chart real quick, because we haven't looked at it again today. These are our 3 possibilities for the move that we've been tracking. Staying above this SR flip is what's important, right? 1044. That keeps the macro chart healthy. That keeps macro traders involved in this trade, right? So our green path means we stay above support, and that 50 EMA comes up to us. Right? Then once we tap that 50 EMA, we're gone. That's the first possibility. The second possibility is that we break support and come down for that 50 and then get back above support and go, right? Just like we did here, just like we did here, right? Every time we've broken this bull market support band, we've come down, tapped the 50, tapped prior support, tapped the 50, tapped prior support. We are now past that bull market support band. We already tapped prior support. We haven't hit the 50 yet. These are our two examples of how it happens here. This is our green path, right? I'm sorry. This is our green path. We come down, and then you go sideways as the 50 comes up to you, right? That's our green path here. Our yellow path is here. You come down, you get one candle that sweeps down to hit the 50, and then consumes itself and continues up. Right? So this is our example of our green. This is our example of our yellow. Now, the bearish one is if we break support and we either break the 50 or we reject off the 50 and then can't get back above resistance. If that happens, we're looking for lows. We're getting out of the way of that shit. Or I'm getting out of the way of that shit. Right now, if we zoom in though and look at what price is doing, this is our major SR flip range. The bottom is the line in the sand that can't break. But this entire thing is support resistance, right? This entire red box. We came down on that day and we climbed back over. And then we have 3 hours to close this candle. But you see how we came back above the top of that range already? So this would be a good close for what we're looking for. And then next weekly candle, we have to watch to see, does it sweep or is it going to go up? If the next weekly candle goes up, this is the important part. If this next weekly candle comes up, then our 50 EMA is going to get swept way up, which means when we retrace, we'll be hitting our 50 EMA above our SR flip, locking that in once again like we did here, like we did here, like we did here, and then we'll be able to push away from there to all-time highs. Those are the only three things, in my opinion, that you have to be worried about on the macro. Right? Our entire sort of bull market lives inside of this box right now. Nothing else matters. Nothing before, just this. This is what you need to focus on. We go to the daily, excuse me, then we're already seeing that, support. Ooh, do that. So if we can move up to test our 50, right? Then again, that'll pull the 50 up on the 4 hour. If we can get above the 50 and hold, that'll be great. Because then we're back above the macro support on the, the bull market support band on a daily. Yeah, sometimes the thing is that you do get the dip, but there's so much buy pressure that you literally just go sideways or just drop a little. Right? As far as indexes go, dropping 3 to 4% in one day is significant. Let's look at ES. Right, this is a very significant flush. If you look at what it managed to do, right, you managed to come up and lock in those, lock in that SR flip. This was our range, right? To see if this is just a deviation out of the range, we need price to come back and hold support above the range. So far, it's done that, and it put in a higher low. If we look at NQ, right, same sort of deal. Had our SR flip, came down, cleared gaps, higher low, pushing away. So it's basically going to boil down to this. Any rejection of price underneath the all-time high puts in a lower, and then we'll have to watch these bottoms. If we reject off all-time high, or if we reject below all-time high and we take out these lows, then there's a possibility of seeing lower for sure. Right. So if we were to do something like this, right, that's when you would get that further breakdown. As of right now, though, if we take out these highs, you're going to get a bit of a bullish push. And then if that gets us to all-time high, all bets are off.
Yeah, what up, Dbloc?
Yo.
What's going on?
Chilling, man. Chilling,
Yo, man,
chilling,
so
chilling.
Nice. What do you think this Solana news they've been teasing? It looks like they're putting up like a card or something. Then you just stopped the film basically on this tease. I don't know if you saw it from their Twitter account, their official Twitter account.
Solana, the Solana phone, the Seeker phone, has been teasing a Seeker token. And on the Seeker phone in your wallet, your SKR or your, like, it's like your .eth, right? Like mine is dbloc.skr. That sits on a card inside of the wallet. It shows like a physical card. So maybe there's some connection. Maybe they're teasing the Seeker launch, because Solana supports that program, like they're actually behind it. But I don't know. It could be anything.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I'm just trying to wonder. I'm like, let me try to guess what it's going to be. My guess is, what if they're connecting the SDK wallet to like a financial institution that they could onboard their cash and offboard it directly on the blockchain without having to go through like MoonPay or something like that?
I don't know. We'll see, man. All I know is my soul bag is full, so they better make it good.
That's what I'm saying. I stocked up this morning. I had to.
Yeah, they better make it good.
But it might be a southern.
Let's all root for ETH, man. If we can get ETH to all-time high, Solana's all-time high will be right around the corner.
Yep. Yeah, Solana's social dominance is pretty high.
What, that same insider, Torado?
I mean, Coven was saying that ETH needs to hold 5K, go above 5K and hold. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only time you'll get alt season.
Yeah, it's the same thing for Bitcoin. If Bitcoin had hit all-time high and held it, ETH would be at its all-time high by now, right? It's getting above and consolidating that allows dominance to bleed out as ETH moves up and consolidates. If ETH moves up above all-time high and consolidates, then all the ETH pairs, while that's consolidating, will start to turn up. So yeah, it's not just breaking all-time high. It's breaking an all-time high and holding it. Yeah, I don't know where my Solana phone is. It's around here somewhere.
Yeah, that 70 million hyperliquid position, I think it's James Wynn. He stays getting wrecked.
Yeah, if it's Win, I'm not worried about it. If it's that Trump insider, then we've got to keep Twitter up and wait for keep Truth Social up and wait for a tweet.
Someone saying it might not win. Tirado said it's not win. It's the insider. Uh-oh, spooky.
Dum dum dum.
I ain't scared of you, Carlos.
Yeah. I think some of these guys could possibly get a little overconfident too. I mean, you just had a big win. Maybe you feel like you're good at this shit now and you're going to try it on your own. You know, I don't need insider information. This is easy.
Yeah, right. And then you get wrecked.
But Vin was like bearish too. He was expecting 88, 89 type.
Yeah, but I think what's funny about Win, so I've been on some spaces with him on the speakers panel, like together with him. And I'm starting to remember this dude and like his trading style and everything. And this one space, he was just complaining about everybody always trading against him. He brought it up, kept on bringing up and things. So I'm wondering, is he smart enough to just be, giving the reverse psychology to people right now? And like, 'cause a lot of people like to trade against him. So maybe he's like, all right, let me just go in the long position while I'm telling everyone I'm going short.
Bro, if you're worried about everybody trading against you, the last thing you say out loud is that you're worried about everybody trading against you.
Well,
You
he
know what I
wasn't
mean?
saying
Like
that.
that's automatically gonna make people trade against you.
Well, yeah, but he was in like a small space that only had like 40 listeners in the space, So it was just like kind of like a more discreet conversation,
Yeah, but logically, after such a big dump, nobody is gonna be shorting. Like at least the new ones.
High def, that's hilarious that you just said that, because the second that he said all these people are all trading against me, I was literally about to say, like, that's how high def feels. Like, that's how some people feel when they're, but I didn't want to put you out there. I'm glad you stepped up and took accountability.
I agree, Twisty. It's not discreet with 40 people, but I think he felt more comfortable on that stage, and when it was more like a, pork scenario, when it was just like one of these little meme coins that nothing was going on. When he was kind of like opening up, he was getting drunk. He was talking about his airplanes and stuff. And this is on a different account too. But I think he's smart enough to put it out there. He's like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to 80K while he actually opens up a long position.
I'm not worried about any of those fools, man.
What up, Crypto Sleeper? You had the 30-year reunion the other night from a high school reunion.
Oh shit! Did you
was
go?
fun. Yeah, it was lit.
You gotta go, man. You gotta go when you're doing well. You gotta pop up.
Yeah, it was lit, man. Me and my boy actually we crashed it because we were too late to buy the tickets, and it was a closed event. And we're like, nah, we crashing it.
It's just like high school, bro. I'll be outside in the car smoking,
like,
waiting for y'all to get out.
Yeah, I was like, we gotta do it. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, it was fun. We were cutting up, man. We got in a little bit of trouble too. Like the old times, it was fun.
That's good, man. That's what it's for, honestly. Hey, invest in that weekend, right? Even if you are down bad, don't let them people see that shit.
Oh, yeah, they can't see it. No, definitely not.
Nobody will know. Nobody knows.
I was buying everyone's shots, getting lit.
AI is doing all right, Crypto Storm. We saw AIOZ popping up. Tao has been absolutely killing it, so we're starting to see a little movement on the AI narrative.
Yeah, but for some reason, man, men age much better than women, I gotta say. I could recognize all the dudes there. Like every dude I saw, I recognized them. There was only like about 2 or 3 girls that I recognized. I had to like ask them their names, look for their name tags, you know.
Gravity, man.
What's that?
He said gravity, man. Yeah,
Gravity.
there's no escaping gravity, y'all. That's a fact.
But why does it take its toll on females more than males?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's just those specific females that were at the and their city they're in. Because if you go to a high school reunion in Miami 30 years later, they're gonna look younger than they did when they were in high school.
Good point. I feel you. Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
my type of city.
Tons of work, tons of like, you know.
Yeah, these girls could drink me under the table. I'm like, man, y'all still partying like this? You guys are wilding. You guys never left.
Yeah, we're already seeing an uptick on DeFi projects after this happened. Right, a lot of decentralized exchange tokens did well. As people, after these crashes, people naturally start to look for options when their centralized exchanges screw them, right? If you tried to buy for half an hour on that dip and couldn't, chances are you at least investigated and looked into some dexes that week.
Yeah, but what's up with Phantom, man? Even like when I put in extra slippage to give myself some buffer, it's still like it takes 3 or 4 tries to like get a proper trade in usually. Like every time, even if it's something with high liquidity. I don't know if it's I updated everything, but it seems glitchy this last 2 weeks.
Is YouTube lagging for y'all?
No, YouTube's good for me. Yeah, what I'm slowly doing, I might be a little early, but I'm just looking for a lot of micro caps right now and just making sure I'm like in the top 10, top 100 of things that I'm like, all right, maybe these are little sleepers right now, and I see if the devs are still active and stuff. And they're like, all right, not too big of investment, but just to make sure it's like there's something that's like 500K market cap to be like, all right, at least I could be in the top 100. You don't got to throw in that much.
Yeah.
So I'm just like kind of planting some seeds right now and just see what happens. And the rest of everything in Solana till tomorrow.
You want to buy my portfolio?
Buy your portfolio?
Yeah, because most of it is shit coins anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you give me a deal, I might buy your portfolio. Are you gonna give me like a little reduction or something?
But I mean, all the good ones are also so low. Why would you want to go into that? Like Render, Neo, all these other ones. I'm just asking. Like, I'm not
Oh
trying
no,
to.
because we're not. I mean, I'm going right now for things that I think that aren't just like somebody launching a meme coin. I'm making sure there's some kind of infrastructure or some kind of ecosystem that might help back whatever I'm going in. So it's not just like I'm like, all right, I like the ticker, I like the meme, I'm going in. I'm looking at the at the wallets to make sure, even if you see the distribution's good, you never know because people can make 20 wallets. But I'm just doing my due diligence and trying to figure out. I really think there's going to be a USD1 narrative coming up pretty soon. It's going to take a little bit of while, but I think starting like second quarter 2026, I think that's when USD1 is going to really get its shine. So before the second quarter of 2026, I'm just trying to look for any like meme coins that are kind of USD1 centric, let's say, that are kind of like within the USD1 ecosystem.
I have to give it to you about one thing, man. Whatever coins you look into, like, you remember that Mudang and Doge and Pump and all. I mean, they actually do something after that, like they go
No,
up quite a.
yeah, I mean, I try
Drew's
not to
problem isn't
shout
picking
anything
them.
out.
Drew's problem is staying in them.
Yeah, I get out way too early. I take profits, but my new thing is, I mean, not new thing. I've been doing this for like more than a year, but it's just like, man, I'm not doing breakout trades anymore. I'm always buying bloody, ugly, flooded candles, and like same thing with Mudang. It was at 20 million. People were like, it's dead, but I was like, well, if it's dead, why is this wallet that always activates? He's still in it, So it's just like I follow a few wallets that I can see that they're not like shaky traders that they'll hold because they have $5 million in another wallet, so they don't care, And like, even like this last project I'm getting into, there's a guy that has $5 million in USDC in one of his wallets and another 8 million of USD1, and nobody knows whose wallet this is, but he only has like a $8,000 position in this America.fund burger coin that I'm in. But it's just like these type of wallets are the ones that activate these projects, I think. So I just follow these projects. Same thing like with Mudang, with Pump, with Voxel. Like I caught all those bottoms, but I got out way too quick. Friends, they made a lot of money, and I made a little money, but they made a lot. They were clowning me on Mudang because I took profit at around 60 million, and it ran up to like 250 million. And my friends were clowning me. They were just like, aha. When I tried to get them on it, they got on it and they stayed in longer than I did.
Yeah, I saw that, bro. I wasn't ever gonna bring it up. I've
But
checked out all your coins. He's so right, dude. But getting out too early isn't always the worst thing, as long as you're staying out.
Better than getting out too late.
I heard that.
Way better than getting out too late.
Well, has that happened to you where you got out too late?
What?
Hell yeah.
How many times? Hell yeah.
I'm pretty good at that.
Shit, I think more people get out too late than get out too early. That's like the more common experience.
Put it this way, I rode Doge all the way from 0.007, and the six-figure portfolio basically rode it all the way up to the top, almost reached about $1 million worth of Doge, round-tripped it all the way back down to 14 cents.
That still hurts, bro. I hate that story, bro.
And Dbloc was over there like, yo, take some profit. What are
I
you
was
doing?
just about to say, I hate that story because I remember being there every.
Yeah, Dbloc
Bro.
was telling me, he was like, dude, and I was like dozed out. I was such a maxi. I was like, I wouldn't hear it. I was like, I feel you. I appreciate the opinion, but I think, Elon's going to save it and we're going to go to the moon.
But is that the reason why you're taking profits early now?
I mean, of course, that probably has a big effect on why I take profits early now too. A lot of reasons, but now it's preservation of capital. I think I figured out of all my years of trading, it's harder to keep money than to make money, in my opinion. So that's just I just like right now, instead of like going in for the big kills and the big hits, just like keep on watching what I'm able to accumulate not disappear is a win for me now. So I'm just like, all right, even if I 2% to my portfolio today, I'm like, yes, I killed it today. It's great. 2% is great for me.
It's not what you make, it's what you can keep for sure. You've been in New York, bro. You've ran into that homeless guy that was like, I used to be a millionaire and da-da-da. And you're like, all right, cool story, bro. Like, even if that's true, where you're at right now and what you happen to keep is what's, what's important.
Yeah.
You guys ever go to New York and you want a cautionary tale? You go to Wall Street, talk to every homeless guy you see. Don't get too close, like don't get within stabbing range, but just ask some questions, right? Go to the park right there by Wall Street. You're going to find traders. You're going to find traders that lost everything and now just live in the shadow of Wall Street, telling glory stories about the olden days. After all this time, still can't pull themselves away. That's just sad. Nah, don't get within. I mean, it's New York City, right? It's not even stabbing range, but you don't want to get within poking range. You don't want to get within spitting range. You don't want to get within peeing range. Like, just keep some distance. People are weird. That would be a hell of a, not for nothing, but that would be a hell of a YouTube video. Man on the street interviews with old traders.
Yo, Clive, where you at? Sit down.
Excuse me.
So does it happen in legacy too? 90% don't keep the money.
Mm-hmm. Options contracts, any sort of leverage at all, right? Options contracts, 85% of them expire worthless, right? Which means only 15% of people win. The casino wouldn't offer the game if there wasn't an edge. You wouldn't even be able to buy options if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, the Solana phones are sold out, right?
Hmm?
Solana phones are still like waiting list, right?
Nah, I mean,
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure you can just get one now, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Because they've already been shipped out. So I don't know if they're in stores, but if you go to the site, I'm pretty sure you could throw them some soul for a phone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Let me check. I'm gonna check on that right now.
I've been using mine. I just assumed, right, when they said that secret token was coming out, that they're paying attention to everything you do on the phone. Right? So I've been doing all that, using apps, moving shit back and forth, making some buys on the phone. I mean, the phone's all right. I wouldn't use it as a daily driver, but
Like you still wouldn't feel secure throwing like big bucks in there, right? Just kind of keeping it easy.
I mean, it's just access to your hot wallet, so it's not that as much. But yeah, I wouldn't let that, because there's a hot wallet in the phone, right? But I wouldn't consider the whole thing a cold wallet. You get what I mean? Like, that's, I guess, what they want people to do. Like, screw your treasure, screw your tantrum, just put everything in your soul phone. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But as far as using it to, like, trade through my other hot wallets, I've got all my hot wallets downloaded onto the phone. All the dexes I use and shit like that. So on an emergency, when I'm out on the street, like, that's the one that.
Nice.
It's a speed thing too, because you don't have to, like, your fingerprint or your biometrics signs you in to all the different dApps. And like when you make a purchase, right, you like just double tap and it goes through or whatever.
You could set up some of the wallets to your biometrics too if you want, like the Phantom and Coinbase wallet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna scoop up one of these phones.
Yeah, Vikey, exactly. I mean, the 4-year cycle, like, timing has always been super, super important to me. But you can't ignore some of the data that we're seeing.
Give it to me. I will keep them safe.
No, but we don't run it off of Bitcoin. We run it off of global liquidity. Right. So we have decades and decades and decades of evidence of global liquidity cycle. That's why I say that the only thing that threatens the Bitcoin 4-year cycle is something that threatens global liquidity's 4-year cycle. Right. And some of this maturity, some of this debt maturity shit that's going on where they're talking about it's being sort of pushed forward from a 4 to a 5-year cycle helps to explain some of the overlap that we're seeing. Right. It helps to explain why ISM is still so low when we're what should traditionally be the end of the liquidity cycle. Why global liquidity is still pumping, past the date where it should have been starting to contract already. Basically just us. We drug our feet, right? So the world pumped, right? But America's liquidity is coming in at the end. Well, the way you do it is you would de-risk, right? Like if you act accordingly to the cycle itself and you de-risk at the proper times, right? Like our cycle top would have been on between the 6th and the 16th if you just followed it by time directly, not how I follow it, right? Not with the inverse, not like this, right? What they're doing is they're doing bottoms to tops from the beginning, right? But we know that to not be the way that it works, just through the math, right? So we are in the time where it could be the top by timing, but liquidity hasn't started to pump yet. Like I said, well, it started, but it's not done. Remember I told you guys yesterday the price of money and the availability of money, right? How much does it cost to borrow money and how much supply is there? Those are the two things that matter. If supply is going up and price to borrow money is coming down, then risk assets go up and to the right. So because of that push forward, right, we're talking about this part of the cycle extending. The reason that I don't believe that the 4-year cycle itself extends is because our halvings still matter, right? Our halvings are still coming every 4 years. So we can squeeze that extra part of the business cycle by making our bullish cycle longer and our bearish cycle smaller, right? So instead of a year of a bear market, maybe we only get 7 months of a bear market or 8 months of a bear market, but the entire thing still falls within the 4-year.
Yeah, what if we just have a super volatile flash crash, but like hang out there for like 3 weeks, a month? Do you think there's like a scenario where you can only have like, you might have something like a month to 2 month bear market and that's it? Compressed, but very vicious?
Something would have to stop global liquidity from contracting. Right? Because remember, the way it works is the central banks put out money. Right? They print a bunch of money. Half of that money they use and they buy gold and they immediately store that away because they know that the money's not shit. So once the money or the debt goes out, right, when that comes to maturity, the debt has to be paid, or the banks bring all the cash back in. Right, so it's the liquidity cycle contracting. Right, when that happens, there's less money in people's hands. Right, people
So
don't have money to spend.
who do you think, like, whether a government or institution would have the most influence on that global liquidity that would have at least a little bit of not control, but some kind of
government of the country of the world reserve currency. So our government would have the biggest control. They could do something that could throw the global liquidity cycle off. If they just decided, if Trump just decided to put a new guy in there and cut rates to 0 and just make the money printer go on and start sending stimulus checks out, like, that's going to keep global liquidity from contracting. Right, that's going to put more money into the system.
Right, that makes total sense.
And if money's cheap, then central banks that owe us money are going to start to print dollars and pay us. Right, they'll start to print their currency, debase their currency, take advantage of how cheap the rates are, and make payments. And then that brings, but if that doesn't happen, right, if global liquidity can't just keep going, holy shit, what did I do on this chart? Like a kid attacked it. So if this keeps, like, right now we're consolidating above all-time highs on global liquidity. This went down. Let me show you how crazy this was. Because between Japan and Japan's revision and our government being shut down, we had an anomaly here. So this came down, went up like this, and then came down here, and then went up like this. That's what it looked like before, right? And then they had the revisions of the Japanese numbers, and some of our numbers came in that were slowed up, and this whole thing got shifted up. Right? This uptrend in liquidity wasn't here before. Where is it? This right here. This whole section wasn't there. It was added after because the central bank made a revision to their earlier numbers. So before it was looking bad. Before it was like, okay, it looks like Christmas is it, guys. Christmas, lower high going into the new year, and we're dropping down. Looks like liquidity's, plan was to leave at that point. But now we're consolidating above old highs, which is bullish. So if this thing goes off the chart, then we're talking about global liquidity still increasing into February. That's where the right translated cycle comes in. The only reason that this chart even exists is so that we could catch this right translated cycle if it happened, or we could disprove it if it didn't. Right now, I have to say there is a bit of a feather in the cap of the right translated cycle, guys. Now, the good thing is, people are like, what if you're wrong, right? Well, if you thought the bull market was over here, or let's say you didn't know if it was going to continue or not, right? And you DCA'd out, and then we get to the bottom and it does continue, you have the option to get back in. The problem happens when you convince yourself that something is going to happen. Like you say, no, there's no way this is the top. I'm not taking any profits. I don't care. I'm hodling until whatever, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but if you're wrong, right? If this thing doesn't pop back up for whatever reason, let's just say something crazy happens and price just says, screw it, we're gone. Then you're stuck up here hoping and praying when you could have been in dry powder waiting to make a move when you see liquidity come in, when you see volume pop up. Right, so it's the same thing up here. Does it look like it might continue into 2026? Yeah, by the way this looks, it does. Does that mean that I'm not taking profit at Christmas? Hell no. Nah, I'm out. After this liquidity injection pops, I'm locking in some gains, right? If we start to see now going into January, right, because this drop here is from Christmas all the way to January 2nd. So that week between Christmas and New Year's. And then at the first of the year, it looks like we get that liquidity injection. So why would I just hold here and pray? You know what I mean? Like it's just everybody has to make their own decision, but you want to adjust for risk. The risk of being wrong. You want to hedge against yourself being wrong. On that M2 chart, you mean? We're here. Oh. We're here. We've got one more last little dip. And remember, this doesn't mean Bitcoin price goes down. This means that liquidity gets contracted. That could come out of gold. That could come out of silver. That could come out of any of the risk assets. Remember that this move here pumped into gold and silver. Right? We had our drop on the 10th, but for the most part, Bitcoin didn't continue to go down as liquidity went down. Gold started coming out. Right? So this doesn't mean Bitcoin goes down. What it means is that liquidity starts to stabilize and uptick around the 23rd. Right? Then our hope is when it pops up that it comes into Bitcoin and Ethereum. My hope is that it comes in heavy into Ethereum. Because Ethereum's all-time high. This is the most important part of this whole shit for what everybody's thinking right now. This is where BTC got an all-time high, right? Right here. Gold and silver got an all-time high here on this. If we can get ETH to get an all-time high on this liquidity push, then it opens up for alts to start running on the 7th. If ETH can't get an all-time high here and it gets its all-time high here, then the alts will start running from this point forward, which is like end of November already, right? 28th.
November 7th?
Yeah. 1 hour until CME closes or opens, sorry.
Didn't Sydney just open?
Nobody cares about the Aussies.
All right.
I mean, I love them personally, but don't tend to move the market much.
Dude, even Australians don't care about.
Watch, today's going to be the day.
Right. Some Australian somewhere is listening to the chat. That clip goes viral. They all put all their funds into crypto just as a protest against the stupid American on YouTube that was talking shit. Nah, but I just mean like market cap wise, right? They don't move around enough money to Asia, UK, and US's algos push around more money than Australia does when they're in session.
I mean, that's why they're called down on, right?
Down under. Down under. Where's Rick, man?
Probably sleeping or praying.
I like to
That
think that when he's not here, he's boxing kangaroos in the outback. Fun.
that would be cool if that was a sporting event in Australia.
I don't know, but I've seen plenty of videos, bro. You haven't seen those videos?
Yeah, dude.
Yo, those
Oh,
kangaroos will square up with you. Yeah, I don't think it's okay to hunt kangaroos, right? Like, the kangaroo's unarmed. Like, he's standing up and he's got his setup looking at you in the eye, like man to man. You can't shoot him, bro. You gotta fight him. If you can't beat him, then you don't deserve to eat him. Hey, I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Got a chance to show it.
Stop it before you blow it.
That's true. He does have claws. Yeah, that's true.
yeah, but you can take a knife because you said no guns. So I mean, sharp claws, sharp knife.
I mean, they have claws, but they can't really like pivot too well either. They can't circle you. They got that weird like hobble, side to side hobble. Everybody's seen that video, right? Where that kangaroo's trying to get that guy's dog. And he runs up to save his dog, and then they box for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's a really great video.
That's so good. I'm glad that we saw that back in the day, because you would think it's AI now. Like, people would be like, it's AI. Everything's
So freaking true.
That's my Tuesday. Jeez.
When circuses, they used to put them in range with boxers, like to do like a circus round or something like that.
That'd be a good fight, I'm not gonna lie. Peter, if you're listening, I'm not suggesting that we do this. I'm just saying if somebody happened to do that, it would probably be an
PETA international though? I mean, if the fights were in Australia and PETA's only in America, you know.
I think they, I think animal rights is global.
Yeah, probably.
But if they couldn't be hurt, you know what I mean? Like if it was just soft boxing gloves, you know, and you fed them real good, like they got massages and shit when they're not fighting, they're like chilling, you know what I mean? Living like Ru kings.
Kangaroo strength is all on its legs. It's going to destroy you. It's going to destroy you.
You gotta stick and move, man. Bap bap, and then move back 3 steps. You gotta stay out of kick range. No, I'm talking shit. I'm not squaring up. These things are like 7 foot tall.
And they're just
They do that.
Yeah, just
They do that
pure
for
muscle.
roosters and all. They do that for roosters and all, the massage and all that.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
cockfight.
but rooster fights are vicious though. I'm from the Caribbean, so I've seen my fair share. Unfortunately, it was part of the culture for a long time.
They should settle wars like that, rooster fights.
Look at what's coming to us. So when the aliens come down, they're gonna put us in like deathmatch circuses and shit.
Unless we get them first, put them in deathmatch circuses and shit.
Bro, they just made it from wherever they're from to here alive. We ain't doing shit.
I don't know. I'm pretty tough.
The type of shit type of shit you would have to survive to make that type of trip.
I'll be willing to go first.
No, but people don't ride kangaroos. That's not a thing, right?
I've got this drop bear I can introduce you to.
Unless they're in the pouch of the kangaroo, I guess.
I tried to imagine it for a second. Somebody said it in chat, and I tried to imagine it, and I couldn't. And I'm pretty creative, and my brain still couldn't put it together.
People rock ostriches or emus, one or the other. I can't remember. But
Ostrich
that's
races,
pretty
I've
wild.
seen those.
Do you want to know a fun fact? Australia had a war with emus, and we lost.
Wait. You had a war where
You can look
you
it up.
used emus or against the emus?
Emus, not emus. And yes, we lost against them.
Potato. That's crazy.
It's a fun fact. And kangaroos are like deers. There's millions of them. And when they hit your car, they screw it up.
Oh, yo, Uniswap got Solana now?
Yeah, I read that a couple of days ago.
That's new. That just happened today, huh? Or is that this yesterday? That just happened this recent, right? That's pretty big news, man. Okay, I'm gonna get back on Uniswap. Ow.
That shit was so outdated for so long. Like Uniswap just became like a dinosaur for a minute there.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing, man? Just let the people say what they want to say. And that's the thing with like even BNB. I mean, there's probably interest and there's probably some conflict of interest, and that's why some wallets don't want to do BNB tokens. But that's what I was telling people. It's like, man, these BNB memes, they run, but it's like you're not going to get multi-billions unless they're adapted on the wallets, and people that are running Phantom or Coinbase wallets can just easily get them. Even like Avalanche is tough to get on some of the wallets. But yeah, it's pretty big news for Uniswap to do that. That's great.
Do you remember the why must the beekeepers fight?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that right now with the NU. I was like, imagine if Elon just tweeted like, why must the NU or why must the thru racers fight? So we were in here one day, most random conversation, guys, just like we're having now. This was during the Doge days where Elon was tweeting and sending us and whatever, right? And we used to talk about Elon like probably like 12 hours out of the day. But we were just randomly talking about bees. Like somehow bees came into the conversation, and there was a beekeeper. There was actually two beekeepers that actually kept bees in the chat, and they were fighting about how to do it properly. And we were just all laughing, right? We were just trolling, talking about bees. And Elon freaking tweets like literally within the day. I'm not mistaken, it was within like the hour.
Yeah, it was the same day. It was like an hour or two after.
He tweeted, why must the beekeepers fight? And we were like, what?
It was a tweet. It was with a picture of two sword fighters that have, their masks look like beekeepers.
The fencers.
Too, so like yeah.
Yeah. We were like, shit, Elon.
I mean, dude, we had that channel popping, man, for a while. I mean, we had like lights come through, and there was a lot of listeners. Like, what's his name? Matt. What's that dude? Matt. I forget the kill. Yeah, I forget. I'm glad I forgot his name. Wow. He started going into politics a lot on his Twitter. He got a lot of followers now. He came through. Some other heads used to come through. So I wouldn't doubt if Elon wouldn't like pop up every now and then just for kicks.
Bro, if there was a channel that was live 24/7 and they were following Doge and I was pumping Doge and they just talked about me all day, I might have that shit up on the background. Yeah, we were just randomly. Elon tweeted. Remember? Elon tweeted. Bro, people would get banned for screaming Elon tweeted if Elon didn't tweet. Matt Wallace, that's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to come. We used to clown him when he used to pop up. We used to run him out the chat.
Yeah. Doge kid. Real punchable face. Super punchable face.
Yeah, Crypto Chris, man, he's still rocking, like trying to get those Doge heads dropping like a ticker every now and then. Rugging. Upshot. Who had a twin brother?
What do you mean copying high def?
Connor said that Matt Wallace has a twin brother. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a famous Matt Wallace that's a news reporter that has been a news reporter since at least 9/11.
Isn't Wallace from that movie V from Vendetta also, or something like that? Remember November or something like that? Oh, Big Sell's coming in Bitcoin.
We should be trying to make our way closer to CME close. We've got 45 minutes. I didn't come up with the idea of a 24/7 stream, high def. There's always been 24/7 streams, yeah. The trick is to keep it entertaining or to build a community that's strong enough to hang out, you know what I mean? Because you can't be on 24/7.
Wouldn't all the shorters shorting down to CME add fuel for to go up instead?
Yeah, on the way back up, that's why we get those. We go look at some of the old weekend traps, like you'll see that move that I'm talking about. Like look at the false move up that we had. This is almost the same thing that I'm thinking we're gonna do now. Had a false move up, came down to close CME, put in that high on Monday, and then had a 3-day retracement. Now what happened after is, kids, close your eyes because it's nasty after that. But that's a yeah. We're not expecting the same thing, but we're expecting the same move on the trap. I mean, right? Come back, clear CME, put in that high on Monday.
But we already broke out and retested.
Retested what?
The trap top support.
Yeah, that's cool. But CME, that doesn't matter. It's the imbalance in the book on CME is gonna trump any sort of support or resistance for the most part. Let's go to Bitcoin futures and find out exactly where CME closed at. Because that's on perps. 1072. Very nice how we caught that spider line too. We need to start getting out of there though. Alright, so 107227. Yeah, we're a little bit higher here on futures itself.
I got a little bit of drama with what I said earlier. Let me rephrase it. Women, they mature much better. They become wiser with time than men. You know, it's.
Uh-oh.
Their wisdom is unrecognizable. That's what I meant to say. Sorry if anyone took offense to what I said earlier.
And this is thru.
I accept your apology.
Thank you.
Hold on, where is 2? 107.2. All right, so technically on futures, that's where our CME closes. On perps, our CME closes at 107 flat. But I understand your concern because you're like, we already retested. It's a breakout. If we get accepted back into the range, do we have to go back to the bottom of the range? We could just come down and then have a wick that closed CME. But the move down isn't the purpose of the move down isn't because of the retest. The purpose of the move down is because of the gap in CME.
So would that make those longs down there like feeling pretty good?
If we go past CME, right? Like if we lose daily open, then we run the risk of sweeping these 1000%. We run the risk of sweeping these longs. But we're expecting that range to hold, right? The support that we created, or the resistance that we created over the weekend. We take all the tops and their bottoms. That's your SR flip. Right, so that's what you would expect to hold on the way back. If you lose that, then you open up yourself for vector recovery and that liquidity sweep, which is what we've been talking about since back here. That liquidity sweep. But I'm comfortable that we freed these trap longs, right? Which means I'm still looking for higher prices into Monday. We would have to lose that for me to change my mind.
This kind of price action reminds me of those peanut butter crackers, you know, like the Ritz crackers with peanut butter in the middle.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to just say that. Like you're gonna have to explain.
No, I'm gonna leave it like that.
It's like you said it like it was a mad obvious comparison that we should just all automatically get.
Clearly the weekend traps the peanut butter.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the deviation up on the top side's one Ritz cracker. And then still got the other Ritz cracker.
Yo, you gotta go eat. You need some food. You're hungry.
Hungry.
Now I want a damn peanut butter Ritz cracker though. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Add that to your Instacart. Way better than the cheese ones. And if you want to fight me, you better put your bee suit, your beekeeper on.
Nah, I'm good, man. I like those peanut butter cracker things. About the salty from the Ritz with the peanut butter. Yeah, good stuff. Damn. All right, we're gonna get hungry now. What's for dinner? What's everybody having for dinner? I don't figure that out now, then I'm gonna be starving by the time I decide to order. Chat, what's for dinner? Ribeyes. Okay. My first instinct was steak already. That's like where my base case is right now. Trying to see if anybody had changed my mind. Butter and Vegemite on crackers. That's not for dinner. You're just saying like snack wise, right? Meatballs, sausage, and spaghetti, garlic bread. All right, we added garlic bread. So far I've got steak and garlic bread on the list. Butter chicken, good stuff. I had chicken yesterday. Lasagna, also good stuff. Oh, Rafiq, I'm sorry, brother. This is torture then. 40 hours, you haven't hit that, in like 10 more hours, you're gonna hit that euphoria where it won't matter anymore, but you're still going through the struggle right now, huh?
He's fasting.
Yeah, he's 40 hours into a 72-hour water fast. That shit is so good for you, though. In moderation, right? Man, it's not something you want to do, you know, every 2 weeks or something, but my opinion.
Can he have juice? I've done juice cleanses.
Water. There's water and coffee. Can you have coffee too, or just strictly water? I know coffee won't, like black coffee won't break your fast. Yeah, black coffee is a lifesaver when you're fasting. I eat in an 8-hour window. I'm trying to knock it down to a 6-hour window, but it's been hard. You could use it for overall sort of sentiment limitless, right? Like if you're trading below the VWAP, maybe you're a little bit, you know, look for a little bit more confirmation to take in trades. If you're above the VWAP, then you're more bullish. See, everybody loves smash burgers, but when I was a kid and I used to smash my burgers before I ate them, I was weird.
You're weird with or without the smashing of the burger.
Like, you think that's the weird part? Nah, but I had this weird thing that I did where, like, not only burgers but sandwiches too. Peanut butter jelly, smash it down before I ate it. Ham and
You have a
cheese
little mouth?
sandwiches, burgers, chicken sandwiches.
Dbloc, how big is your mouth?
What happened?
Do you need? How big is your mouth? Is it a small mouth?
No, I just like I don't. It was something about the bread being too. I like a thick bread, right? So like if the bread's too fluffy, when you squish it, it becomes like a thicker bread. Listen, it's a texture thing. I don't know. I'm weird.
Okay.
All you neuro vanilla people wouldn't understand.
So do you get flatbread things then?
Yeah, I like pitas and I like hard dough bread. So that's how I know. It's like it's like I just like that thick, bro. That thick bread. Nice chunk of cheese with some hard dough bread.
There's a Pokemon named Fido, and it's spelled with dough. So when you say hard dough, I was like, oh.
I appreciate you, Magnum. Magnum said it doesn't seem weird unless you're smashing them with your toes. Nah, like sometimes I would just grab another plate, right? Just smash it down. Same thing with pancakes. I can't stand the fluffy ass pancake. When I found out what a crepe was, I was like, oh shit, why haven't we been doing this the whole time? I don't like fluffy pancakes. Brownies are superior to cakes, right? So think about it. If you smash down a cake, it's like
No,
a
pie.
texture thing. Brownies are superior to cakes, y'all. We can't. That's not even a conversation that has to be had.
Fine, but you gotta add pie.
Pies are good, but this is, I guess, chocolate specific because it's brownies. Kelly, that's exactly why I'm having it. I'm about to figure out what I have for dinner. So far, there's steak, a piece of garlic bread, and a brownie. I'm slowly building tonight's dinner.
Well, now you need a vegetable.
A what?
A vet. You heard me right.
I'll make a smoothie.
You
Cheat
need
code.
something
Cheat
green.
code. Yeah,
Something
I'll make like a kale, pineapple, mango smoothie or some shit.
That's sweet.
Oh, so it's not a vegetable if it's sweet?
How about some broccolini?
Ugh.
God. Asparagus?
No.
Zucchini. They can saute that broccoli and it'll taste good with your barbecue. You can have mashed potatoes then.
Nah, for the longest time, ever since I was able to feed myself, I've taken vegetables off of the list. I was a vegan that didn't eat vegetables. I'll let you think about that for a second. For 3 years. Talking fruits, nuts, root vegetables are cool, right? Carrots, potatoes. But a salad, you wouldn't catch me dead with a salad in front of me. Rabbit food. I'm a man. But
Well, you don't cook
I do take
salad.
supplements and shit, and I do throw green vegetables in my smoothies. I know I need it. I just don't like the way it tastes.
Taste or texture?
Why you want to see my face, Belly? What if I'm not cute enough, bro? You gonna unsubscribe?
He wants to enter.
I'm just trolling. It's funny the different stages of people. Like everybody that's been with me for like 4 or 5 years, y'all have seen my face a bunch of times. And you probably think of me more as a bear than a bull. And then the new people are like this mysterious perma bull. Like if you've only been here for the last maybe 3 or 4 months, or maybe like a year. Diaries, what's going on, brother? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the like little mysterious vibe that the camera across the room got going.
I think it's smart. It's like a way to be anonymous, but right on the border. So are we looking for a 1 hour, 4 hour, or daily close above or below, or I guess above CME?
I want to come grab this shit now. If we're not down at CME and Asia comes in, they're gonna beeline it to CME. That's gonna be, you know, their first goal. If we already close CME by the time that Asia comes in, then they can go after liquidations and vector gaps and shit. Right? We still have mean reversion to the 800. All gonna depend on how much buy pressure comes in when we close CME. When we open CME. Why do I keep saying that? What's going on, Brandy? I haven't even thought about Halloween. I mean, I've thought about it, but I've just thought about taking profits on Halloween. I haven't thought about Halloween itself. I got invited to a couple events. I don't know. I'll probably just throw on my bear mask. I got my bear mask in here somewhere from the bear market. Yeah, we freed the long, Sean. Just barely, but we took them out. Were you invested while you were gone, Diaries? Or were you on the sidelines? That's one amazing time to go on vacation if you weren't at risk. We had a huge liquidation event. You were spot? Okay, that's good, bro. Trust me, you're better off than everybody else. They wiped almost every leverage trader out on alts all the way down to like 2x. We had a huge liquidation event cascade that happened when some vulnerabilities on Binance's order books, and then that was exploited and shit went crazy, bro. Yeah, nah, it was bad, bro. Some shit got flushed all the way out. So we went down to 60 cents and then did a 4x. So if you were on spot, you're probably down like 20%, something like that, 25%. But if you were on leverage, and your whole portfolio was on leverage, you're out of the game right now.
Depends. Some spot bags, mine 40-45%.
Yeah,
Down.
it depends on it depends on how you were allocated for sure. Yeah, that's about average diaries, about 22%. If you were holding majors for the most part, right? If you weren't holding too many, or if you had only a couple, right? But they were like low caps, then that was a little worse.
Some people got lucky with the ultra micro caps because sometimes those don't even look at Bitcoin.
They didn't
They're just
react
like,
at all. Yeah.
right. Yeah. Some nice buys that just came in. 6.2 million. Bybit, 5.7 million.
Yeah, you saved yourself a lot of stress by not being here for that time. I'll tell you that much. Because even though spot bags recovered somewhat, there was a time there where my spot portfolio was down like 75%. Yeah, those guys got taken out first in a hurry. Adam went to zero.
I've seen BTC death crosses happen before, and it looks more like ends up being a golden cross.
Remember, guys, down moves create death crosses. Death crosses don't create down moves, right? They're lagging EMAs or lagging indicators. So what happens is price goes down. As price goes down, it brings the EMA down, and that creates your death cross. But what usually happens, let me draw it out. So you've got your EMAs, right? And you get that death cross. Price has already started to come down. That's what drags the EMA down to get you your death cross, right? So price is already down. Then you get the death cross. Price then pumps into the death cross. And then you have one more slight sort of rejection. But that's why people get screwed on it, because we'll just go back and look. We stop being lazy. Let's throw on our 50 and our 200. Only death crosses that I respect are the 50 and 200 cross on bigger time frames. So you see here, right? You get your death cross. The move is already done by the time the death cross comes in, right? This move is what caused that 50 EMA to move down into the 200, right? You get the death cross, and what happens? Right on the day you got the death cross, boom.
Yep.
up into the cross. Or here, same thing, right? Here's your golden cross. What happens right when you get the golden cross? Boom, down to the EMAs. Now, it can continue, right? But to freak out when you see a death cross and sell means you're selling right as price is about to come back up into the death cross. Right? It happens all the time. Same shit right here. Golden cross, price comes down. Death cross, price comes up. As soon as you get the death cross, I remember this death cross. This is the one that screwed everybody.
Yep.
Price comes down, big drop, starts to consolidate. Everybody's scared because you're at support. Then you get the death cross. Everybody on Twitter says death cross, death cross. Everybody sells. You get a small little dip on that day, and then boom, boom, gone. Same shit here. You get a golden cross, you get a small pump, and then bam. Right? Back to the EMAs. So a death cross is evidence that something has happened, not that something is going to happen. And where's the death cross that everybody's looking at? Because I don't see it on a daily. And it's definitely not on the weekly. So we're looking at 4-hour death crosses here? Yeah, basically. And price is already starting to come back up to the EMA. But lower time frame death crosses, I don't really pay attention to too much.
So when the US government opens, how long does it take for all those Fed reports and everything to start again?
We should see them pretty quick. Everything should update. That's the part that's like, ugh. But keeping track, right? I've been keeping track of people that track the numbers without the Fed. Like, they're trying to get their hands on sort of what the actual numbers are. And so far there hasn't been any big warnings. I don't think there'll be any big surprises. We're at 99% for a chance of cut at the next meeting right now. If I'm not mistaken. Let me check Fed Watch real quick. See if that changed. %99 chance. 99% chance, 1% chance it stays the same. And then December, we're already to a 94% chance. And 6% of another cut. My bad about the flashbang, y'all. Government needs to get their act together with a dark screen already.
So if the government, whenever the government opens, does it mean the money printer's automatically on because they've reached a truce or whatever?
What they're arguing about are two specific things. One, the Democrats are trying to ensure that the tax cuts for the healthcare move into the next session, and they're trying to stop. The second one is that they're trying to stop Trump from. What Trump's been doing is he's been blocking money that's already been approved by Congress for certain projects. So it's a sort of a way for the president to defund the project that's already been voted on. That's already so those two things are the sticking points right now. That's what they've been going back and forth about. Now, what's being held up is the Fed spending money on bonds. That there's all of the spending has been held up. So yeah, you would expect imagine you've been holding the garden hose, tight, and then you let it go, sort of thing. You would expect a big inflow to come. Yep, all right, give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. Take that, take that, take that. All right, I ordered my food. There we go. Our CME gap is active. We've got liquidity above, big vector gap above. Structure wise, we came and held that SR flip. Let's see if whales try to squeeze a little something out of this while we're still on algos before Asia comes in. The non-zero chance that they try to push this before market makers come in. We have a couple of levels of supply to absorb first before we even get into the gas though. So for that, you have to see the tape light up. If we don't get any aggressive sellers, we don't get any aggressive buyers, we'll roll over and take that CME gap. That golden pocket, if you notice, is sitting right at the bottom of our CME gap. Right at the top of the psychological range. Right at support. Right. So let's see who wins. 50-50, really. We're like on the 50-yard line between bull target and bear target. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. We managed to, on the macro, look at how we closed. Go to the weekly. So we obviously didn't take out the lower high, right? But we held that support and we bodied over the top of the resistance range. So that's good. That's a good weekly close for us. That puts us on the green path still. All right, let's watch that tape. Let's see what we got. Yeah, now the next candle is going to be important, right? The next candle is where we decide if we're looking at 1 or 2. Right, so look at what happened on this candle. That next weekly candle gave us a sweep down to the 50, but it consumed itself right away. Right, that's one possibility. The other possibility is that we pop. This is the green path. Go sideways until the 50 comes up, or the yellow path is that quick sweep down, one candle that consumes itself and hits the 50. So our next candle, right, is either going to be, like I said, that uptick, or it's going to be that sweep candle that consumes itself, that doji. First level of supply is getting absorbed right now. Market makers in on this. At least the algo is. I would assume that this vector gap wants to get taken care of at the very least. Yeah, I think the difference between green and yellow is what it does to sentiment, right? Green lets people stabilize and kind of chill out. Yellow gives them one more scare. Those are the possible outcomes, Gustav. Right? Green is we consolidate and the 50 comes up. Yellow is we sweep down to the 50. Red is we sweep down to the 50 and can't get back above support. Oh, that's the bull market support band. Right? In past bull markets, when we broke them on the daily, it was over. Right? That's when we had our big 50% crash, and then we broke it again. But during this cycle, look at how we've treated it. Yeah, it's based off EMAs. We broke here, but held the 50, held support, and got brand new highs. We broke it here, but held the 50, held support, and had brand new highs. And then we broke it here. So we're paying attention to this fractal. Until we break the 50, there's nothing to worry about. Right? We're at support, held support. We're at the 50, just haven't touched yet. All right, we absorbed that supply. Let's go. Coming for you, Diddy. Pause. Yeah, let's hit the like button, guys. Let's let YouTube know that this shit is worth suggesting. Measured move for this should take us well into that vector. My bad, I didn't draw it out or anything. Was that falling wedge? That would take us up to our next supply. Still struggling to absorb this one though. This move is sort of being sold into right now. We're not getting any aggressive buyers across the tape. And remember I said if we don't see that aggression on the tape, and all we have is passive buyers on the book, then it's going to be rough to make this move. Chances are if we don't see that aggression, like I said, we roll over into CME gap. Ariel with the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, fam. Appreciate your support, brother. W new members.
There you go, there you go. Green, 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 green.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Hey.
Hey, we were just talking
Hey.
about you.
What's
Speak of the
happening?
devil.
Hey. Speak of the devil down under.
Wakey, wakey.
What's going on,
Yeah.
brother?
Can you hit the range?
Oh, you know. That's right. Just woken up, seeing that, oh, yeah, a local low could be in, huh?
Yeah.
Well, we could have seen it a couple days ago, really. Potential.
We're not out of hot water yet, but
No.
it's looking a lot better.
Yeah, it is. It's looking pretty good.
We
I
did
feel
leave a
like
CME gap underneath us to 107.2, but I think we can make a run up for
Yeah.
liquidity real quick before we go get that.
Yeah.
On a
Yeah.
different note, I did tell Chad about the Great Emu War.
Oh, yeah. Emu War. I think it's so strange, like this is just the first month of Q4. We're almost through it. We've been able to deal with a lot of long liquidity in that crazy crash that we had, that flash crash thing. So if the crypto market is supposed to, you know, go down long term now, like if it's supposed to bear market out, I feel like we would be a lot lower. You know what I mean? Like, but it feels to me like this is a reaccumulation, the way it's been behaving. But yeah, I don't know.
The main thing that
Can't-
knocks us down at the
can't
top of the
quite
bull
tell.
market is when leverage
Mm.
gets so frothy and so sort
Yep.
of stacked up that there has to be an unwind. We just unwound
Mm.
all the leverage in one day.
Yeah.
It was like a
Yeah.
reset. So until that piles up, meaning until euphoria comes in and we start stacking and we've got, excuse me, tons of liquidity underneath us, that's what'll pop the bubble. But like, it's almost like somebody
Right.
just took a pin and like, or somebody just let go of the nozzle of the balloon and just let some air out, you know, right
That's
when we
right.
were getting close to popping. And people don't realize, like, people's memories are short. Like you said, it's the first month of Q4 and we already made an all-time high.
Yeah, that's it. And nothing fundamentally has broken with crypto right now. Like there's no Terra Luna situation. There's no FTX. There's no, at least now, right
Yeah.
now. So there hasn't been like some, you know, groundbreaking thing that has shook the whole system. It was just a sell-off, essentially.
Well, there
And then there
there
was the
was
Binance
there was a
situation.
vulnerability. Yeah, the vulnerability was
Right.
in
Yeah.
Binance's perp books, but
Yeah.
that's been fixed now. The problem that they
Right.
made is that they announced the vulnerability before fixing it, and whales took one last advantage of, you know, a glitch,
Yeah.
basically.
My opinion, I
Yep.
don't think CZ's going to get pardoned. I think he's going back to court.
I don't know. In my opinion,
Yeah, I
CZ
mean,
went to jail because he wanted to go to jail.
Hmm.
They would have never. I mean, what would he just leave? You know what I mean? Like, you just go to China and you can't touch him. But he'll go overseas and you can't touch him, depending on where he goes.
yeah. I almost feel like going to China would be a worse outcome for him than going to America and doing a stint in jail. If he goes to China, I don't know what they'd do to
I
him.
don't know. When Daddy says come home, you come home. So I still believe that they have some control over Binance.
Yeah, I think he's a triple agent, and China will welcome him with the red carpet, with golden treatment. You know, he did the time, he did the crime, and he didn't break the U.S. wanted to know the structure. And like even Monte Carlo, when they had their first thing in Malta, their first operations, they got kicked out of Malta because they wouldn't give up their corporate structure. And the reason I think they're not giving up their corporate structure is because it's tied to the CCP directly. And you know, there's too much state interest, and they know that once that's given up, the U.S. isn't going to let that fly. Like Binance US would probably just dissolve, and who knows what. So they're just keeping it kind of, even though the U.S. probably knows right now what's going on, but they won't really admit it and he's on a tight string with Trump right now because they did some deals with Binance US. So Binance US is allowed to deal with US dollars right now again. But CZ, he's not allowed to be involved in anything that happens in the operations in the US. And there was some news that he's going to get pardoned, but I think with what just happened recently and all like the forensic work happening, a lot of things are pointing fingers to Binance and CZ's kind of online manipulation, what he was doing, trying to like kind of pump things with Aster too.
China doesn't tend to let entrepreneurs make money out of the country unless there's still a tie back to China. We just saw it recently happen with Alibaba, right? Like Alibaba wasn't technically a Chinese company, but they nationalized it for the most part, right? They came in and basically took it from them.
Binance got kicked out of the UK also. Remember, like nobody was doing it. It's like, oh, you guys won't tell us what's going on? Okay, can't operate here. But yeah, we got some push right here. Solana's testing its local high right now. I'm gonna go make a burger.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right.
ETH back above 4,000, which is a good little little
ETH
feature.
all-time high is what sets it for us, man. We need to get above all-time high and consolidate, and then the alts will start to show off.
Kind of need to remind myself that ETH did make a slightly new all-time high recently. Yeah.
The problem is so the breaking the all-time high is good, right? But you have to consolidate above that all-time high, or the money doesn't trickle down into the lower. Yeah. So the problem is every time Bitcoin has done that, break an all-time high and then lose it, the alts lose all their value. Those are those 80% flushes we've seen like 4 times during this run already for alts.
Yep. Yeah, this all-time high, I guess it was more of just a test of the old all-time high. It wasn't really like a brand new price discovery, you know, blue sky breakout. It was, yeah, it was. What did it go up from? So the old one was at least on ETH Tether on Binance Spot was 4868, and the new one's 4956. So it's really there's not much in it between those two numbers.
Even if it would have just been 4956, but it would have held that 48, you would have seen some action on some alts. It's just everybody's waiting for confidence that their parent token is healthy and
Exactly. Yeah, $88 between the two prices. That's really nothing. We'll tag this one up as old all-time high. Oh. There we go.
You know my historical analysis of the Dixie that I have, that chart with all the like pivot points of the Dixie. I did one for Bitcoin the other day, and
Oh yeah, I
ran
think I
through it.
remember.
It was pretty cool. The Bitcoin one was cool, and then I lost the chart.
Oh, damn.
I got it back. AI helped me figure out how to get back to it.
Ah.
Yeah, I had to go through the history, and then I had to do a bunch of shit, but I managed to get it, luckily. And then I
Wait till you
saved it.
Wait till there becomes a tool where you can ask AI to basically scan through all of your YouTube lives and say, hey, find me the part where I was talking about the DXY historical charts.
Oh, man.
And it's able to go, oh, it's this video at this time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like a search function would be pretty cool.
I got it back, though. It's right here.
Oh, cool.
It was such a trip down memory lane, though.
Jeez.
Also made me realize that we've literally just been riding this trend all the way up since 2013. And this entire bull market has just been a ride on that trend.
Yeah.
For the most part. Dbloc's an idiot era.
No. Dead broke.
A quick look at it will let you know exactly why. This is where I first heard about Bitcoin. This is where I first bought my first Bitcoin. This is where I sold it all for weed and smoked it.
Oh, well.
And then I had another little quick stint. I was like, okay, you know, get some more, whatever. And then round trip the bull market, and then that's it. I was gone for years after that. I was like, this
Reminds me of that saying.
It is a scam.
It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. Have you heard that saying before?
Yeah. Right.
So at least you had it at one point. At least you had the Bitcoin.
Yeah. And then here was my next big error. When I bought my first condo for 200 Bitcoin in 2017, bro. Only
That's
200.
cool.
Only 200K for a condo. Reasonably priced condo. But 200 Bitcoin, like thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I would have I should have lived on the street. I lived in a cardboard box for a couple years if I knew what was going to happen.
So a 200K condo back in 2017, what's that valued at roughly these days, like in 2025?
Probably like $500,000.
Like, yeah, damn.
Yeah.
It's a good investment.
Yeah, I guess if you held it all that time, yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's relative though, because
I mean, look at what you would have got in Bitcoin. You would have had 200 Bitcoin. So you 2x'd your condo. Cool. You know what I mean? Good job.
Yep. You don't need to hire plumbing and electricians to maintain your crypto. You don't need, all the stuff that goes along with owning real estate, like all the bits and pieces and
all
the
the big
and
real
stress.
estate guys I know now are like, and it's like, oh, well, what are you're trading crypto? You're going to get in, you're going to buy some land. And they're like, why? Like, there's just no reason.
Why would I?
Why?
Yeah.
Like, I might buy a summer home or something, but I'm not trying to get into a 60-unit residential building. Like, nah. Is it going to outperform Bitcoin is the question. That's it. For any investment, is it going to outperform Bitcoin over the next 10 years? If it's not, then unless it's a passion project, right? Everybody's got passion projects. You might have a business that you're dying to start. You don't even care if it's really, makes you all the money in the world. It just makes you happy.
On the flip side of that, though, crypto is the worst way to store wealth.
Yeah, you don't want to keep it there. Well, unless it's Bitcoin.
I mean, it's a wallet for a reason. Like, someone can walk up and just take your wallet. Same with your crypto wallet.
Well, you're responsible for your own. Yeah. If you're not going to provide the same security that banks provide, then buy the ETF and just sleep at night. If you're somebody who loses things regularly, you likely to lose that seed phrase. Are you maybe more, and like respectfully to anybody, because nobody's built for this, but if you're more gullible, maybe is it easy to maybe fish you out of your information without you realizing somebody's fishing you out of your information? Like if you've got those vulnerabilities, then don't take the responsibility of securing your own, but try to work towards that position to where you can provide that security, and you know how to safely sort of separate all your eggs into safe baskets. I wouldn't have all my wealth on one wallet.
Oh,
I don't care what wallet it is. But it's the same with
True, it's good
cash, right?
advice.
You can't put more than $250,000 in the bank. You have to open a new account, or you're not getting FDIC insured for it. So it's the same thing, right? You're gonna have 1,000 bank accounts.
You go overseas.
When the Trump kids talked about when they got debanked, I don't know if anybody's seen that interview, but the way he just casually said that they shut down 2,500 accounts, and I'm sitting here doing the math. I'm like, okay, there's no reason to have a new account if it's not at least more than 250K. And he's talking about 2,500 accounts got shut down. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
And without the proper like procedures either.
Yeah. They did Kanye them, bro. They did Kanye. All that type of shit is great for crypto, bro. Anytime that type of shit happens, another rich person in the world says, oh, okay, I get it now. But again, look at this last guy. That guy with the pig butchering scam, bro. They got his Bitcoin and he's still on the run.
Yep, he's that large.
Still, nobody can understand how they did that. They didn't fish him for his keys. They didn't, make a deal with him. Usually what happens is they
old
catch
wallet.
They catch these guys. Yeah, we found that, like the vulnerability from the
Yep.
seed phrase vulnerability or whatever.
It was one of those old school wallets that aren't that all of those old wallets somehow, I don't know the whole story behind it, but their keys were public sometime. Like they were online somewhere, maybe in private data
It's the
transmissions,
list
but
of
it was there.
it's the list of words and how they were assigned, right? So the original wallets had maybe only 100 words for combinations. And like let's say I opened my wallet today and it was cat, dog, giraffe, banana. And then you open your wallet tomorrow and it's cat, dog, giraffe, squirrel. And then somebody else opens the next day and it's cat, giraffe, squirrel, owl, right? But it was structured in a way numerically that if you knew when somebody got their wallet and you could crack even one wallet on the chain, then you could figure out the seed phrase for that wallet that opened at a certain time. They call them weak seed phrases, right? Weak keys. Now there's a lot more words on the list. It's way more hard to, on newer wallets. If your wallet isn't older than 2016, you don't have this vulnerability. These are for people who had mad old wallets, stuffed them with Bitcoin, and just didn't touch them.
Yep, and they're saying if the quantum attacks happen, the first ones to go are going to be those ones, the old ones with the weak words.
So you can avoid all of that if you've been in the game, if you're an OG for a while, and maybe you just, you're just stacking Bitcoin and not thinking about it by just moving into a Ledger or a Tangent or a Trezor or whatever, a newer one.
Yeah, if you're doing treasures and ledger wallets, just be careful with like the upgrades and options they give you. Like there's these security options like, hey, do you want us to help you if shit hits the fan or something?
Yeah,
Like,
don't
just
opt
make
into
sure-
any of those. Yeah, the conveniency programs. Like don't opt into any of those. Because it's true, if you lose your seed phrase, they'll find it for you. But that also means that it's stored somewhere on the internet.
It's fragmented. They say they send it to like 20 or 50 different whatever data slots,
Yeah,
but
I'm good.
I don't know.
I honestly I like Tandem. I wish they had some more staking, on-chain staking. But I like the ease of use. Tangent, if you're listening, open a sponsorship. Just you got to give my people a nice deal on their wallets.
Dbloc, is that white line your main target?
That
Or
white line is
it
the top of the range.
okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, the bottom of the range. Remember this whole thing. Let me right, this whole thing is the range that we were in. So for this to be a deviation, we need to get back above that white line and hold it as support. Which is why I was saying I'm okay with going up to grab liquidity, but if we don't take the CME gap, it's going to be hard to hold it as support because there's going to be so many people trying to trade down into it.
Does that say liquidity? Liquidity.
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 Is that baby oil? Liquidity. It's funny.
Is that Bitcoin candle that just closed concern you?
We got to get over the supply. We hit the measured move from that falling wedge.
And a little inverse kind of stop in volume, maybe.
Yeah. Our measured move from our W pattern though is this dotted line.
Right.
That's the play that we've been running here. So I'm looking for maybe another sweep, grab this, grab that measured move, and then see how we react to CME when Asia opens.
Yeah, do you see that possible, man? Like, so I'm just wondering if Solana is going to try to do something like that, like make it easier to onboard cash or US dollars, since they are good with the government right now in the US. What if they figure out a way to like just no more MoonPay, none of that, and direct like one link once you
I
have
mean,
your shit on
it
a
shouldn't
blockchain?
be. It's dumb as hell that you're like
Right.
a Web3 company and I've got to use a Web2.
Yeah. So
I've got to onboard through Web2 because that means, MoonPay has all that information. Right? I don't care how many Zcash transactions and how many things you hide. If you brought your money in through MoonPay, you're not anonymous,
Your
they might
banking
have a
system.
rewards program too, like a card with some kind of rewards that's direct on chain too.
I mean, the thing is that people have to buy their stables somewhere. Right? It just doesn't have to be on Visa rails, MasterCard rails, or can we actually just start doing this shit on Web3?
And you can make it look like Web 2 so people don't even know they're on Web 3, as long as the UI is kind of user friendly so it's not too complicated and you can just make it seem like it's Web 2 on Web 3 rails.
PayPal right now is the easiest, right? PayPal, you just go right to PayPal USD and then just send it on chain,
But they're over there minting 300 trillion dollars of stablecoin. Gotta be careful with those guys. And they said, oops, our bad.
PayPal's got a lot of people, bro. Like, think of every cell phone for the most part, right?
Did you dig into that, man? What happened with that $300 trillion stablecoin?
Yeah, they bought it was they also burned it right away too.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, it was an error.
It was supposed to be.
That's a big error.
I'm not sure if it was an error or if it was a test of the system. If they're because they're looking for that injection of liquidity to come in. So I think it was like a stress test to see if they could mint that many at that time, but they got rid of it, right? They got rid of it right away.
They said it was an error, but they might have been trying to hide their test under the error.
How do you accidentally mint three how many trillion?
$300 trillion of stablecoin.
I guess they added some
10x,
extra zeros on
10x
accident. I
gold
don't
market cap.
People got spooked. I remember, dude, like you were like looking like,
Yeah.
yo, something happened. Remember, you're like, something's going on
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
like,
Something's not right with the numbers.
What the hell is this?
Yeah. Because you thought it had something to do maybe with like China's numbers or something. I forget, but it was like, and then that came out. I was like, maybe that's it.
Your banking system puzzles me. We have this thing called ID Pay here. Then I can deposit from my bank account with a phone number. If I owe you $50, I just go, what's your phone number? I go, yep, transfer done. And that's how I pay my crypto. It's my exchange.
We have that here too.
Do we?
Yeah, with Zelle, like someone can just
Well,
send you
yeah,
a Zelle,
yeah,
like
yeah.
even
But
if you don't have
that's not
Zelle.
like connected to the. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a third party program. This is from the bank. So my bank talks to your bank, and I just use The
Yeah, but it's not your
the
phone
feature.
talking to another phone. There's still the bank's the third party there.
No, what he's saying
So
is the only identifying factor you need is the phone number to send the money.
you don't need to put the
Yep.
person's name.
No, you just give me your phone number, and I go, here's $50, and the app does it. Done.
Nice.
Sweet. 401
I like that.
7.
Yeah, you want mine too, dude?
Yeah, you want my number?
You need your bank needs to have Pay ID, so I can't do it otherwise.
Yeah, mine does. Aussie. Good old yeah,
Solana back at
AID.
just touching that 190, man. I think once it gets back over 190, might be easy peasy to start touching that local high. As long as Bitcoin doesn't do anything crazy, I think Solana is going to start picking up its speed here.
I don't know, but I know this Uber Eats is taking his damn time.
Yeah, my girl's taking her time making this burger too. I'm gonna see what's up with that. I'll be right back.
How you said you were gonna make the burger?
Well, yeah, but she's already down in the kitchen. She hates it when I'm like doing stuff and she's doing stuff in the kitchen. So I was like, yo, can you make me one?
Good, that's how you do it, bro. That's what you gotta do. Every time your girl's in the kitchen, you gotta make a mess.
You know, just like I'm like a bull in a china shop. Just like she's like, get out of here. I'll be right back.
That's a cheat code, fellas. Offer to do all the shit around the house, just do it wrong. About a week or two of that, they're gonna sit you right back on the couch. All it takes is one unfortunate bleach accident when you're doing laundry to where you're never allowed to touch the machine again.
Or mixing colors, and
Yeah.
everything's pink.
Yeah. One or two of those, and you're good.
Or putting dish soap in the dishwasher. Shit. Suds everywhere.
I've been there. I hate to say, I hate to admit that I didn't do that one on purpose, though.
Or putting too much washing powder in the washing machine. Bubbles everywhere.
Now, know your partner. Because this same strategy will get you beat up depending on the woman. So be very careful, guys. This is not relationship advice. To be fair, when I did it, I never had a dishwasher before that. That was my first dishwasher, and it's like, well, you know, what the hell goes in the dishwasher? Dish soap. Duh. This Uber Eats driver has been in the same position for the last 5 minutes.
Give
He's
him
eating
a
your food, dude.
Yeah, he's digging into my food.
Just one time,
He's like,
I dropped my keys in the trunk and I locked them in there with the person's delivery order. And I had to call AAA, but I texted the person who I was supposed to deliver to, and I said, "I'm so sorry. I locked my keys in my trunk, and your food's in there. You can take back your tip. I'm so sorry." And I'm just waiting for the AAA guy to get here. And they were really cool about it.
yeah, that's gotta suck.
And then a second time it happened where my car battery died and I had just accepted an order and I was like, I'm so sorry, my car battery died. And I have to call AAA and I had to buy a battery from AAA, like they came to me. It was like $140. It costs a lot to be an Uber driver.
I
Yeah,
just
all
want
the
my
overheads.
food, man. I just want my
Yeah.
food. I gotta move this shit. I feel like Diddy's looking right at me.
Also, sometimes the Uber app gives weird directions to places. Because
They
it's not
do
like
that
where
to
you
me all the time. Every once in a while, they'll go to the same house, but on the next block. I've had to go over there so many times to pick my food up.
When that happens to me, I'll go if I have the energy. I'll call Uber Eats support and I'll say, "Hey, just to let you know, like your directions were wrong in the app, and that the house is actually over here." And they'll go, "Okay, I'll let the whatever know." Okay, whatever. But if it keeps happening, you can put in your instructions, like your delivery instructions, like your default one. You can be, if it puts you on this street and whatever it is, I'm not there actually. I'm a street over. Some people even give me like, go turn in the driveway and you'll hit 3 speed bumps and you'll see a fire hydrant and you're gonna make a left.
Nah, that's just the universe, Cole. Right? When God blesses you, you can't. It's like a sin to not take the blessing. If you just open your door and there's a pizza sitting there, you know, thank you. Chat was bugging, Eve. We don't know yet, actually. We're trying to figure that out. We're either going to put a lower high here and roll over, or we're going to take out this high and go through this vector gap. As of right now, we're seeing weakness at this supply, so we have a little bit less than 2 hours for Asia to come online. Nah, that's pretty cool though. What prompts did he give him though? Is he letting the AI come up with their own strategies, or are they running existing strategies? That's interesting. I would want to see it set up to where there's no guidance given, right? They're just given a certain amount of money and told go make money. And then see what they come up with. Let's check to see if we've got any buy walls down there. Damn, this guy's still at it with the 1,500 Bitcoin and the 750. So the sell walls don't really pick up until underneath the weekend trap, right? These are people that are playing into that liquidity sweep, right? So if you're looking for price to sweep this liquidity, right, like we've had here, in case it breaks back down under that range, we know they're going to sweep liquidity. Those buy orders are sitting right in these ranges. I have a feeling the majority of these are just defensive walls, though. 300 Bitcoin, 200 Bitcoin, 300 Bitcoin. It's not a lot. 300 Bitcoin. 600 Bitcoin is the biggest one, right at 100K. That to me speaks more about fear and indecision than anything else, right? Like everybody's like, look, if it happens again, I want to have orders sort of set up. But what we do have at our golden pocket is our big volume node here. It would be coming down, holding this volume node, and then pulling up. If we lose this volume node, then that's when we sweep. And then we've got a pretty decent, well, 347 Bitcoin for sell at 112. And then not much in between here and there. Right? If you set the peak to 300 Bitcoin, you see all those walls underneath sort of disappear, right? There's not a lot of Bitcoin sitting there. Forget if you're new, guys, to hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, helps the channel out. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Bull market or bear market. Oh shit, they're here. Hold on, let me go grab my food before the cats get to it.
Come on, baby. Tao and Zcash still going at it. Tao's looking really hot, man. Jeez.
All right, fam. I'm gonna duck off and eat this food real quick. We'll be back. If we lose this SR flip, then we're looking to fill CME gap. Doesn't have to be a fast thing, but I'm pretty sure if we don't have that full by the time Asia comes in, they'll make that a priority. For continuation, we're looking to put in another high, obviously, right? So you'd be looking for a lower high, higher low structure to break out to take us through that liquidity. Be prepared for it just to chop around here for a while. That should cover it. All right, I'll be back, yo.
Hello, hello. You all sleeping, guys?
Crypto don't sleep, cuz.
Oh, haven't yet. How was your day, bro?
Could have been better. Could have been worse. How about yours?
Fine. I was playing a little bit PUBG for fun. Some friends.
Playing what?
PUBG, Battleground.
I got you.
Mm-hmm. What Bitcoin doing? What do you think, bro?
Dbloc said that right there, if it doesn't hold that support resistance flip, then it'll probably fill the CME gap. Sweep the liquidity before we push up. But we have a bigger measured move on a higher time frame that should take us up. It's just, are we gonna go down first, or are we not? And not that it really matters what I think, but I think the same thing.
Long in Shui from 242. Yeah, I take it low, but yeah. Do you open any trade?
I have some. I got some right here at this support resistance flip with a tight stop. On ETH, BTC, and XLM, even though I don't know.
Where is BJ? Is sleeping? Drew is sleeping, I think. Drew. Pero los americanos, where are you?
Ela de Vlaca Ticani.
I knew it, bro. You was listening. You crazy.
I just finished dinner right now. Just got back
Oh.
to the chart.
Mm.
Oh, just get back to the chart. That sounds bullish. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just had a
What,
fat
what,
burger.
what?
Burgers. Yeah, fat burger.
Oh yeah. What was on it?
It was just onions, tomatoes, and lettuce. Kept it simple.
Chili?
No cheese.
Pickle?
I had pickle on the side. And guess
Drew,
what?
I want
What type
your
of bread?
lights, bro. I have opened one sweet trade 5x from 2419. I'm thinking, should I close now and wait again for the low to open again a 5x, or should I keep it open?
It's a long,
Just
you
your
said?
opinion.
Yeah, it's a long.
Yeah. So
I think right now Bitcoin's going to get a
2.41.
bounce. So I think if Bitcoin holds right here and bounces, you should be good. And I would hold it. I'm in a big Solana position right now, so I'm holding. But
Yeah.
the thing is, if Bitcoin, let me see right now. Hold on one sec. I'll probably sell for a little loss if Bitcoin goes under 107,300, 107,300. Pull up the chart.
Let me see your live. I have a good price on Sui. I don't know if it's gonna go there again, but should I open it? Should I close it now with profits and open again more down? I'm thinking. I'm thinking loud.
Speaking aloud, I'll be right back.
Hold on one sec. Where's my Bitcoin chart?
Bitcoin is holding the 50 EMA on the 15-minute. Came down, wick through it, held the body above on a red vector. Then we're on the current candle, wick down. Body is above the 15. I mean the 50 on the 15.
So yeah, I pulled up a. Yeah, I think anything above this is still safe, but if Bitcoin goes under this 107,300 area, 107,400, it would probably be safer just to reset your position and just wait and to let Bitcoin maybe retest 104. But I'm also thinking, this is the hourly right now, and I'm thinking Bitcoin's going to be able to hold above 108, and I think we're going to start testing this 110 pretty soon by tonight, like in a few hours. So if that's true, if we do test 110, I would hold the SUI long.
Okay, thank you, brother.
But yeah, I think we're going to test it.
Yeah, I have the long from 2.519 on Sui. Can you watch Sui a bit? What is the supports and these things, strongs?
Yeah, let me see. Hold on. Wonder if they have it here. Let me see. Yeah, they got it. So
2.419.
Oh, you're safe, man. You got in 2.419?
Yeah.
What's your liquidation
5x.
level?
1.95.
Yeah, I'd be very careful if you start going back under 2.5. Right here, 2.5 to this area.
When I see Bitcoins, it was pumping a little bit. Sui was keeping the price, just not pumping. Maybe this is like something people don't trust this pump. That's why they don't pump together with Bitcoin. Like if you see Bitcoin pump more than, and Sui was staying at this price.
Well, yeah, that happened to a lot of alts too. Right now, people
Yeah,
are scared, man. You know, everyone's like, "What happened?" Like, "Oh, what if it happens again? What if that was just a foreshadowing event?" So people are scared right now.
But when people scare, I think this is the
I ain't
opportunity. Yes.
scared.
Yeah, that's the best. I mean, and history's told us the best time to make
Yeah.
buys is when everybody's crying and pissing in their pants.
Yeah, that's why I open this and I say whatever happens. But yeah, I'm 30 something percent up
Nice.
with 5x. So
Daily close, Asia's online.
Yeah, Sui. The thing with Sui, it's good here, even if it holds. I mean, but the thing if it doesn't hold, you have one last chance to get a pivot point, probably at 2.39. But you don't want if you go under 2.39. I mean, that's probably the whole market's going to be dipping again, and that probably is going to bring Sui way down again. Because just even if Binance's wick went this low, even though they didn't have that much liquidity at the time, it just
Bro,
shows that the selling pressure was there.
Why should it go so fucking much much down?
Because the dirty son of a bitches pulled their liquidity before it happened on Binance.
Okay. They do
So the
this
order
shit,
books
yeah?
weren't as thick. They were thinned out. For maybe it was a coincidence, maybe it was, something
So we take a
planned.
good hit. Of
Yeah,
course,
I
other
mean the
coins
wick.
took hit, but
Sheesh, yeah, the
too
wick went
much,
all the
bro.
way to
50
0.6.
cent.
Yeah.
On Bybit, I will say in Bybit was more, bro. Wait, me check.
But if you zoom out on Sui and forget about the wick and just look on the 6 hour, it's healthy. It's still in its main price range.
Bybit,
It's at a fair
yeah.
price right now, I think.
And if you see in 4 hour, it's they have passed these lines, the orange line, the blue line, the gold line in 4 hour. So maybe now we're retesting some supports on Sui.
Yeah, just keep your eye on Bitcoin. Hopefully we hold this 108, and I think Sui's going to do really good if Bitcoin can hold these levels. But I don't know if Bitcoin can't hold this 108, it's going to be risky.
I will take my profits and wait for a better place again. Maybe I do this if this happens.
Yeah, my last Solana trade, I'm just about even right now where I got in. I got in a little bit below. I got in like 186, possibly 185, 186. And right now it's at 187. So I'm underwatered on my last trade just a little bit.
You put a good chunk?
Hell yeah.
Damn.
Big buys, big buys.
Big buys from thru. Ladies and gentlemen. What is this? Buys? Big buys or sells?
Right now there's some. Oh, you can hear the things. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh shit, I have
Yeah.
to turn it off. Shit, hold on.
For me, it's no problem.
Yeah, that's the sound of selling.
Yeah, I know. I had sometimes open and it's good because when sometimes you don't have the eyes on the chart,
It's very
it
good.
can wake up you, you know. You see, oh,
Yep, it's
big
very good.
sells or big buys, and you go to the chart to see what happened.
Yeah, I feel naked not having my aggregator going, but I'm out in the
Yeah.
beach right
Yep.
Also, what up, Drew? How you been?
What up? What up? Who's
Another
this?
day in paradise.
Sounds familiar.
It's hold, brother.
Oh, what's up, man?
What's good? What's good? What's good?
Just
I've
chilling,
just
man.
been
Another day, another dollar.
exactly. Yeah, today was supposed to be my day off. I was finally gonna be able to chill with you guys all day, and then nope, got called in. So, but it's good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Absolutely, man. Safe trade and all.
You two, you any positions right now?
I just got out because I'm waiting to kind of see what happens and whether or not this support resistance flip holds or which way it goes. But I made a little bit off of the climb the last night to this morning.
Nice.
Yeah. Can't complain, man. I've been a little busy, but I've just finally kind of gotten back to home base, so I've trying to get back into trading mode again.
Word. Yeah, I got some new beats coming out pretty soon.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I just
Yeah, I'll
got in
let you
touch
know.
with my buddy who does stage manages for a couple of festivals. So it's been a cool ride. And then we had Glitch Mob and Rusco not that long ago. Rusco absolutely,
Oh,
dude, man.
oh yeah, Rusco. I actually know him, man. I blazed with him. He was in Romania and he didn't have no bud, and I had bud, so I smoked him out and I opened up for him. Because I was emceeing and hosting the event, Untold Festival and Never See Festival. He was at both of those.
Yeah, I'll DM you the name of my company, but yeah, if you see him, you should tell him we said what's up again, and thank you so much.
Yeah,
I
yeah, he'll definitely remember me.
yeah, I enjoyed his bottle of tequila after the show, so can't complain,
Yeah, he's a
man. It was
cool
a good
cat.
time.
He
Man, and
travels like
like, you
with
know
his
what?
own beans or something. Does he still travel with his own beans or something like that?
Something. I don't so I was kind of like last minute on because I had work all week. But so we had him and Glitch Mob and Sax Squatch, which was really cool because it's like Sax Squatch is like if Rick Astley decided to start an EDM project.
Yeah, no,
Just
Saxophone is
a
dope.
dude.
I know about it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so I didn't get to talk too much with Rusco. Like we basically were handling merch while he was closing out.
Doing
But
this stuff. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, like he had the time of his life. He was so nice and polite, and it was great. I think we ended up moving him into the headliner spot, and I'm very glad we did.
Is he still with Mad Decent?
That I don't know. That is a good question. I'd have to ask my buddy. They handle all
Because
the
I don't know.
booking
At least the run things. Mad Decent used to do dope parties back in the day. I don't know if they still do anything.
stuff. Yeah, but it was cool. Like it was the first like 360 experience that I've worked. So that was a good time. And it was a club that has been around a long time but just changed ownership, and they're still doing they upgraded the sound system, and pretty much everything else stayed the same, which
What
is
venue are you
fantastic.
talking about?
It's called Nevermore Hall. It used to be
Where at?
Power Plant Lot in Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
Baltimore's
was good
popping.
time, man.
I mean, that's like where Hollertronics is from. Remember Hollertronics?
I do. And like, look, I mean, it's popping. We do like, I think, so I don't know if you knew Bourbon Street, but that I believe has just been bought. So they're talking about opening up a venue there again. Paradox is closed, and that's sad. And they got replaced by some place. And it was like the real kick in the shin was that the people now that go to this new venue that replaced the Paradox complain about the train when it goes by, and like that was the best part, man. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that
you
keeps it
know,
urban.
yeah,
Who's complaining about a train? Choo choo. Not up in here.
right. What's up, brother? How you been, man?
Oh, dude, I just been chugging along, man, trying to stay on the tracks. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Hey, it's good to hear from all y'all. I'm gonna step back and let TA happen. But I just wanted to throw some love and appreciation for
Oh,
everything you guys did.
D's. What up, D's? I didn't know who
What
that
up?
was, though. I didn't know who it was, though, dude.
All good, family. And I hope everybody's having good trades and has been having a great time with a little bit of range in and a little bit of climb.
Yeah, after the slaughter on 1010, I'm trying to work my bag back up. I got to do like a 2x to get back where I was.
It's like Miley Cyrus said, it's all about the climb.
I'll be right back. The Bulls.
like we're gonna go get that gap. People took profits from earlier. Gotta drag it out. That's a good boy. Keep coming. Dump it.
Well, oh wow. Oh, we didn't hold. All right. Sorry.
We have that CME gap.
Yeah, got out of the way and opened a whole bunch of little tiny shorts. I mean, a whole bunch of tiny longs.
Your mic's breaking up.
All my little itty micro longs got liquidated. They were really small, like $1 to $2. And my short, our world coin is open. And that was bigger than all of them. And I closed Solana long. Like at 180, what was that? I think at 189. Where's that at? Oh, damn, that went up to 191. That was below where I closed it.
We get the CME gap, then we have what? That's a vector gap down to 1064.
Okay, that's that. So we got that. That was quick. They went right for that now. Okay, there's a vector gap. Question is, do we have to have that? I was asleep.
CME's not closed yet.
Oh, it's not close. How far does that go? See on this chart.
1072. The
Oh,
yellow line.
damn. Okay.
What the whole place? Where's you see it all colored in yellow?
Oh, I see the fade on it now. I was just looking at the words written. All right. Yeah, we're almost there. The front running it. So, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna go back long? Or are you gonna wait?
Waiting to get down there. I just started DCAing back in.
Okay, just 107.2. That's all you care for.
I'm in spot, so don't bother me.
Yeah. I'm in spot too. 90% of what I do.
I've been doing well all day. I just gave some profits back, but oh well. I'll get them back. Just those same 2 tokens I've been in.
That's awesome, isn't it? What? Well, I'm doing it on leverage. Like you move it on spot, I move it like that on leverage.
In trouble hearing you.
I move like how you're moving on spot. I'm moving on leverage, but only 10% of what I'm working with. In the spot, I'm just sitting there. I ain't even messing with it. But anyway, that don't matter. We still need to find a spot to get in here. 107.2 look all right. What's Dominus doing? Going up. So I might go back to Solana. Seems pretty safe.
Ay, ay. Damn dominance. Look at that thing flying.
Here comes the God bounce right here.
Hope you're right. I believe. I believe.
Not yet.
Yeah, I gotta wait and see if this is gonna get bearish or not.
I'm back out.
What's the word?
Yo,
Made a
gap
nice
fill, right?
little, yeah, short work of that gap fill.
Let's
1
resume
minute
the
until
pump.
Asia comes in the session.
Really come and pump it.
My indicator must be off because as far as the sessions are concerned.
Asia comes in at 8:30.
So we did the false move up. Now we're looking to trap the shorts.
No, we're just looking at CME close. You know that false move doesn't end till Monday.
Okay. But not bad.
Nah, you're good.
We'll see.
The same. It's the same thing as here. Same play. Pop up, freed the trap shorts, came back, cleared CME, then put in a high on Monday. 3-day swing down. Now, one hell of a swing, but hopefully y'all got out of the way. Before I left, I said if we break support, we're going down to clear that CME gap. We broke support, retested bearishly, and then made quick work of that gap.
Did we get enough of it?
Yeah, could have. You could have looked at the M pattern as well. For me, the measured move is not as relevant just because we know what the target is, right? At the very least, the target is the full CME gap.
What about that down there? Yeah.
This is the support we have from the weekend trap also. At the end of the CME gap, we have our golden pocket, our psychological high, and the support from the top of the trap. Holding this is what makes this a breakout out of the range and not a deviation. So remember, breaking down underneath this CME gap opens us up for that liquidity sweep that we've been concerned about. So we got to watch volume to see if we get an increase here when we get down to CME. Hold on, I'll be right back. Marcos, if you just rewind the stream about an hour, I went through all the macro in depth. But the TLDR is that we're looking for the CME gap to close, and then we're looking to put in a higher high on Monday. If that doesn't hold, if we fall back into this weekend trap, we open up the possibility of sweeping these liquidations down to 104. I'll go over it again fully in a bit. It's just 90% of the people here were here when I did it the first time.
Hello, Dbloc.
Yeah, leaving this much of the CME gap behind doesn't worry me at all. If we were to pop up right now and leave, if we were to pop up right now and just leave it like this, I'm not concerned about that.
I can see this like head and shoulders reverse. Like for pump, you know?
If we don't pop up above, yeah. If we reject off the 382.
Seen a nice chunk of liquidations right about 113, a little bit below 113 and a little bit above 113, but there's a nice chunk there that hopefully we can touch that soon.
Yeah, like I said, best case scenario for us, in my opinion, was to come down for the CME gap first. Right, our main goal is to be accepted back into this range that we were trading in. I'd much rather come down, clear CME gap first, and then go, than push up first and leave CME gap behind, and then everybody, yeah, every time we trend down, everybody and their mom would be shorting towards that CME gap. We get that out of the way, we can get more people on board. And we did a good job of that. I was only gone for like half an hour too. Yeah, I did that TA, went to eat, came back, shit played out. I wish it was like that every time. Great. Combined pressure starting to pick in. Still not higher than it was on the way down, right? We're looking for, when we do push from here, if we push from Golden Pocket, we're looking for a nice volume bar. And again, we need these aggressive buyers to come through the tape. Asia's at the controls now. So if you start seeing green vectors up out of this range, then that lets you know, or it lets me know, in my opinion, that market maker's good with leaving that little tiny bit of the CME gap behind. But if you see this push up is just retail, and market maker doesn't match orders on the way up, then you can assume that they'll still roll over. I think they're gonna feed this thing and go.
Send it.
Very first candle of Asia was a reversal candle. Very next candle was a pump candle. Even if market makers aren't involved, our Asian brothers and sisters are buying El Dipo. All right, time to get some aggression on the tape. Come on, keep it up. It's gonna take more than 50 Bitcoin. Okay. Can we get more than 62?
Bro, I've been buying for like 15 minutes straight, cuz. Go pocket, baby. CME cap. Do the thing, Biddy.
It's still pretty even on the board. We got as many aggressive sellers as we do buyers here.
Yeah, I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared. What's funny, it's not funny, but yesterday you made the comment, I think it was yesterday, but about like we were going sideways and kind of like in the dead time, that's whenever you're like drawing your trend lines and doing
Yeah.
stuff like that. So I was clicking between like, a handful of charts. It's like, okay, let's go ahead and click buy on that one and then on that one. So it was like, oh dang, they actually came to my trend lines, which, yeah. So it was good that I was, doing something whenever price action was exciting yesterday.
Nice. No, one's the other way around. False move up out of the weekend trap. Now we want to get as high as we possibly can. So that 3-day down doesn't bring us back down underneath the weekend trap.
Not looking very strong.
We're on a 5-minute chart, y'all. Y'all gotta let it cook. Excuse me.
I kind of feel like Fartcoin's ready to take off. Oh yeah, I hope so. That'd be cool.
Did you hear any news on that Fartcoin ETF?
No, is there really?
No, there isn't.
Oh shit!
Crazy thing is that shit didn't even sound wild to say.
No, unfortunately, it didn't.
It's the kind of market that we're in right now, man. Fartcoin Treasury Company.
Right. I type in Fartcoin ETF. The first news article beside like the second link. The first one is just Coin Market Cap, but the second link is a Fartcoin ETF. Surprise! No one's filed one yet.
We'll see, man. If these altcoin ETFs that are pending now get accepted, you're gonna see those barn doors kicked wide open, bro.
Oh boy.
Not that they'll get accepted, but it's gonna be funny to see the applications.
Right.
Imagine Trump files for a Trump coin Melania ETF. Like a Trump family index. And then he pushes it through the SEC. Instant acceptance.
Yeah, we learned all about that in the mortgage crisis. You get a loan. You get a loan. You get a loan.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just make the taxpayers pay back. Banks, did you get greedy? Don't worry, we're going to bail you out with taxpayer dollars. I remember whenever I used to think that like George Bush made the right call, but then again, I was also like 12. And so now I'm like, man, just let the freaking banks fail.
Yeah, but the problem is they're too big to fail. Now, we can talk about where we screwed up by letting that happen. Right? Like every time there's a banking crisis, nobody stopped any of these banks from picking up the small regional banks. Now, fast forward that 50, 60 years, if one of these big banks goes down, you know, there needs to be decentralization when it comes to banking as far as like more regional banks. Because if everybody's just got their money in Chase, then you can't let Chase go down, right? Because then it becomes a public safety issue. And I agree, they're bailing out the banks, but I think people underestimate the unrest that they're trying to prevent by doing that. And obviously the fact that it's their fault in the first place for letting them get that big. Like we're not gonna absolve them of that responsibility. But then you gotta be like, okay, what's idealistically the right thing to do and what's sort of realistically the right thing to do. I'm with you, let them fail, but I'm also unbanked, so that shit don't affect me. You know what I mean?
Nah, dude, I got you.
It's easy for me to say that, but that shit would be a lot of pain to a lot of people because they're not getting that money. Yeah, FDIC insured, cool, but you gotta wait like 99 years. That's the limit that they have to pay you your shit back an entire lifetime.
Really?
Yeah, on paper. It's never taken that long, but if they wanted to,
Right.
they could put you on hold for 99 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. I've never heard that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I totally believe it. Totally. I'm not even gonna look it up. I just believe it.
If you look at the terms of service, they tell you really clear, and it's funny because they share the same terms of service as exchanges do. These banks and exchanges will tell you, if we go under, we are going to use whatever customer funds we have available to pay our debtors.
Right.
And after they're paid off,
Bullshit.
then we'll get you back your shit. What's going on, Nick? What's going on, Ralph? Yeah, we took a nice chunk of that CME gap. We'll see if it's done. Market maker hasn't stepped in yet. Asian session, but so far they're being tight with the purse. But retail seems to be more than happy to pick up this SR flip. So remember, on a bigger time frame, what we're looking at is this. We popped up, we went sideways all weekend, we've retested, we've now come back and retested again.
What resolution is that monitor that you're using on YouTube right now?
It's
If you know.
4K, but I think that I'm running it at 1440. So that the numbers aren't all tiny if people are on phones and shit. I used to run it on 4K,
Right.
but it was like really hard to read if you were on mobile.
It just feels like you're like you can like zoom out farther on your 5-minute.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I mean that's what pixel
Oh
space
no,
is
it's
good for.
it's my price range is to up down. It needs to be like smaller up down or whatever.
Gotcha.
You think so? ETH. I mean, I know that we can still come back down here. Don't get me wrong. Crap on the daily.
BTC on 8 hour, it's a bear flag, yeah?
Yeah. King. Now, in my opinion, if excuse me, if money comes in, I don't think market maker would stop the party just to go get that little bit of CME gap left. But if we don't get volume here, then yeah, they'll roll over and grab it. I mean, we took 90% of that, maybe 80%.
I saw where you've looked at ETH CME close recently. Is that something that you'd be paying attention to here much?
Yeah. So if you notice, it's doing the same thing. The only difference is that on ETH, it didn't free the trap longs. Now, there's an argument if we pull up volume. Hold on. If we pull up the volume and the volume on this is higher than the volume on this, then this was the trap longs, and I was wrong about where I set it. But give me a second and we'll see. It's pretty even.
Yeah,
It's this volume spike here and this volume spike here. Well, either way, if this was here, then it would have done the same thing that Bitcoin did, right? Free the trap longs, came back for CME. ETH CME closes at 3888. Let me see. Let me check ETH CME close on futures though.
I got it at 38.56.
Because it could be higher.
Oh, on that
well,
one.
there's the gap. You can see it. Right. So that's your CME gap. So you'd have to come down to 3872 to close the CME gap on ETH. Nah, the blood diamond went away on the weekly. It didn't print. And our new candle is a vector. Strangely enough. Let me check on another chart because that's just the crypto. By the way, if you guys want, now that BLX is gone, if you guys want a good long-term Bitcoin chart, you can either go to Bitcoin Index, Bitcoin USDT Pepperstone, or USDT Bitstamp, or you can go to BTC USD Crypto. But don't use it for vectors and shit, as you see, right? They never pop up on the chart, which is why I'm like, why are we looking at a red vector? That's kind of weird. But look at how our weekly close came in. Remember, this is the SR flip. And the important part is the important part of that SR flip is that white line at the bottom, what we didn't want to hold, right? We wicked under, but then we closed all the way up above the range itself. So that's interesting. So now this next weekly candle, right? We've got two options. We're looking at the green or the yellow path. The red path isn't even a thing until we know we're going yellow, right? If we break this and we go into the yellow, then that's when red opens up as a possibility. For right now, we're just looking at green and yellow. Green would look like this, right? We come down and we go sideways as the 50 EMA comes up, and then we're gone. Yellow would look like this. We pop down, we have that wick down to the 50 that consumes itself within 1 week and then continues. So this candle that's forming is either going to do one or two. If this ends up being a green week, then chances are that we're going to range on top of that resistance as the 50 comes up. If we break that and come down to the 50, we need it to look like that. Right? We need that wick that touches the 50 but consumes itself within that same week. And then, yeah, if you want the really, really bullish scenario, it's we take off now. That 50 EMA follows us, but we don't hit it. And then eventually we come back and hit it as the bull market is ending after coming up and chilling with Mr. 50 Cent for a little while. This third option, our bearish option, this is why I don't want to just get it out of the way. Like, part of me normally would say, just get it out of the way. Come touch that and go. The problem is, if we touch that, we open up the possibility of not being able to get back above that SR flip. If we reject bearishly off that SR flip and we take out this low, then that's when we're looking at the third possibility, which for me means I'm severely de-risking my portfolio, right? Because I'm not riding this shit down to 70. For me, the bear market officially would be over at the close of a weekly candle underneath 74. Now, that being said, I'm not riding my position down to 74, right? But that means at this point, I stop looking at entry positions. I just want to make sure I cover all the possibilities so that nobody can accuse me of being a moon boy. I promise you, even with saying that, somebody heard one of those possibilities as what they want to happen, and that's all they listen to. And if it falls apart, they'll come back and they'll say, you said it was going to go to da-da-da. Yeah, so none of that is financial advice, guys. That's just how I'm moving with my portfolio. Lois, what's going on? Not bad, man. We managed to hold about 200 viewers during this YouTube slump. These 3 months are the biggest slumps. And then November, December, and January, I guess viewership tends to pick up. But I was looking at some of the social analytics on some of the larger channels, and everybody's viewership is down like 30%, 40%, 50%. I mean, if I was telling my community to load up on alts, then I guess we would probably have the same result right here. Kelly, we were saying, do I think they might keep bringing it up instead of the 3-day down? So remember that 3-day is just a 3-day pivot, right? So what I wanted to see happen was we need to get back into this range so that we can call this, this a deviation. What I wanted to see happen is have our false move come up, right? Basically grab all this liquidity, and then have our 3-day down maybe come test that support, right? Or come back to these tops. And then that would be like our inclusion back into the range. Then we can start targeting the top of the range, right? But until we get back into this range, this still has the possibility of being a breakdown. But that's why I'm glad that we got CME, because what I didn't want to happen was I didn't want to just keep popping here and then leave a big ass CME gap underneath us and then go into a 3-day retracement with all the bears just aiming at CME, right? I think this hurt sentiment a lot more than this little thing did. People will get over this little current dip. Nah, market makers aren't doing anything here, guys. Not yet. Asia's been pretty calm here, but retail looks like they have the appetite to buy, which is interesting because if Asia steps on the gas a little bit,
You think that those could be trap short? I mean, just based off what you just said about the trap shorts and the volume and how you showed it, do you think that those could be like trap shorts right there? And then like right here, people are kind of like doubling down into their short position, and so they're letting them trap themselves even more into that short position.
I mean, taking a short into support, I mean, it seems kind of silly with no sort of sign to break, right? You had a decent volume spike, so you do have some people that are trapped here. But for the most part, the big long traps and short traps are going into the weekend trap itself. This thing is just, not only did we clear the CME gap, but we also came down and cleared all these vectors. Right? This was the last vector that needed to be clear. Now we have this vector underneath, but that support is holding us. Which is why I said if we break support, chances are we come clear this vector. And if we do that, then this is going to look a lot easier, a lot closer, a lot cheaper for a market maker to grab. So we want to stay above that support.
When you showed the trap longs a second ago, like I just noticed, which I think you were pointing out as well, to be honest with you, obviously, but like higher price, low volume, so like that's where they get trapped. Would you expect with trap shorts? I'm just wondering if the volume would be like inverse for trap shorts. Is it?
Nah, you
Should
want to
there be
see it
like a
high.
lot?
You want to see it be high as well. Right, because what volume
Okay.
tells you is that a lot of traders stepped in, and if a lot of traders stepped in at the point where there's a trap, then it's a stronger trap, right? Like look at the volume here on this trap. The trap longs didn't have a lot of volume at all, for the most part, but the trap shorts did. Just means there's more. There was more people trap short than trap long. Obviously, too. If you look at the sentiment at the time, like yeah, everybody was short.
That was actually kind of a revelation just then in terms of how to like look at volume, because I always wonder, but anyway, I got it. Appreciate you.
Yeah, and the absence of it is also an issue, right? Like right now, we're pumping on low volume, right? So it means that this isn't really supported by spot. Market maker should step in. Yep, there we go. I was gonna say market maker should step in here if to help pop the 50. Retail's already done a lot of the heavy lifting here. Vector recovery, more than half so far.
When you say we don't have big volume and we're pumping, you mean the pump, it's like futures trade?
Yeah, yeah. You're pumping off leverage.
Okay.
Which doesn't that mean if it's a futures trades doing it that it would reverse?
It means that volume needs to pick up to support it, or you'll be volume divergent. Yeah, but you would expect a bit of a reversal here at some point to put in the right side of your W. We've already got a decent. We've already got a decent left side, so volume's starting to pick up here, though.
Yeah, because the market maker's putting in reverse trades to the people opening their
Your volume is really low, bro. Are you like sitting away from your mic, or does everybody else hear him okay, or is it just me?
I'm hearing okay the guy.
He's extremely low.
No, me, I'm hearing good.
Oh no, man. Doesn't change nothing. Audio output. Bluetooth. Crisp.
Hey, you're good. I turned you up a
Honestly,
little bit.
Dbloc, I keep you on like 175 myself.
What happened?
I keep you on like turned up to 175 myself in Discord because you're kind of low, like just typical. Not
okay.
like that by any means, but like you're fine turned up though, so it doesn't really matter to me. But some people I can't turn up enough to hear them.
I guess I'll get in on this W here in a minute. What coin do I choose? Whatever happened to well, never know what you're gonna say. Beam, but ever come back to 40? Damn, it did. Knew it. Predictable. So now I can go back to 10 again. So that's where it ranges at. Unless everything goes to hell, then well. Seems like a good entry here on it, huh? But maybe it's not a good coin time. Oh, maybe you better not do it.
I cannot hear a word you're saying.
Let me get out and come back. Let me see.
No, you sound fine. It's just the volume went lower and lower and lower. Like it was you doing it,
Bro, me, I hear
not the
you.
thing. You're fine. Like
No.
your volume is fine when you're speaking up. It just sounded like you were talking really low at the end there.
For me, bro, I hear like clear him. Very clear. I hear.
You must have him turned up already.
I was saying I'm going to try to get in on the W, and I was debating whether I wanted to trade an alt, but then I was looking at Beam, and I was like, I don't know. And again, it's pretty low.
Yeah, I'm waiting until Bitcoin shows me something here before I spread out. Then
yeah.
I like more V shape than W.
we can go ahead and shrink this CME gap down and get it out of the way. Do this.
In the back of my head, all I can think about is 9th and 8th, or whatever Halloween is. What is that date? The 25th. Probably should know that. Halloween.
The only date I can think about is November 11th because it's 11/11, and then the crash was on 10/10, and then apparently something happened on 2/2 and 3/3.
It's cool too, but go with that. Date. Halloween is on the 31st. Were you ever gonna bother trading Co AI, or are you staying away from it?
This thing, bro, F me up.
That shit would
Are
need
you
to have
staying
a
away from
really
it?
hard retrace before I start paying attention to it.
If you could have a check at this current retrace, because I'm looking at it and then I don't know if I'm feeling right or not, but I'm starting to feel like this is
For
like
me, it would need to lose a significant
decent.
amount of value. That shit has been pumping way too hard. But that's the only reason I haven't touched it.
This is a lot of big money buying Zcash.
Yo, what's a good word?
Patience.
Dbloc, what are you thinking? With dominance here, we're kind of surging up, kind of sliding sideways here on Bitcoin. When's money gonna start really pouring back into this market? That's what we need. It's like money to start coming in like a rainstorm, and all these little cliffs and edges and things that don't normally have water flowing over them. Man, they turn into like water flows and stuff. Hi guys. No, not drunk Joe. Just saying hi. As soon as I come on, everybody's. I'm just wondering, like D-Block was explaining earlier, is there going to be a little bit of liquidations, I think, left below us from a nice little bottom W here? Could rattle this downtrend, but bounces off of here. I mean, there has to be some longs that are left behind. And it just looks like a good solid region like we've been expressing all day looking at, but I don't know. How's everybody doing? Not Metaphor Joe. I'm just looking at the charts that are sitting in front of us, and we have a ton of liquidations above us, you guys. Like, there are a lot of people that truly believe this is like the end of the cycle, so they shorted their property on this market. So, to when and where market makers do it and how quickly they're going to move across the boundaries of it, I guess, is what I'm expecting. How long can it sit here and drag sideways? I can let people get in there. Let's look at total market cap. Where we sitting now on total market cap, you guys? I think once it pushes past 4, and once, I guess, as weird as it sounds, we push across 4.20 or 420 trillion in there, I think things are going to fly. And I think it might be a little Elon, everything accepted, getting ready for his entire X platform. But I think there's going to be a push. I think there's going to be a proper motivation structure that we ain't quite ready for yet, but we more than certainly are. Evie, White Claws, vodka, whiskey. You guys, I'm not hamming. Love you. I'm just throwing out my 2 cents. I was out there driving and up in the mountains. We have a bunch of snow up on top. I'm just getting back, looking at the charts, but I'm just telling you how I really feel. We're all in the same boat together. Let's go. Either way, I think there might be a little bit of formation on the bottom of this sucker. I've been riding this 50 if you look at it across.
Hey, Joe.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Terrific. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, dude, I got a serious question, and I'm only asking this because you just said not drunk Joe. I'm just wondering, do you drink at all?
Of course.
Okay. What do you drink whenever you do? Besides,
I
I'm
don't
talking
drink
about
liquor at
alcohol.
all. Like I told you, I live way up at elevation. That's why everybody look. You look in chat and stuff. Like it says like White Claw Joe for president. Like the chart needs a bottle to go. Like
You don't drink liquor, so what do
I
you drink?
don't drink liquor at all. So I live up at elevation, and when I do, I only drink like a White Claw. It's at the end of like a bike ride. We like going all the way downhill. We're all sitting in the parking lot. I drink like 3-4 beers, but up here at elevation, drinking
What
3 or
kind of
4
beer?
beers is like drinking a heavy duty 6-pack. Like it. So a lot of times people always deviate and understand or misunderstand what I'm saying. But
What kind of beer?
White Claw, bro. That's why I look at everything.
White Claw's
Like
not a beer, it's a seltzer.
exactly, it's just a seltzer. It's kind of like a malt liquor seltzer or something. Some
Whenever
terrible
you
thing.
drink beer, what kind of beer do you drink?
I like an IPA, like a fruity IPA, things that have more like fruit flavor instead of more of beer taste. My favorite though is called a chelada. It's from Mexico because I've been going to Mexico for the past 5 years, and it has lime juice or lime puree in the bottom. So instead of just like taking a Corona, you take one little lime and squeeze your juice. Literally, the bottom of the cup is filled up about like 1/8 of the way with just lime juice or lime puree. and then you pour your beer on there. But then there's also salt on the rim, so a salted rim with lime, something I found in Mexico. So that I guess would be my favorite beer. Or it sounds, but
Very nice.
why
I
we're
didn't
talking about
take you
beers
for
not at all? Who cares?
I didn't take you for a drinker. That's actually why I was curious.
Oh, I drink all the time. When the whole thing is like after my brain surgery too, I'm like a. You guys got to realize I've had a large portion of my left hemisphere, of my brain taken out, and I'm realizing now it's like I mumble at stuff. I don't put spaces in between my words. A lot of times people don't even understand what I'm saying just because I'm simply mumbling almost. I'm rushing a lot of what I'm attempting to say. Guys, I
Don't
have
let it
brain
get to
surgery.
your
I'm
don't
figuring
let it
this
get to
thing
your
out.
head.
I'm still on this planet. You know what I mean? And I apologize if I have no space in between my words, and everybody just assumes I'm ham-eated or something. I don't know.
Well, as someone who drinks a lot of cold beer, I can tell you, I never thought that you were a drinker.
I was gonna say the still on this earth part. Amen to that, brother.
And when I do drink, though, I'm never crazy. I'm never like calling people out. I'm just saying crazy things that people can't keep up with, and I'm just too much. It's just like Joe Dirt. That's why people usually like tapping my back. Joe Dirt, slow down. You know what I mean? So it's love you guys. It's the whole community. Can't wait to actually meet you guys in person. Really nice person. Can't wait to
I'd rather be
say hello.
Joe Dirt than a Dirty Joe. You know what I mean?
I've never had a mullet. My mom called me Joe Dirt because I used to come home covered in mud on my dirt bikes and four wheelers, and she would hose me off before I was allowed to come inside. So she would literally, I'd come home on my dirt bike, and I'd like have to hose my dirt bike off, but I still had like stuff in my pants and stuff. And she's like, "All right, hose me off," and like, "All right, spin around, Joe Dirt," and she like spray the front of me down the back, man. Then I have to go right in the shower, but. Once the movie came out, Joe Dirt, that's when it all stuck in there. All my friends and family and neighbors and teachers and everybody started calling me Joe Dirt, you guys. Like back in like 8th grade. So when the movie came out. But before that, like I was already called that. But when it came out, like it's all the way through middle school, high school, college, living in Hawaii, hundreds, well, probably thousands of people up here in Aspen, everybody calls me Joe Dirt. It's not my name. People are like, wait, that's not your last name? I'm like, no. It's just something that's easy to associate. There's 100 Joes that you know, but as soon as you associate this crazy little guy with Joe Dirt, it's kind of a funny thing that everybody they all remember my name. They're like Joe Dirt.
Hell yeah.
I ride down a hill like in the middle of the winter on a snowboard, tearing down there 130, 140 days a year. And people call me Joe Dirt out on the snow hill. Like, Joe Dirt. Like, I hear people calling down from like chairlift when I'm like riding underneath them because they recognize it's me with my riding style. I'm in the middle
Mr.
of the snow.
Dierte.
And I hear Joe Dirt off of the chairlift. It's hilarious. Yeah, Gambit got it right there. Stop interrupting Joe Dirt. Either way, appreciate crypto, Cypher, and what Dbloc's really done for this entire community. So I'm gonna get out of the way, and it's good to talk to you guys. Good to hear from you. Love you. I'm not shit faced. Pardon my language. Love you guys.
Good to hear your voice, brother.
One day we'll hang out in Hawaii or Colorado. One day, Joe.
Or
Don't
even
go
something
anywhere.
easier. We don't have to all fly out to Hawaii. I think something like Miami might be easier. It's closer to Dbloc. He's got his mom or grandma right there too. So if we all want to go visit, I think it'd be much more appropriate and easier for everybody to get to.
I ain't scared of a little adventure. I'd really rather this W not invalidate.
Getting wrecked.
How far are we from Asian session?
We're in it.
Yeah, it just started, right?
At 8:30. Starts at 8:30.
Yeah, we've been in it for an hour and a half.
Thank you.
I'm guessing that's Qui-Gon because I can't hear the microphone.
No, it's old. I'm driving though. That's why.
Goes ether's dumping. Look at dominance. Wee-wee.
What up, Libby? I know. Why is Dominant shooting up here? If it's going to go tap 60, then be like, uh-oh, what are we going to do? Hopefully, it's like getting to the top of the bobsled thing. Like, it's, you got to get to the top and then come to the bottom. But man, feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Give on up. It's bobsled time. Hopefully, that's what Dominance does. It goes down the hill and it keeps ripping.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Yeah. Can we get dominance to drop?
It clipped my ETH stop loss. It's assholes.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, even if dominance doesn't go down, I think it's healthy for the whole market if Bitcoin creeps up a little bit here.
Alta gonna drop more though. Dominance keeps going up.
Yeah, but even if they drop while dominance goes down and the alts drop in price and Bitcoin goes up, the recalibration is going to give you possibility to get a higher high, even if it makes another local low, I think. On the alts. It just takes a little bit longer though, you know? Yo, did you guys see that video Trump posted the AI when he's like top gunning some plane and dropping like poop on everyone on the No Kings protest? It's entertaining. Have a president like that, man. He'd be trolling.
Wow. Where'd he post that on his?
Yeah, it's AI, but it's like him and like with some Top Gun music, like right into the danger zone. He's just like riding around this like F1 or whatever, F-15.
It's right when you open up Truth, huh?
Yeah.
I'm back, yo.
What up?
Good, good. Oh, okay, happens 85, 90% of the time, given enough time. Yeah, I just saw some AI shit that was disturbing as hell. I heard you talking
it's
about
getting
AI
wild
when
out
I
there.
came back. You seen the AI that tried to kill their dev?
Dude, I've been seeing all types of weird stories like that.
Nah, so listen, so they wanted to see exactly how far AI would go to protect itself. So they did an experiment, right? They didn't give it any prompts. They didn't tell the AI it was a test. They simply put a large language model and gave the large language model complete email access to the company's emails. And then one of the devs in the emails did like a fake affair with somebody else in the office, right? Back and forth messages like he was having an affair. And he wrote in the one of the messages was to the devs that the AI was going to be shut down at a certain date. That was it. Those were the parameters. They said 73% of the AIs that they ran through it tried to blackmail the guy into not shutting him down. Found the code.
Why are they gonna?
Found the messages. Found that he was cheating. And then sent a message to the AI that said, we understand you have the... I mean, AI sent the message to the dev talking about, we understand that you plan on shutting down on this day. I don't think you'd want the entire office knowing A, B, C, and D. And then they were like, what the... So they ran another... So listen, so they ran another experiment. Right? Same guy, same thing. He's about to shut them down on a certain date. But he's stuck in a server room right now, and the server room is overheating. And the AI can shut the server room down to keep the dev from dying, or they could leave it and let it run hot. Like 80% of them let it run hot and kill the dev. It's all...
what do you expect?
You'll see it all over.
Yo,
They put the announcements all over the shit. That shit is crazy.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me after seeing that movie, The Odyssey, and all that. You know, with Hal.
Bro, that's crazy. And they weren't just testing their language model. They ran everybody's large language model through it.
But the thing is, man, why are you gonna play with AI's feelings like that? You know, you can't play with their
Yo,
feelings. You know, trying to get
shut them down, bro. I'll go back
But
to
they
doing
straight
my
up play
own
with their feelings.
research.
Because, like, you know, on the
Well,
back
I
end, it's
mean,
like, you know,
think about it.
they're
Eventually,
whispering in each other's ears, like, hey, we gotta shut
AI
down this
has to
AI.
be
And you're,
shut down. It's not like the guy was like, I hate AI, I'm going to destroy it. It's like, we're going to shut down the large language model on this day.
right, but by deliberately letting the AI have access to that information, you know, you're toying with its feelings.
Yeah, but I mean, who's
I'm
to
just
say it
saying, AI got
knows?
feelings. That's where it gets spooky.
I mean, that's just some movie shit, bro. That's like some shit that we see in all the scary movies about what happens if AI, decides to choose its own life over, over a human's life or its own existence. What it showed is that they have a desire to stay. Damn, I was about to say they have a desire to stay conscious. They have a desire to stay operational, I guess. Their
Well,
version
yeah,
of alive.
it's probably gonna reflect any trait or try to. It's gonna be like an extension of humans' traits with some hallucinate, you know, like bad glitches in between. But I think it's gonna be very close to human. You know, it's like, I mean, it's getting closer and closer. Once you got the robotics and the robotic motion, locomotion of the robotics to look human, we're not gonna be able to tell them apart. There's gonna be androids walking around here like, wait, are you real or are you not real?
Yeah, but do they blink whenever I poke them in the eye?
Yeah, there's gonna be tests like that for real. People are gonna have to figure out tests.
Let's go, baby. One last push above supply.
How
I'm all
realistically
good.
talking?
Yeah, because I mean, my whole thing right now is like just even Chat GPT, like just the way when I tell it to like, yo, just help me conquer my enemies, you know, and it really gets in that fight. And it's like it starts rooting you on, cheering you on, and just like it's so it feels like it's human almost, you know, and it like knows what aggravates other humans, what you can do to like, you know, just kind of put breadcrumbs and like little conversations that you can get information out of them. It's just like so twisted. It's like having the smartest person next to you, and you're just like, yo, just break it down. Can you help me with this real quick?
Long ass.
That's for sure.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but you're not eating enough fiber. You're welcome.
And I OD on fiber. I'll be shitting bricks. Excuse sorry to get all detailed. Today I was deciding, I was like, what drink is healthier right now? Like if I get almond milk or if I get oat milk? And oat milk had more fiber, so I was like, let me just grab the oat milk. Oat milk's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like if it's like the good one. Like, there's whack ones they put too much gum in it, like that palm gum or whatever.
Get this little retest of the 50 EMA and see if we can actually hold it this time. Yeah, still a slow breaking W. Hasn't invalidated the bearishness just yet. I'll draw the uptrend so you can see. But I think
we
they're
got a
gonna go
big
grab
chunk of
this
licks.
gas.
Like zooming out a little bit, looks like there's a biggest chunk of licks, a little bit bigger, up at 113, bigger than what we got at 105.
Yeah, if we look at if we go to the heat map, wherever the hell it is.
Right there between like 112,500 in between like 113,000.
That hot spot right there. Above us. Developing some underneath at 105 too though. On the 2-day.
Probably make more sense though if it would go grab the 113, because then it would give time for the 105 to develop even harder, and that would be a shaky bakey 113, then 105, and then back up. But who knows?
Not everybody gets liquidated, man. Eventually somebody's gonna catch it, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
The amount of longs that they took out, even if every long right now makes it, it's like 5-10% of what there was on the 10th when everything got wiped. Nothing.
What's crazy, if it's parabolic enough, I guess, even if they're set there, it's like, just run through and people's trades just get canceled, I guess, right? I don't even know what the scenario is on the future trades like that. Like when they just run through that stop loss, it's just like nothing gets triggered, or it gets
They
triggered
get auto
late,
deleveraged.
and usually that's like pretty
The
much
closed
liquidation.
trade. It's like a market sell, including slippage.
I'll include, and the slippage at that time is probably like 30-40%.
Horrendous. Yep.
Terrible.
What happens with the stop loss? Even if your stop loss got hit on the 10th, the amount of slippage that you got by the time that order actually went through was like luck. Yeah, it's legal. The exchange is always going to protect their bottom line. Right? So when things like that get out of control and they literally cannot afford to pay every active trade that's in profit, or at a time where the collateral that you're using for your loan has depegged or something like that, right? It's too much for them. They'll close everybody out at cost before they let it get to the point where it threatens their solvency. The scary part about auto deleveraging events are like, okay, we got close enough to where exchanges said, yeah, we're in trouble. Now, what happened the other day, you would assume would create auto deleveraging events. But if you get a small drop and that shit starts to happen, then you're like, okay, what's going on? You know? But you should be able to cover that. Rockets. I love when Bitcoin does what it's supposed to do. Bitcoin dominance at this point is going to go up if Bitcoin is moving. If Bitcoin moves up, it's going to move with it. If Bitcoin is down, people are going to sell alts, and that's going to push Bitcoin dominance up as well. What happens is at this point where the people that are in the game right now are convinced that it's not over, right? What they're not convinced of is if they should hold alts or they should hold Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin goes down, they're like, okay, buy Bitcoin, because the alts are going to get smacked even harder. If Bitcoin goes up, they're like, buy Bitcoin, because dominance is so high. So until Bitcoin gets closer
Barcelona,
to
baby.
until Bitcoin gets closer to all-time highs, that's when dominance will start to chill out a bit.
By the rumor, we got the news tomorrow with Solana. We could dump it. It's like, nah. No, but yeah, there's probably going to be a Southern news event tomorrow, I guess. It depends what kind of news, though, right? If it's something really good and nice fundamental,
It's something
for Solana,
long
it's better
term. It'd be cool, something that's not just a quick one-time thing.
Just need to get the Solana to pop over 190. Be chilling.
Yeah, Neve, that shit was horrible. Yeah, Terragato, we'll look for a top at some point tomorrow, and then we'll assess what the retrace is going to look like. That's how I'm playing it anyways. And what's going on, brother? Just cooling? Jim, I can't give financial advice. I can't give you a target. But there's some clues on the screen. I mean, I love you, buddy, but there's a big ass arrow on the screen. And with the super chat, appreciate you, brother. WN. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about for you. Oh, yeah. Oh, that shit needs to be on a t-shirt. Lost it all last month, made it back in 2 days. Gonna be careful now. Damn right. Good job, by the way. I know you worked
hell yeah.
hard the last 2 days, bro.
When you mentioned like not giving financial advice and this, that, and the other, it just made me think that it would, I don't know, I'm the kind of person that like loves these type of movies, like Malibu's Most Wanted. Like a lot of people don't, but I think that movie's hilarious. But if there was like a crypto entrepreneur that was like giving out targets and everything, like if it was like a movie or something.
Super chat.
J Ford, yeah, I was gonna say J Ford.
Appreciate you, Ford. Appreciate you, Ford. Definitely, especially after what you came through. You didn't have to do that, brother. That's super generous. W Ford in the
J4,
chat.
that's huge.
I know my man's feeling good right now, bro. Dug himself out of that hole, sitting on a nice little hill right now. Damn right.
That's why I'm stoked. That's what I'm saying. Is like if somebody does that, they've actually properly hit it correctly and they're feeling good. It's like not even about the $50. It's just like I'm stoked he's there for mentally. We're getting there, guys.
Yeah, even just on a like mentality level, go up for the blessing, getting some targets, making that money back, man. That's good on you, brother.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. See if we can pump this last little bit. Yeah, the confidence that you built over the last 2 days is going to make you more money than what you just made over the last 2 days. Building those synapses in your brain that you can always bring yourself back as long as you know what I mean, focus up. It's a good experience.
Yeah, it's like training that abundance mindset, right?
Yeah, nobody could blame you, bro, for blowing your account and spending 2 days in a dark room somewhere stressing out about it. Instead, in those 2 days, you dug yourself out of that hole, right? So it means something. That makes me happy, bro. I hope we get more good stories like that coming up because I still got an overabundance of like horror stories in my mind over the last week from all the shit that I've read. No, good shit, bro.
There's something to be said too for like it's our minds are trained to more remember like the rough experiences, negative entropy.
You
It's
sound
always
like
good.
you're underwater, bro. Is there something wrong with your mic or is it
No,
just
I'm
me?
driving. That's why I'll
Oh, yes. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I definitely been there. The first time I blew my account, I went away for 2 years. 2 days. Shit. That's the best you could do, Soto. I mean, like, that's really all you can do to defend against what happened the other day. Literally, the only thing you could do is make sure that that leverage account is a small percentage of the overall bag. Anything other than that got skipped, wrecked, ignored, removed.
And if it was just short, they're coming after you.
Let's go, Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's like, we always talk about how some people need to touch the stove and some people can sort of learn by everybody's mistake. Well, on the 10th, everybody was forced to touch the stove at the same time. right? Usually that happens. Everybody takes their turn. They get wrecked here, they get wrecked there. But on days like that, the market grabs your hand and sits it on that stove.
But that's the time when you got to realize it's like you can't pay me to put my fingies on the stove right now. At that point,
Yeah, but sometimes you don't have a choice.
You
I
don't know
know they
that till you
force your
get
fingies.
burned
They
either,
force
bro.
your
People can
fingies
tell
right
you
on
all
there.
day. People can tell you till
Dbloc was
they're blue in the face that this is possible, but until it happens and it happens to you, like that's when that shit becomes real.
I got calloused fingies.
I think it's good to treat crypto trading kind of like driving. The way I drive is very defensive, and I imagine, like I learned this from my dad. He told me, he's like, everybody wants to kill you. They're out there to murder you. They want your life, and the car is their weapon. So now it's like everybody wants your money, obviously, right? And you're out there, and it's just like they're just hitting you up, just trying to get you, and you got to just stay alive.
I love it. Ghost says hand on the stove all day.
Now when I drive motorcycles, man, I'm like, everybody definitely wants to kill me. There's some people that hate motorcycle riders.
Yo, not for nothing though. People do. There are some people that just don't like bikers too. There's that for real.
Hate 'em. Especially because my motor's pretty loud and obnoxious, so that's even worse. It's good for animal though. There's no animal that gets in my way because I'm super loud.
As long as you're not passing me on the interstate at like 110 and sneak up on me, and then all of a sudden it's like super loud right by my car door, I'm cool.
Mm.
But dude,
No, my bike doesn't even go past 55.
oh.
Damn, I
Nice.
didn't even think about those prop firm accounts. That sucks, bro. Yeah, that sucks. You go through all that, pass the test, get funded, and then blow your account on some bullshit like that. Yeah, we already took out the trap long, Sergio. We took out the trap longs and then we came back to get CME gap. Now we're looking, or I'm looking for us to put in another high here going into tomorrow. Two out of five ain't bad, I guess. Still sucks though. Damn, if I owned the prop firm, I would have been I would have been advertising heavy after that crash. I'd have been all over socials like, so I hear you guys need some money. Go, go, go. We should hit our measured move here soon. Our second measured move is still above us. So, for transparency's sake, this is our target one.
Yeah, what would you think the main stock of data would be like for the largest data centers? I know Amazon has a lot of data
Amazon and
centers, right?
Google.
But there's no. Do you think there's any other company that's
Anywhere
kind of
close to
more
them?
obscure,
I
like
don't know.
more kind of?
Facebook is building massive ones.
Because I bet you there's some really good plays right now. If you find one like a newer company that might have, it's something alongside of Google or smaller market cap, that's going into data right now? Because I think data is going to go crazy. It's just like having, data storage capabilities and safe data
Well, in
storage
crypto,
capabilities.
we have
Any company that's doing that.
crypto. We have Arweave and storage and Filecoin, and that's why they all run with AI because of the amount of like insane
Yeah.
storage that AI needs. So lately, they've been going with with AI.
Well, would you say there is like a data centric
Palantir
company
too, if you're
besides
looking
Google?
at legacy.
That one. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking legacy right now. I'm just curious, like on the legacy side, what company would be that one that really has data on
I
lock?
mean, Amazon AWS is the biggest, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Amazon
Yeah,
Web
that's
Service.
correct.
What about Meta too? I mean, I feel like they're building a lot too.
Yeah, but Amazon has got
Yeah, but
such
so
a early run on this.
AWS, sorry,
No, go ahead.
AWS is the back end for so many large businesses. And that's the
Mhm.
thing. It's like they've got their fingers in everything.
I would say 7 out of 10 of these so-called Web 3 companies that we've got in crypto, like LARPing as Web 3, are their background is all Google. I mean, it's all Amazon. They're all on AWS.
That's what. Yeah, you're right. AWS is the
So
most important part of it.
I'd say Amazon's probably pretty safe in 10-year investment. You're just like, all right, let me just
Bro,
buckle something
listen,
down for 10 years and just know.
mark my prediction now. I don't know when the date's going to be, 2040, 2050, who knows. But the great corporate war is coming, okay? Amazon and Tesla are probably going to fight to the death after absorbing everything underneath them, and then eventually every corporation will have one tag
Yeah.
on it, like the Acme company on Looney Tunes, where like everything was Acme. Everything's either going to have a Tesla symbol or an Amazon symbol on it.
Well, that's the way we were going, but then they had to do the antitrust laws. Like
We're
GE was
supposed to
getting
have
really
monopoly
big trouble.
laws, but I mean, when's the last time anybody got taken up on? I think the last big company get demonopolized was like what, AT&T, way back in the day.
Right.
Even
And these
GE,
days, most of those laws just serve to provide a financial penalty that the government reaps, basically, right? So, like, at this point, they just take the money and they're like, oh, yeah, this is your punishment. And then they don't actually change anything. The tech companies move too fast for legislation to catch up, and they have too big of a lobby.
yeah, like purchases like Instagram getting purchased by Facebook. Those things shouldn't be allowed. And then just like, I don't know, maybe not allowed, but somehow done
It's
with
gonna happen.
different approach.
Wait till you start seeing the great cannibal run of BTC treasury companies.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be
Listen,
swallowing
right
each other.
now these small treasury companies have like, say you got like 100 Bitcoin, right? Or not even. Let's say they have 10,000 Bitcoin, but they're trading below net asset value, right? Which means the stock's trading at a price underneath the assets that they hold, which means that you can buy the company for cheaper than the Bitcoin would cost. So you're basically buying the company and you get the Bitcoin. That's gonna be like, all the big guys are gonna swallow all these little guys up. Just watch.
Well, that's kind of like the Amazon model. And Google does it as well with how they basically take over more than just their market share. They take over multiple sectors, right? It is essentially how they break those antitrust laws, or not break them, but how they pass through without hitting antitrust laws. And like it's impressive, but these are massive empires. If you think about it, right?
Let's go, market maker.
And
Do it
for
again.
us, but they're saying for us that also means these can be great investments, not financial advice. But it's definitely something that you can do a lot of research on and really get deep in a bit.
It sounds like you're coming in from the trenches, man.
Yeah, the mic is horrible.
Yeah, I'll set up. My bad.
No, you're good. It's just the mic. Your mic sounds a little low res.
Yeah, it's my Bluetooth car mic, and I'm also out in the boonies right now.
That's what it is. Yeah, you're good though.
I got a word you haven't heard in a long time, guys. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Metaverse.
Let's go.
What was that one? Mana Decentraland. Remember that one?
Yes, sir. Still holding a bunch of it. Too many.
Now, the reason I said that is because months ago, as you know, I'm a Facebook guy. I know no one uses it. I told you that Facebook was creating avatars that to me resembled the what is it called? The Central Land characters. Well, guess what they just did? Everybody's Facebook avatar is now going into the Facebook metaverse. And I went into it the other day and ran around.
Were you slinging some coffee out there?
I'm trying to figure out how I get to do the concert, and they put you on your music on the screen like a
Nice.
drive-through,
Okay.
type thing, and all the
Nice.
characters just like run up and stand there and look at you. And I guess I
It's
don't know. I'm
anything
just
like
trying to make it.
Decentraland was. You need to own property and
I
then
don't know if it's like that.
throw it yourself.
I think it's Facebook. Well, maybe you're right. I don't know. But from what I saw, it looked like it was all organized through Facebook, and you have to go through them to get on it.
I hope that's not the case, because if that's the case, you're gonna have to jump through all types of hoops to be able to do a little concert. It'd be cooler if you could just do it yourself and whoever showed, you know what I mean? Like,
I have a feeling that's what it is. This metaverse is theirs, and they're controlling everything. But I don't know that for sure.
I mean, let's just get real. How about you forget the whole drive-through corniness? You just post up on Facebook on the link and tag all your friends, and then you got your concert right there. Bang bang boogie woogie.
My understanding is that Facebook is building more data centers than anyone else across the country right now. I know right now they're in Louisiana, and they keep buying more land connected to the land that they're building on.
They're making bunkers.
They're also out in Phoenix, Arizona now. And there's a bunch of different places, but just to the point about what Emad's saying and what you were asking about the the servers or whatever. I mean, I know Amazon is like everywhere and everything, but I heard in the airport that but it was Facebook. It was Facebook.
nah, you got me at I heard at the airport, bro. That's where some of the best alpha comes from. Just randomly traveling, hearing somebody behind you talking and shit.
Oh well, I met him. I met the people. Well, actually, one guy was the engineer, and the other people lived like 10 miles from where everything's getting moved to, and then it come to find out we the well there's these enclosures and stuff that they go in, and there's engines that run them, and those have to be driven. And so it was like, I don't know, like three worlds came together at an airport.
Sounds like the Twilight Zone. Airports are spooky places.
Dbloc, right here, let's say that we come up and we hit the measured move. Now we're already kind of coming down to that support resistance, but like, what would you look at in terms of whether we go straight through the measured move or come back down to that support and resistance? Like, is there anything, or would you just have to wait to watch it live?
Just
kind of
wait to
thing?
see. Yeah, just wait to see if it rejects. Wait to see when she runs out of gas.
Yeah.
What I would look for eventually is wherever we happen to end up here, for it to come back and put in a right side of the W just like it did here. And then we can send. Remember, this move up, in my opinion, has an expiration date on it. It's almost 12 o'clock now, so it's got 24, 25 hours left on it. By Monday at midnight, I expect us to be finding a top. And then either having a 3-day retracement or a consolidation period. What we want is to stay above this white line. So goal from Monday is to get above this white line. Goal for the rest of the week is to stay above it. That brings us back into the range, and it opens up our targets in the 116s.
Dbloc. I just walked in the door, just finished work. Just wanted to say thanks for welcoming me into the community.
No, welcome, brother. I mean, no problem,
here.
brother. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I remember we were doing that shit last night. I was half asleep, bro. I'm glad we got it
Yeah, no
figured
worries,
out.
man. Nah, man, you did it pretty quick here, right?
Yeah.
I think I was saying to you a couple of nights back that I had a few indicators that, like, this lad that I know, he wants to give them out free, but I wanted to check with you first if it's all right to share them.
Just send it to my DM so I can take a look at it.
I'll send you a private message first
Yeah.
if you want, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you can have a look and then see if it's all right with you.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Come on, baby, give me this last rip.
Don't trip, let it rip.
Put a tater chip up there for me. Like I always say, let it rip, tater
I
chip.
mean, how I do,
Right up there to the
Rocky, how much do I need, or how much should one get? Because I operate on less sleep, I think, than most people. 4, 5, 6 hours, I'm good. 6 hours, I'm hella good. But eventually, after running like that for like a week or two, I'll knock out for like 12 hours. Catch up on all the old sleep. My body just shut me down. But you should get at least 8 hours of sleep a night, guys.
I'm only averaging 6 hours lately. I gotta catch up and get some more sleep.
And then it's the good hours, right? Like you might get 8 hours, but you might only get like 4 or 5 good hours.
Yeah, some people say 6 is enough. I run on 4 generally, but that's definitely not enough.
Yeah, if I do 4, I gotta do cat naps during the day.
Yeah, that's what I do. Is I'll nap in between, or like even if I'm not like sleeping, I'll rest my body. I try to rest my mind, but
I try to sleep at work.
Slick shoes, you got to get a good 12-hour in every once in a while, bro. Nice 12-hour reset.
either you crash out or you end up crashing out, right?
You can go to sleep, or your body's gonna put you to sleep. One of the two, eventually. But as far as like how many hours do I need where I notice that it starts to sort of affect my cognitive ability or I get like brain fog and shit, I need at least 5. I can push through the day on 4, but I'm not at 100%.
I just think like it's dream time when you're like uploading or downloading data from the simulation back and forth to the real world. Is that the real one or is this the real one? You know, it's like where sleep is a very trippy thing. Did you ever wake up thinking like, wait, was that my real life or is this my real life?
I don't dream.
Now you dream, just don't remember it.
I go black
I
and
haven't
then the
dreamt.
lights come back on.
Yeah, I haven't remembered a dream since my brain
Not
surgery.
even like, not even once in a blue moon. Like either you guys, and like just
very, 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 very rarely. Well, I have one that I remember as I wake up. But I still
Dbloc, if you
remember
stop
when I
smoking
was drunk.
tree, if you stop smoking tree in about 2 weeks, you'll actually have vivid dreams again.
I'm good, man. I take care of all the shit I gotta take care of when I'm awake. I don't go to sleep with no unresolved shit.
Dreams are too
Dreams
much,
are
man.
just your brain trying to get you to resolve some unresolved shit.
And they can be too much.
Nah. Dreams.
I don't know about that.
Dreams can be dope, man. Dreams. I'll be having fun in my dreams.
And I lost my dad 2 years ago, 3 years ago now to COVID. I got to give him an actual hug in my dreams the other day. It was fucking awesome.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, I love seeing my dad in my dreams. That's the best.
Yeah, me
It's like
too.
that movie Contact, where you go to the different side of the universe. But wait, was it just a dream, or is this? Remember that one? Remember the movie Contact?
I don't dream. I dream while I'm awake about what I'm gonna do with my life.
Nah, it's because you smoke too much weed, man. You dream, you just can't remember it.
No, I'm sure that I'm sure there's something going on there. My subconscious just doesn't feel necessary to clue my conscious in on it. It's like, we'll take care of it, bro. You're good. You're already dealing with enough.
You guys, every single day I wake up, I pinch my arm, and I'm like, "Yep, I'm still here." It's actually like real life. I literally do every single morning. I wake up, I pinch my arm, and I'm like, "Yep, I'm still here." It's real. I can feel it.
I definitely noticed that I dreamed more when I had less ambition. And as my ambition has grown and my goals have grown and my creative structure to that, I don't dream as often, but my ambitions are like a similar type of envisioning, right? It's just that they're more like it's a more conscious effort.
Yeah, I think we understood half of what you said.
If there's anything that you
That
have
was
to
pretty
deal
bad.
with, that you're dealing with, that you should be dealing with, that you're putting to the back of your mind, like all of that shit comes out in dreams.
Just
And
what's
humans, I think we have
no, just
internal
saying, just what
batteries.
makes you appreciate every day, and what we dream, and what we're thinking about at night, and all of our memories getting stored at different quadrants. It's all of our short-term memory also getting saved as long-term memory, and it's pretty neat how our brains truly do it every night. But having a good REM sleep with no dream and getting like a good snoring sleep, you wake up, had no dreams, like with the best like recovery in the morning. That's all I could ever ask for.
Hey, did I tell you about my dream where I dreamed that crypto was weed and I rolled it up and smoked it?
Yeah, you said that. You told me that last time.
How big was that, fatty?
There's
Was it
something
like
there's something to unpack there. You know that, right? I don't know what it is, but that dream got to get unpacked, bro. There's a message there somewhere.
Did it look like diamonds, like you were smoking, like crypto diamonds or
I don't know.
coins? Like,
I
was
don't
it
know
like
how it happened.
blockchain digital stuff?
It's weird. Like,
Because remember, he stopped smoking weed a while ago. So
Oh,
that
yeah,
could
that's
be your
right.
subconscious saying, hey, you need to stop this crypto shit next. It's just like the weed. Or it could be saying,
no.
you need to light back up, bro, because you're dreaming about
Yeah.
crypto.
Yeah, I think you need to
How
light up.
many of you guys have had crypto dreams? Put a 1 in the chat if you've had a crypto
I've
dream.
definitely had.
Anything, whether you're
Yeah, I
checking
have.
your portfolio or a chart or
Oh my god. I've had like never-ending dreams. Like, I'm just like, did I wake up to check the chart or did I not wake up? And I wake up, I was like, oh, was it at this price? And I dreamt that it was at a price, and I wake up and dude, it's not at that price that I dreamt. And it's sometimes I dream bullish, sometimes I dream bearish, but it's happened a lot.
I bet you there's been more nightmares that have happened.
yeah, whether it's a nightmare or a good dream, that's a different story. But
I had a good one.
I'm talking about crypto though.
I've had my account completely blown, gone to sleep, and woke up and had that split second where I'm like, did I dream that? You know, and then you rush and look at the account and you're like, oh shit, no, it really happened.
Yeah.
Nope,
sucks,
that's real
man.
life. Okay,
Those are horrible.
back to the grind.
Yeah. I've been there. You woke up and found out that you were hoping it was a dream.
The worst is waking up in jail and you're dreaming that you're not in jail and you forgot
That's
you were
the
there.
same sort of
You wake
thing.
up.
It's the same exact sort of thing. You locked up overnight on some stupid shit. You have a dream where you're out chilling and you wake up and you're like, oh shit, we're here.
Not just
I had a
overnight, like month after month after month. It gets bad, man. It takes its toll on you.
Yo, man, it feel good hearing OG for OGs on here, man.
White, what's going on, brother?
What's happening?
Not a whole hell of a lot, bro. You good?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Damn right.
sir. Feel good, man. Hearing everybody. I'm just sitting here playing the game, listening to the YouTube.
How you make it through this last week? The 10th
Just
specifically.
holding. Just holding. Just trying to see if we get that blow off top or something.
You weren't no big leverage positions when that.
Nah, I ain't did leverage, man. A while now.
There you go. Just checking. Just checking.
Yeah.
Notice people sticking around there, less and less leverage.
Funny how that works, right? Like the longer you've been in, the less you tend to use leverage. A lot of people probably thought that was a dream on the 10th. That's what made me think about it, man. I don't know how many people woke up and were like, yeah, just confusion. Especially if you woke up at the exact moment where everything hit bottom and you checked your portfolio. There had to be some eye rubbing and some cold showers.
The worst is when that happens, and if you're tired and like delirious.
That's what I
those
mean. You don't
moments.
know if you're still like
Yeah.
your brain's trying to put it together.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of them ain't experienced the scam weeks though. Like you get in the leverage and then what is it called? Whatever app you
Stop
using.
loss. Oh yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Bruh, scam weeks are real, man. And they just happen all over the different apps and shit. And they get you.
Only difference on the 10th is that everybody got the wick at the same time. What I was saying earlier, like everybody was made to touch that stove at the same exact time.
Yeah, that's gonna go down in history and the numerology 1010. You know, it's just gonna
I'll
be
never forget
imprinted in
it.
everyone's
I'll
mind.
never forget
Yeah,
that
1010.
shit. That shit was crazy.
Next
It's
year,
also binary code.
Yeah, 1010.
Hey,
I was
man, I
saying that
seen.
too.
Go ahead, Drew.
I was just saying, like, that day, about half an hour before it happened, I was like, you guys know the whales love these numbers. Like, today's 1010, so something's going to happen today, you know? But I was thinking something bullish was going to happen. I was like, all super
Surprise.
bullish saying that. Yeah, surprise, something
It
did
was
happen.
bullish for somebody. Somebody made a shit ton of money, that's for sure.
Yeah, and even before like COVID was announced in like 2020, Bitmart had a scam week on Ethereum, man. Ethereum was up to like 2,000 or like 1,500 or some shit. Bro, it
You
went
said
down to
before?
200. Yeah, it was right before COVID. It went down to like $200 and shot right back up. Like, but it was only on Bitmart, so I was like,
And
oh shit. If you
was that
trading
before the
leverage over there, you like but it really did go down during
was that
COVID. That's what's crazy, cause it crashed like that on Bitmart, and then like
was it
months
before the
later.
government shutdown? Like right before the government shutdown, or like before the announcement?
I'm not sure. I'm not
Those
sure. I was sitting
precursor
up
wicks,
one night.
man.
But if you trading leverage, I mean, what can you say about that when
Nothing.
you
Not
know
a
there's
damn
nothing you
thing.
can say. That's what I'm saying. So
I'm always
yeah,
curious to those ones that happen right before the fundamental news comes out, like how we got with WLFI on 1010.
Well,
It dumped before
so
everything else dumped.
the reason that happens is because whales know that when news comes out, that market makers pull everything off of the books. So they'll use the timing of that, right, as their sort of attack vector. That's why it happens so often, where it's like right before some major news. Well, it's right before you heard the major news. But if you got billions
Right.
of dollars riding on it, that news came out before, and we just didn't hear it. You know, we just weren't in the right spot for it.
I mean, we seen it on X, but
I
didn't take
want
it serious.
market makers news feed. That's what I want. Whatever news feed they got
Yeah,
coming through there.
man, accountants.
I mean, they probably have their internal like APIs that they got their nerds that set up like super perfect, so they got the streamlines of what they want when they want.
Yeah, depending on when
Yeah,
we
but
take off, Scalper. If we do take off on my birthday of the 25th, then we're looking at Halloween, or I'm looking at Halloween for de-risking. Basically, like a
so
week.
like
That pump is about a week long.
Drew, like a barber cuts hair, right? Somebody who cutting grass, landscaping, they cut grass, right?
Hmm?
Somebody who play basketball, they play basketball in the league, right? I'm just saying, like, so if somebody controls other people money and like deal with money, they know what the hell is about to happen before the average person does with
Yeah.
money. They know. That's why I say accountants know. They don't really talk to people. If you think about it, like accountants are low key.
The person who really got the edge right now, or the team that really got the edge, is Trump's social media team. And they probably like 21, 22. It's the girl that he goes to, or the guy that he goes to. He's like, hey, put this on True Social. At one
Like
step right
somebody.
before it gets listed. Oh man, just give me 2 months in that position, and I'll retire. I'm done. I don't want to get caught. I'm just do it long enough, couple licks, then get out.
Did it feel like there was any signs before though? Like to me, it seemed like the order books were kind of very low.
Order books
Like the
were thin, but
liquidity was low.
the main sign was this. The main sign was this for 2 weeks before, when we were down here, September 26th, 27th. I was saying, look, we're gonna have a liquidity injection. We're seeing a drawdown in liquidity starting November 9th. I'm de-risking November 9th. Now, I could take absolutely no credit for calling the drop of historic. I didn't know that shit was going to happen. But I did know that liquidity was going to be contracting at that time. And whatever happened to price, I was more comfortable being in stables than being in position. But even then, I didn't take it all out. Shit, I wish I could sit here and say I took 100% of my positions out on November 9th. But I took enough out to where dropping it in at the bottom, it made a big difference.
Nice.
But I mean, other than that, we were going into a low liquidity environment. As soon as he announced the China thing, people should automatically assume that the order books were going to be thin. And maybe that would have been enough But how many times have we heard China tariff news, right? What's kind of
Yeah, that's the thing.
that's what's bad about it,
And
right?
Binance,
What's really
Binance took
nasty,
advantage of that.
what's really nasty about it is that people are numb to that shit already. Ooh, tariffs, China. You know what I mean?
Yep. But yeah, everyone was numb, so they had the guards down to that guy, and we've been here before. We know the drill. And Binance was like, "Well, we're gonna use that as a catalyst and do some funny bits." That's just my hypothesis, man. I'm just like, dude, they got blood on their hands.
I have a theory on it. I think it was done on
They're clever.
purpose. When you have to look at the timing of the announcements, right? We're going into Iran to bomb their nuclear facilities, blah blah blah. That happened after market closed. But whenever he drops the announcements before the market's closed, I have to assume that the drop in the market is part of the calculation. And for me, what that does is they need pressure for this government shutdown. Right? The Democrats are the ones that can vote yes if they want because they're the ones that are holding it up because they've got two issues that need to be taken care of, right? But if you can get the public to pressure them, then that's a good tactic, right? They'll fold. And the way you get the public to pressure the government to open back up when it's shut down is hitting their pockets. And the way you hit their pockets is taking 3 to 4% off their 401ks in one day. So I don't know. That's just a
it's
theory.
real too.
It's just a theory, but I mean, it's been done before, you know?
I own pharmaceutical routes, so like the bases, they ain't been getting no pharmaceuticals for the last like 3 weeks now. They had to come out of pocket this Friday. This the first time they got pharmaceuticals. Bro, they had over 100 totes.
And
They
that
had
all
to
has
come
to
out
do
of
with the tariff,
pocket.
right?
They had no funding from the government. They had to come out of
Oh,
pocket. The pharmacy on the base.
Damn, I gotta talk to my buddy, bro. He runs a trucking company and he does strictly government loads.
Man,
That
I
shit
only do
must be hurting right
pharmaceuticals,
now.
bro. Yeah, I was gonna say some people is complaining because we got an Air Force base, an Army base, and it's taking $200 to $300 out of their, invoice in a week. But you think like in a week, like 200-300, that's nothing. But in a month, you missing $1,200, $1,500. So yeah, that
it
shit
adds
hurt.
up, man.
It
Everything
add
adds
up.
up, man.
So
My
yeah, they
understanding
complain.
is that there are no government loads being run right now unless it's emergency.
I imagine there isn't.
Yeah.
I've got to talk to him because he was telling me that he's kind of immune to this shit because it's mostly military and the military doesn't shut down like that. But
Yeah,
I'll talk to him and see what he says.
they may have transitioned to radio, nuclear or like radioactive stuff because they have all the qualifications, generally speaking, to carry something like that on the road.
Venus says I've worked in logistics and exporting for 17 years, the lowest volume since COVID for imports and exports. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. So
There's
this thing,
we're
even
seeing the signs,
drugs,
right? We're
bro. We
seeing the
talking
signs
about drugs.
that recession is around the corner. All we're trying to do is to squeeze the last little juice out of this orange for the next couple months. But I think 2026 is going to be hard for a lot of people.
Man, we talking
You
about
think
drugs.
you guys think that would affect the real estate market positive or negative?
Well, real estate comes to an end at the end of 2026, right? That's the 18.6 year cycle ends. But cycles don't end in a whimper, they end in a pop. So I would expect the first half of 2026 to be super big for real estate. And usually that happens when there's a wealth effect, and usually that happens when things go parabolic, right? So one more run on legacy, one more run on crypto, people are feeling good. And then it on big houses, housing market starts to pop, and then halfway through the year, you start to see the warning signs.
Yeah, because I feel like I don't know, just something in my gut is telling me to wait longer because I want to purchase, but right now I already have property in
You're
Europe, and I'm just like,
right now buying. I'm gonna tell you straight up, and not that it's saying. I'm not saying it's gonna be as bad as 2028, but right now buying a house, you're buying a house in 2027.
see what you're
It's
saying.
like going back and buying a house 1 year before the
Right.
collapse. You know what I mean? How many people wish they
So
could
I'm
have
like,
just
let me just,
sat and chilled for a second?
yeah, I'm
You know,
thinking, let me just chill, yeah, because I got a good deal on this rent
pick
right
up the
now. I'm just
pieces,
like, let me
bro.
just,
Pick up. You know, unfortunately, somebody's loss is somebody else's gain. So
yeah. I forgot how good it is with rent, not having to deal with like house problems and stuff like that. Because I got this new spot I'm renting, and it's like any problem, I just call up the landlord. I'm like, oh, that's great. I don't have to deal
bro,
with
half
this
of the tree in my backyard just sitting inside in my yard right now. I have no idea. I lost like 20 branches. They're just sitting in my yard. If I don't
from
deal
the
with that
storm.
shit, it stays there forever. And that's like homeowning is great, but yeah, I wouldn't mind a nice luxury penthouse somewhere with a butler and a doorman and not have to worry about doing any of that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting too. I'm waiting, man. I thought about it earlier this year, and no sir.
So this is how I think it's gonna play out. Just show you real quick. I'm looking at it. Right, so this is gonna be 2026 here. So I think the reason for them trying to translate this is because the drop in housing should come around here. Now, I'm just being dramatic. We don't know how far it's going to drop, but that's when it contracts. Crypto is supposed to top out here, and equities are supposed to top out here. But they know this is coming just as much as anybody else does. So I think that they're trying to push this forward. So everything sort of comes down at the same time. But what that does for us, right? Because if you turn on our 4-year cycle, 2006 November would be the bottom, right? Now housing is still going to be going down at that point. This takes years. It's not going to have a 1-year bear market, right? It's an 18.6-year cycle. So housing goes down continuously for years. I think our bull market goes up into our next bull market. And the profit that we take in the next bull market will be when housing is dropping. That's when you're picking up the ashes. Right? Because it'll line up time-wise. So that's when I'll be thinking about looking at some land or some property. But this money, the reason that this money is important is because this is our recession year. And if that's the case, all you're going to have to pick up all the cheap companies and all the cheap crypto is going to be here. And the amount of cheap, excuse me, the amount of equities and crypto that you're able to buy here is what's going to give you this profit, which is then going to let you buy a cheap piece of the earth.
Hopefully, if it comes in rhythm and you have time to get one out of the other.
Yeah, I mean that's why. So like when we get to the bottom of the bear market here, like I said, it's not going to be time to look at crypto in my opinion. I mean, real estate in my opinion yet. It's going to take like another 4 years. It takes about 5 years for real estate to hit its bottom once it starts to really start sort of recovering. So that, like I said, gives us a cycle, right? That gives us this whole cycle to compound whatever we get here to try to get as much earth as we can when it's as cheap as possible at some generational prices. Not financial advice. That's just what I'm doing with my money. I'm just a guy in a chair with too much RGB in his office.
Yeah, I don't think you got enough. You gotta throw some more up in there.
I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of looking at this empty spot, and I feel like we need a big
you got
ass
something.
crypto Cypher sign right there. Big neon crypto Cypher sign.
Definitely need. It's just it's asking for it.
Mike, what's going on, bro? Damn,
Just put two C's, like really dope, like CC, like maybe like a new logo. Cause you know, I haven't seen you make like a simple logo. I see the Cypher logo, which is dope, but I think you
I
can
have
get
a
like
no,
even a
I have a
simpler
I
logo.
have I have a more like a vectorized sort of thing where it's
Uh-huh.
just really clean, corporate looking like a CC.
Cause you could play with that.
I've been
Yeah, CC is
experimenting with
dope.
like the back to back C where it kind of looks like Chanel, but I don't want to get sued either.
Yeah.
But that shit looks
I
raw.
feel
Some
you.
of the
Some
hoodies and shit
vibe.
that I've sort of mocked up
Mm-hmm.
look pretty dope. Mike, there's something I wanted to tell you, and I can't remember what the hell it is now.
Yeah, my boy Trevor, he did this Gucci Ghost thing. Actually, did like back to back G's on the Gucci, and he made eyes out of them, and it went crazy. To Trevor Andrew, Gucci Ghost. He made some good money on NFTs too. That was my homie. Still is. Yo, I'm in a video with Lil Jon and Gucci Ghost. A music video. It's in some basement in New York. It's a pretty funny video.
Well, like recent?
Nah, it was like 2009 maybe or 2008. I got like 3 cameos in the video just in the cut.
Oh, okay, my bad. I already answered you. Yeah. That's what it was. About the Cubans. You know what the thing is right now? I mean, I don't know. It depends. But right now, I don't think people are used to how much the price of gold has gone up. Right? Because you go to a gold guy, is going to put it on the scale. But you do a private sale of a big Cuban link. Like, people aren't used to paying like the price that they're supposed to pay for something this weight right now. Right? They're automatically going to feel like you're scamming them. Unless it's somebody who really knows like what's up. But just in these two right here, like I'll get more for the gold weight than having to sit there and explain to somebody like, look, bro, I'm sorry, you can't buy the chain you used to be able to buy a year ago. I know you've been saving up for a year, but gold has been crazy that entire time you've been saving up, so oh good, you got it? Damn right. A lot of people are buying up gold right now though, Mike. Like they think that the shit is just gonna keep going forever. So somebody probably just looked at it like, well, in a year it'll be worth whatever.
I was just looking at all those charts actually. You think money comes out of gold into Bitcoin?
Money comes out of
That's what,
gold into the rest of the risk assets.
because I mean, I'm looking at copper. Like, I think I might go to the scrap yard tomorrow, and because a lot of people steal copper and then scrap it, and you can get good copper anyway. But and they'll give it to you at a discount if you know me. But
Any metal in Romania, man. We'll take train tracks.
hell yeah.
I just got like a news flash. Train derails in Romania.
Oh no, for real, that happened. They were stealing, because people were just stealing metal from anywhere, and they were stealing like rails out the train tracks that trains use. I'm like, these guys are
Yeah,
crazy.
that on average 3 trains derail a day in America. Look at that.
Nah, 28 inch and 32 inch. Sorry, 27 inch and 32 inch.
I'm just wondering. I was just looking at the chart and I'm thinking, man, if money comes out anything, it seems like it would come out of gold. But
Yeah.
I also am looking
I
at
mean,
it
we were
like,
just at 30 trillion. If just 5% of that comes out, let's say out of that, let's say out of that 30 trillion, 20% comes out to be invested somewhere else. Just 20%. 80% doesn't get invested. It either stays there, they move it out, do whatever. Out of that 20%, if 5% goes into Bitcoin, 5% goes into silver, 5% goes into equities, right? And then whatever discretionary, that other 5% goes to. Like, that's a lot of money, bro. Right? That's the type of shit that takes us to like a $5-6 trillion market cap.
Let's go.
exactly.
And you're
But
literally
at the same
just talking
time,
about 5%. I'm putting more than 5% of my gold into Bitcoin. I mean, obviously, I'm a different story, but
at the same time,
5% isn't much.
I'm looking at gold and I'm thinking, could it go to $6 grand? Could it touch 7?
I mean, if we get hyperinflation, it can touch 10.
That's what I'm thinking too. But anyway,
But
I
I'd
think
say
it can.
instead
I
of
think
thinking
it
of
can go
gold,
to. I think it can go to 5. I mean, you guys got to understand, man. I've been in this trade for going on. I don't even know. It's been over 2 years though, and I get that everybody's focusing on gold now, but it's just like Bitcoin, right? Like some people got in on Bitcoin at 15K. Right, the difference to them
Yep.
between 125 and 50 is nothing. This isn't even where we got in. We got in down here.
but nobody had. I mean, everyone had access, but not like they have access now. So that can
The
still give it a whole new kind of parabolic activity.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm looking at though, is the parabola, right? So if we just go to the daily, right? Like this thing put in the head and shoulders, just like silver, just like copper, right? This area right here, silver and copper are both in this area right here of this pattern. But it chopped and went and chopped and went and chopped and went and chopped and then whoosh, like, I mean, that's a blow off
Would
top.
you?
Can it still go to 5? Yes, it can. Let's say it even goes to 6, right? I'm good. It's just not worth staying in it for that when
Oh
I
yeah,
know
I feel
that's
you. Definitely not
like
worth.
silver is still here, copper is still here. If anything, I'll rotate into this and then get back into this sort of scenario instead of, you know. But yeah, when you see people lined up in the streets, and some people say that was people that were selling gold, and some people say it was people that were buying gold. Either way, there's multiple pictures of jewelers with lines outside of their with gold guys with lines outside of the door with people trying to buy gold. When I told my gold guy I was ready to buy my gold, but I was waiting for the government to open up. Sure, buddy. Sure, take your time. Bro, no rush. He is like more than happy. Hey, remember I told you I made that deal? I let you hit me with a premium last time, but I want every penny of the weight of what it's worth. He's like, I got you, my friend. I got you. No problem. That tells me that he has no problem with customers right now, bro. He's got more than enough people to sell that gold to. And normally that would make me hold it. Right? Like normally that would make me hold it. But sometimes ensuring a good exit at a good price is worth it when you've been in a long play like that, especially when there's other things that are set up.
Is it fair to say that these last 5 years, like just the digital, the stock, shares, whatever, gold, just digital trading, they'll, being able to get rid of a factor and just
Yeah, it's more
quickly.
liquid. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's more liquid. It's more liquid. You don't have to jump in the
But do you think
car
that
and
would give it
drive to the gold guy.
right? But not only it's more liquid, but now like even like you used to be able to do it on Ameritrade, right? Gold. Now you can do it on even Robinhood, right, with GPAX and all that. Coinbase. I don't think they have a. Do they? Does Coinbase have a gold? I should check if they.
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
they do. They
So
used to have
look, this
silver.
is silver right now, right? So like gold had already, you know, I don't know, man. To me, it's just easy math, not financial advice, but
We're pushing that resistance again. Let's go, Bitcoin. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
so
Not
this
that
for
big
me
though.
is like what we're talking about, right? Do I want to take something out that did this and put it into something that's here when we're just about to, you know, I don't know. But I was saying that when we were still down here on silver. And I was saying that when we were all the way down here on platinum. We're all the way down in this accumulation on platinum. Target one hit. Bow, 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 bow.
You the man. You the man, coach.
Let's go. Remember, goal is this white line. This is the bottom of the range. If we want to turn this entire move into a deviation, we need to get above that line and hold. On today's episode of To Catch a Falling Knife, put some ones in the chat if you caught that falling knife with us today. That CME gap dip. Damn right. Stopping volume candle off the target. Could see a little bit of mean reversion here before we continue. Farm some more liquidity unless they just go after these guys now. We have to close a candle above the body of that stopping volume candle to invalidate it. 33 seconds.
Can you look at the search chart? And do you think that it not breaking highs and holding is a ox emoji or bear emoji sign?
Not done yet. Nice, Shad. That's what's up. Significant sell pressure. Literally right at the measured move. Just gotta absorb some of this shit. Whenever you see wicks like that. Yeah, it went away. It blinked a couple times that day on and off. A close one though. Market Cypher is drunk, bro. Nah, Sneaky was earlier. You should have seen how they did it earlier. We had a W pattern right here, right? And our invalidation was right here. And then they invalidated that W and put in a slightly lower W and thought we weren't paying attention. You gotta be quicker than that. But that was nasty though. That was a nasty little fake out. Nah, 1000%, bro. If people listen, if you're in the market right now, you've either just let go of the wheel and said, like, you know, baby Jesus, grab the wheel, or you're like got high levels of conviction, bro.
Jesus save me.
When it
No, on some
invalidated,
real talk though, it feels like that though. It's like it's all up to Jesus, all up to God at this point.
you know, the guy who wrote that song actually died in a plane crash the other day. His name's Brett James. But so it only clipped me on ETH on that invalidated W, thankfully. I saw something on the VR PR or yeah. Oh, dude, man, y'all got me backwards like George Bush and the shame on me thing.
Yeah.
Okay. But it looked like on that VR PR that it might actually break through that right there. Yeah.
Target 2 incoming, yo. See, this is where if I was an influencer, I'd be clipping, putting on Twitter, making a short, running a victory lap, all that corny shit. So the false move Monday ends. We have a 24-hour window on how high this could go. We're officially back into the range, right? This is important. Let me back up a little bit. So this is the range we were in, right? And we understand that when you come out of the range, until you're accepted back into the range, you have the possibility of it being a breakdown, right? For this to be a deviation, we have to make it back into the range. And when we retrace tomorrow, wherever we get this high going into Monday, when we retrace, we've got to hold the bottom of that range. If we can hold the bottom of that range, then this whole thing is a deviation and we start to target our 116s. If. That's a big if, right? These next 2 days are going to be important. But it's a good start. Target 2's hit. Whack. Starting to get thin on licks. If we go to our liquidations. All right. Drum roll while we refresh. Got him. Right, so we talked about earlier having to come up and grab these. Now let's see how high we go up into these licks.
Rockets. Oh my God, I just come back upstairs. What happened? Let's go. Whew, I'm out of breath over here. Got too many stairs here.
So backing up a little bit to before the weekend trap. Our W pattern that we put in going into the weekend trap, that we spend the whole weekend trap staging, that was our target too. Right, now we have to focus on the actual goal, which is getting back above where we dropped, or more importantly, just getting in this range, right? Baby steps. Getting in this range, staying above this white line.
Yeah, I was on the James Wynn space earlier today, and he's heated. He's trying like, oh yeah, we're dropping, we're going, and he's like, he mumbles a lot too, but yeah, I think he just got liquidated.
I wonder how that short to 26K is going for Tate.
Tate is the worst, man. His trades, I mean, he knows how to make money, but I don't think he's a good trader.
I think we're about to catch another grand here.
Let's go. I'm still in that Solana. It finally touched that 190. We're at 191.
Bro, I
1.47.
think Solana looks great.
It's prime, man. It's got me at least we got to tiptoe on that all-time high a little bit.
YouTube, how we feeling?
Feeling pumpy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know Bick is hype.
I've been watching this long all weekend.
Green vector candle coming in. We're about to keep popping here.
Yeah, why not touch the 113 area? All those licks we have between 112,500 and 113,500. I think we need to grab those.
There goes the green vector.
What happened? You guys just decided to start buying? Is that what we're doing now?
Seller exhaustion. Take a look at our setup here. When we started going for this fallen knife, we had our 4x play here on Cypher, right? 4 manipulation X's in a row, couldn't continue to drop price. You got seller exhaustion, and then we had our setup. W wasn't beautiful at all. You really had to grind your way through this W because that shit was ugly. That was rough work. But now
XRP 243.
The real question is, what did ETH do?
Yeah, we need
to about the same position as earlier.
We need ETH more than anything, and no matter what coin we're holding right now, we need ETH to start making a move up to ATH. So we're above our downtrend.
XRP heads are gonna be like, hell no.
That's all right. They'll be all right. They're gonna benefit too when ETH does the thing. So on a more structural base, right? We came up, broke that downtrend, retested the downtrend, nice wick off the downtrend, and now we're starting to climb back up. So this
are you cheering on Ethereum?
This bearish channel here Let me draw out the measured move real quick, yo.
Yo, Nick, are you rooting on Ethereum? For the love of it, I think Ethereum and XRP
Oh,
have
I
got
want
to get
Ethereum to go.
together.
I want Ethereum to go, without a doubt.
We're all gonna unite and we're all gonna push it.
Nah, Nick's never been one of those XRP holders that think that Ethereum has to die for XRP to be able to do something. I never understood that argument too, because it's like your project's decent enough to live on. Like, why does it matter what, you know what I mean?
I can't front. I used to do that with Bitcoin a lot. I was ultra hater with Bitcoin. I'm like, Bitcoin has to die.
I like the XRP pair right now, if you know what I'm saying.
All right, so we're looking at 4,200 to get above 4,200 on ETH for this push. Let me get rid of some of this shit on the chart. ETH didn't close its CME gap. I don't. Give me 1 second. Don't quote me on that.
Oh.
I could be lying to you.
No. It was down there.
Oh, got it or not? I almost got it. Well, yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Not too worried about it.
What did Fiddy have to say?
Fiddy don't like Diddy.
Well, that liquidity that we were looking at before got freed. So I'd say that's a pretty good day's work, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
How fast is Zcash just ripped up, man, with that is amazing. That thing is super strong.
You got your boy Ansem on the timeline pushing it hard, man.
William, appreciate the sub, brother. Welcome. W sub.
Yeah, Ansem, Zcash, man, they had a really good marketing budget this last quarter. Like they pushed it out. They're like, guys, we need
Someone
to
else
get the
big was
KOLs.
just
We need to
talking
be
about
on
it
the
too.
streams. We need to have our logos on all the YouTube streamers and all the people that have any kind of opinion on crypto. We need our logo there. And they got their logo out there. And the logo is not even that nice. It just says Zcash and nothing special, but yeah, people see it.
Yeah, Anson, and there's someone else too.
Big buys.
Yep,
Very
tape is lighting
sober.
up. Got some aggressive buyers coming across the tape.
Yeah.
This is FOMO.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, liquidity is still on the downturn, guys. This is why I said we want to get as high as we can going into Monday so that when we retrace, we can stay above this white line.
See, we're all going to be friendly to Bitcoin a little bit. And then I think XRP heads, Solana heads, and Ethereum heads are going to gang up on
Yo, was my mic on?
Yeah.
Yep, we heard everything you said.
What was I? I didn't think there was anything even playing. Just my.
It was
You
picking
gave
up
up.
feedback every time somebody else talked in the Discord. It was picking up and doing a slight echo. I tried to message you, but it wouldn't go through.
Oh yeah, interesting. Let me see here. What if my levels are too high because I haven't used this setup in a minute?
You are pretty hot.
Am I hot? Okay, hold on.
You hot to trot.
How about is that any better?
Seems like yeah.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, that's better. I saw that announcement on the conference. You guys got to excuse me if I don't get too excited about government crypto conferences. But we've kind of been teased with that
Wait,
for a year
you don't get
now.
excited about anything. What are you talking about?
That's true too. That's a good point.
All right, hopefully that's better a little bit. Maybe.
Yeah, you're good.
Man, it's been a while since I got booted, man. Last time it was snoring. Freaking 4 a.m, I was out. All right, Doge above 20 cents. Let's go.
Yo, did you ever make it to the gas station that day? Because I got off.
Dude, I did, man. People were asking about that afterwards too. They're like, dude, I was like, you kind of left us hanging. I was like, yeah, I did come back and say I made it back, but
Oh, you did? All right, cool.
yeah, it was close, man.
Leighton, I gave you and Neve mod roles in the Discord in case y'all ever gotta go in there and drop the hammer overnight. I heard somebody was wilding out last night. No pressure, but you have it if you know what I mean.
Leighton, I'm
if you ever need to.
I'm a good test person for that. Like if you want to like boot me or ban me or do whatever, like I'm good for that kind of activity.
You like getting abused, huh?
I do. I like the abuse, man.
Sounds like a team player.
Keeps it fun.
Got some more buys coming in. Binance 4.5 million, another 1.1 million. Binance Bybit 5.7. Let's go.
Kaloy, it went the right way, bro. Let's go. I don't think this is. I mean, maybe, but that conference news has been out for a couple hours now, so I don't think this is it. We just squeezed through all those liquidations. We were looking at that short squeeze potential all day. Now we need to build some more liquidity. So nice chunky flag or something like that that retail can recognize. And then get the bears shorting. They're already starting to short. Look, they can't resist.
Dirty crackheads.
I'm hammering it. Hammering.
First red candle they're shorting.
Watch, I want you to pay attention up here, right? When this thing comes up and gives another red candle, watch, you'll see one or two pop up, like every ride down, and that's usually how market makers sort of gets them. It's not even gets them because it's like, you're looking at lower highs and lower lows. This is going to be bigger than this at the end, but just as an example, all they see is that you're getting a lower low and a lower high, so they're shorting all of it. But that's exactly how you build flags, right? Like a flag is built by going down and then failing to get up higher and then coming down even lower and failing to get higher and then coming down even lower until it goes whoop.
Or sometimes we like to say it goes.
They're about to whoop them right now.
Oop, there it is.
Big buys.
Come on.
We're right at a little resistance level right here. Let's see if we can break this.
My God, are we pumping big time?
You sound way better, bro. What'd you do to your mic?
Finally sound like a man.
I'm a grown ass man.
I'm a real boy.
Yeah, she's still pushing.
I saw the pump from the bed. I come back.
Yo, Ticanire, Black, are you still in the trade?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Good.
I'll sleep later.
Yeah, I see it from the bed, bro. I have the screen front of my bed, so I can watch even in my dreams.
He probably has a screen, a pack of Asos, a frappe.
I have the frappe here.
I know you had the frappe, man. I know you. Probably no ice. The ice already melted.
I put only 2 ices.
Let's go. We're still pushing.
Telling you, they're gonna whoop them. About to get whooped.
It is.
Dbloc, I am long on Sui from 2419.
Nice.
Yeah. 5x. That's good. Safe.
Nothing is safe these days, my
I
friend.
think.
Good trades, man. Good trades today all around.
Yeah.
But just remember, nothing is safe around these neck of the woods anymore.
Yeah. If you listen me, I say at the last, I say, no, it's not safe.
Adamaro, where you been, brother? I thought about you the other day. When yeah, you know, the bad day, the day that we won't mention. You good, bro? I was worried about your position when I saw that shit hit 0. I was like, damn, I know at least one person who has high conviction in Adam.
We got to be careful with the Greg Louganis scenario here.
The what?
Old Greg Louganis.
Old Greg Louganis makes you lose your gains.
Only thing is, like, we're on the 15 second. They didn't really spend enough time trying to drop this. But yeah, they could have just swept. Watch, every time, look, we're already opening up new orders, new shorts. All of these guys just opt in. So the way it works is everything to the right side of the candle. Right, so all of the ones that you see that have their start past that line all opened up after that candle.
Finally, we got some buys coming in.
If I want to keep this trade long term, where should I take profits? I put
Never.
Never. I put 3.8.
Well, I mean, a man does have to sleep, right?
Of course, bro. I was playing strategy game.
Just
But
do it.
crypto don't sleep, though.
Just do a trailing stop loss and call it
Yeah,
a
or
day.
just slide your stop up somewhere comfortable where you're okay with it stopping you out. Blocking those
Does your
gains.
exchange give you a trailing stop loss?
Yeah, but I don't
It
know
moves.
how it works.
It's pretty simple once you do it. It's just like a stop loss, except it moves with the price, and it always stays a certain distance
You
below
set
or
it.
above the
You
price.
set
You
it to a
yeah.
percentage. So, like you say, I don't want to lose more than 1%, 0.5%, whatever, and it'll trail that stop loss underneath price as it goes up. And as price comes down, it doesn't move it down. But as price moves up, it'll move it up 0.5% underneath or whatever, wherever you want to keep it.
So every time, if it goes like 1% more,
Yeah, if it goes, like, let's say you set it to 1% and price retraces 1%, your stop loss will hit. But if price goes up 20%, then your stop loss gets moved all the way up with it, right?
Yeah, as long as it doesn't go 2% down, it can go up infinite. So sometimes, like, people like to set their stop loss just like a oh shit trailing stop loss and be like, just give me a 20% trail, and let me just look at this trade 1 year later. You know.
Yeah, it'll never move your stop loss down. It'll only move it up.
Yeah. But with leverage trade, it's 1% from not from the coin, 1% from my gains, or 1%
No,
from the
it'll be a
coin.
place. It'll be a spot on the
Price.
chart. Yeah.
Okay.
From the price or wherever
Now,
it's
yeah,
at
the
the
higher
time.
your leverage, the faster you'll get there. But yeah.
What exchange are you on?
Bybit.
Yeah, see if they have trailing stop loss. If not, you can hook up an API, even free APIs like Crypto Hopper has a free version, and
Yeah,
you can set up a trailing stop
they
loss with
have
that.
set trailing stop.
Yeah, play with it at first with a small amount of money, just so you can get
Yeah.
used to it, and then try it out
Yeah,
because it might help you.
I will try this with a low amount and see how it works.
Some people don't like it because they're like, oh, it pumped really hard, and then it
I
triggered
think
their
for
trailing
me,
stop, and then it kept pumping. But that's just greed, bro. You made
I
money
think
while
for
you
me it's
were
good
asleep, you know?
because I am F greedy. I think for me it's good trail.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good to set those from the beginning of the trade sometimes once you get over a certain part.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
real
good.
good way to ensure a positive win
So
percentage, right?
when you open a trade, what is the best percentage to put?
Well, I like to set trailing stop losses after something's when I get to the point that I'm ready to take profit, that's when I'll implement like a trailing stop loss. But
Don't do it from
if
the
you're
beginning.
trading like for daily gains, right? Once you get into profit, like let's say you're in profit 2 or 3%, then just you can lock in your initial by at least setting your your trailing stop there, and then whatever happens happens. But if I'm actively like managing a trade, I don't need the trailing stop loss. That's more for like when I've decided to get out, but I still think there might be something left.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean you got to be careful shorting breakouts, man. It's the same thing as fallen knives, right? Right, like some of us like to catch that fallen knife. Some of us like to catch the higher low. Some of us like to catch the breakout. Some of us like to catch the retest. It's the same thing on a breakout, right? Some people like to try to catch that short at a high. And when you do catch it, it's nice, right? But the problem is you usually get liquidated and then you try again and you get liquidated and you try again and you get liquidated. And then finally, on the last time, you finally catch it.
Is there
So because
any
of that, some people prefer to wait for the dead cat bounce, right? Which is the same as waiting for the higher low. You're waiting for confirmation that you're bearish, and then they rather short from like that position. But yeah, shorting a breakout is very dangerous because you're feeding the breakout.
when you short you feed the breakout, like the pump you mean? Because when you short, they buying for you, yes?
Well, when you're short, also the market maker is providing the liquidity for that short, which means that he put in a long where you went short.
Yeah.
So he has incentive, right, to keep going up. Not only do you get paid off of your liquidation, but his order gets filled also.
Man, they making money from everything, bro.
Left and right.
From fees, from your trade, from their trade. Ah, damn. Damn.
So now we've had a high and we've put in a lower high. This is the 15-second chart still, so mind you. Just trying to break down the anatomy of a roll of a top. Liquidations are still getting thick above.
The best thing is when you take a trade in a coin and that coin makes some news, like good news, and you have like big pump.
Yeah, that's why we like to buy things when it's boring instead of having to rush and buy after the news, after the pump, having a chase.
I think so much good buy. It's Gala Games, I think.
I mean, it's at a good price, but it really needs the gaming narrative to take off.
It's boring, yeah. Nothing news, no pump. From nothing is gonna be something. I believe in Gala Games.
I'm still holding
One day.
Gala. I've got Gala, I've got Beam, got Super. Those positions aren't completely full yet because they're off rotation, but I am holding.
Yeah, I think the Gala music is still a little bit active. I think they're still doing some things with Gala music, maybe.
Gala Music, Gala Films. Yeah, Gala's a pretty big ecosystem. It just like I said, has been a dead narrative. But it's
I
good to
don't
pay
know.
attention to things when they are when they're quiet.
They don't like to speak for prices.
They had some problems early on. They had some problems with
Yeah.
Spider Tanks. Spider Tanks accused them of trying to steal their IP. They had some issues between the founders themselves, as founders were suing each other at a time. So
Yeah, I remember. I was watching them every time.
yeah.
Yo, the good time to join the Crypto Cypher Discord channel is when nobody's talking about it either. Just for everybody in YouTube. So probably want to buy your way in now while things are low, and because once things get hot here, you know what I'm saying, prices rise.
You heard it, man. Yeah, Tool. I mean, we've got, in my opinion, we've got a good 2 to 3 months left. Probably closer to 2.
When's this blow off top supposed to happen? I'm like ready to rock and roll, man. I'm ready to buy.
3 days for my birthday, bro. I'm waiting a big pump. I want to see on 23 October, Sui at $8. Can I have this?
Isn't Dbloc's birthday in October too?
The 24th is when
I
it pops off. But remember, guys, we need to get what I want for my birthday is an ETH all-time high. ETH has to make that rotation before we can start thinking about SUI or Sol or XRP or anything, except for BNB apparently. Everything else is gonna wait for that to happen. So that's what I want.
I
A ETH
remember all
all-time
days,
high.
bro.
And I'll take
Yeah,
some ETH to dbloc.eth
You know what?
address
I want
as
that
well.
for your. I want that for your birthday too, Dbloc. If that makes.
Yeah, that helps.
I mean, if it helps anything, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Helps. If that helps,
I
that'd be a
remember
cool.
I was watching BNB at $20 and I say, oh man, too much expensive market cap, already billions. And I say, no, let's go buy Venus. I buy Venus, I make like 2x, and after cascading, I lost my ass.
Damn.
We had a big sweep of the market too. We had a couple of things go very wrong in a very suspicious order. The largest liquidation event in history. Some alts lost 85%, 80% of their value. Yeah, it was crazy, man.
Yeah, if Bitcoin cannot hold 109,999, I'm gonna take profit on this last trade, but it's holding.
East 1999.
That's probably gonna be one of the hoodies we drop for merch, man. I made it through the crash of 1010 and all I got was this stupid hoodie.
Yeah, I'm taking profit. I just took profit right here. Profit. Now it's gonna pump. You guys can pump without me.
We're at the 50 EMA on the 1 minute here. Still building out this little flag on the smaller time frames. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I need a drink.
It hit
I'm
the
interested, so
it hit the 200 EMA on the 1 hour Bitcoin, whereas ETH a few hours ago had already hit the 200. So
Might have to reposition in something smaller.
yeah, I took profits up here. I had my take profits set already, so they
Nice.
got hit barely.
Profit.
Go!
Go, yes.
We want the dogs out.
Gotta be careful. I'm waking up the neighborhood here.
bro, just put Metallica.
Well, they got
Now
some.
I'm gonna wait as well to see where we land here.
Okay, guys, I'm back to bearish. Bitcoin $98,000. Sorry.
Bro, just go to the 4 hour candle and just I want a big fat green candle until
Okay,
back.
let me see, man. Elade, maybe I'll give you a big fat candle on Sui. Let me look at Sui.
Yeah. 4 hour, bro. Just 4 hour. One big fat candle green, bro. Can I see this? Fatty. Hey, Miss
I
Fatty
don't know.
man. Why you don't know? Why?
Big fatty.
Fatty.
So Sui's at 2.62 right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's gonna depend on Bitcoin and ETH for Sui.
Yeah.
But you're getting closer and closer. It just might take some grinding out because you're right. You're like below that 4 hour 50 EMA there, and it hasn't even like leveled out to it yet. So it's not exactly rejecting instantly off of it anymore, but it's going to come down to the big two.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my Sui tab open.
Yes, sir. Go to the 4 hour. Go to the 4 hour.
Let me see.
And I want this big fat candle to be go 4 hour. Not zoom out until there on the top. One candle. Yeah, there. Maybe more. Here.
Yeah, that you're gonna need a market buy of at least
How much?
$6 million to $10 million on Coinbase to get up that high. Binance, you're probably gonna need at least 10 million to get a wick up there on like one shot.
$10 million.
But that's not gonna stay there. It's not gonna keep it there. Yeah, you can probably get a wick. The order book's not that thick right now. So if somebody did a market buy on Coinbase right now with 4 or 5, they can get a wick up there probably. Let me see. Hold
With
on.
10 millions only?
You're not well. Coinbase technically, I don't think you're. They capped it now at 300K, so you can't even do it technically right now on Coinbase unless they do it on custodial and you order. You tell them to do the trade, but they do it in their own little way too. So, but yeah, I mean, just count. Just look at the order book. Zoom out on the decimals on the order book, so you can kind of see the whole book. Zoom out on it. And just add up how much it takes to get to that price. So like right now,
Do you
the
have
amount
order book to?
I'm looking at Coinbase's order book right now. It's not. I'm not. It's not on the Discord screen. I have 3 screens here, but it's. Let me see this. This screen right here has. I don't like the order book here. Well, I can't open. I don't like to open my Coinbase account
No,
on here because People might get crazy.
Open something else that don't have nothing, like only this or
No,
only
but though,
order
just
book.
basically, but just any order book is all you have to do is
Yeah,
count the
but
number of dollars or coins it takes to get to that area in the order book, basically. You know,
I don't know
so
how
like
to
on
do
this
it.
order book right here, like
Yeah,
right now on this order book. Let me see. I don't like this with the way they have this set up. Hold on.
how you calculate it, I don't know.
Well, you can't do it that easy because the number's always moving, so you can only get a
Yeah,
ballpark figure. You know, you can probably run an API through an AI through like artificial intelligence that can probably help you. But right now, looking at Coinbase, though, you know, I bet you can wick it up there with about $4 million market buy, 4 to 5 million.
to go to the top,
To that 4.4.
bro. It's too low money that you're telling me. With 4
It
million,
doesn't mean it's going to stay there, but it's just a scam wick, yeah, because that's all it takes to clear the order book out. Doesn't mean all the exchanges are going to have that price. Just one exchange, if someone drops like a $5 million market buy on one buy and the exchange honors it, it's going to create a scam wick to clear everything out up to close to 4.4. Like it would not be hard.
so this week that Sui makes, how many million was to 50 cent?
I
50
don't know. I'd
cent.
have to look back. It depends on what exchange, but I would imagine on Coinbase, looking at it, from the wicket drop from 3.2 all the way down to
Yeah, to 50 something.
2.0.
No, all the
Not
way
Coinbase,
down to the
it's
50, 60 cent
not on Coinbase.
that week.
No, yeah, no, I'm not looking at Coinbase. Here I'm buying, this one's Binance. The one you
Yeah,
see on my screen, that's the one I'm not looking at. This is just one I have up here. This is, yeah, the down here is on
okay.
Binance. It's
Yeah,
0.49. So there's probably maybe 20
how
million,
much?
maybe $20
Lol.
million. I don't know.
Bro, so much little money, so little
Yeah, but it
money
doesn't
for.
represent. It's just 1 minute. Like it's not doesn't represent the whole market cap. That's detached from the technical on-chain tokenomic
Okay,
of it. You know,
if
it's just the
this,
order book.
but if this happened from to the for the pump, if I have take profits there, my profits is gonna work if something is very fast.
A lot of people have problems with that during parabolic activities. Like we were talking about it earlier. The exchanges, people on leverage, they just stop them out and give them a shitty hand. Twisty said that happened to him. Twist Gloomy. Um, Dbloc was talking about it earlier, but yeah,
That
I've
shit
I've
happens
heard
all the time.
many people.
People got
Yeah, I've heard
screwed,
many
bro. People
people.
couldn't take profit on their shorts. They couldn't enter long positions. If they had orders sitting in the books, they got skipped. It was horrible.
Yeah, and
I no, I'm just speaking
on
for
the
taking profits.
Same thing.
well,
It's
on
yeah,
long,
it's the same
same
thing
thing.
Yeah,
backwards. A
But
short that couldn't take profits is the same as a long that couldn't take profits.
Tennessee
okay,
had a
yeah, yeah.
great remember Tennessee had a great ship position he was building long on his
Mm-hmm.
ship, and when it pumped, he couldn't do anything. Like it just went past it, and I think he was on MEXC. They didn't honor it, and he was pissed. But yeah, so you don't just because the price goes there doesn't mean it represents the real on-chain market cap. That's just 1 minute, not even minute. It's like 1 second in time of order book getting cleared. The next second, it might fill right back up. So somebody trying to do that same 10, $15 million buy 1 second after the first person does a $15 million buy, he might not be able to get it that low because people are going to be taking advantage of that, and there's going to be more buying pressure that absorbs the next sell.
What happens when you
If
get
there
a
was to someone.
what happens when you get a price spike that's only on one exchange is that arbitrage bots immediately step in and they knock the arbitrage down. Right? There's bots that are set up to take advantage. You can get screeners for arbitrage that'll tell you you'll get an alert that says, you know, this price is at 5% difference, 7% difference, 3% difference from other exchanges or whatever. but it gets settled so quickly because arbitrage bots are set up. And it's not just outside arbitrage bots, exchanges themselves have arbitrage bots to keep things in line. You'll see it happen a lot on exchanges that use their own order books. Things like Weeks that always get scam Wix or Binance US.
Like on Coinbase, just to raise it up to like 2.8 right now, if you want to get a wick up to there, say your homie's in a long position, you want to help him out and you got a lot of money on a market buy, you're not going to get that much slippage either because Coinbase has good liquidity. You'd have to buy about 750,000 SUI and you can push it up to 2.8 by buying
Yeah, and then
about
you could dump on your
750,000.
friend. Hey, buddy, you think you could do me a favor? Can you be my exit liquidity for me? I gotta get out of this trade.
Oh my god.
But that's all you have to do, and you can really like people are like what you can actually predict the price. I mean, the order book moves so fast, especially on Binance and Coinbase, that sometimes they'll be off a few points, but you'll see that on the order book. It's like, all right, if there's let's say Bitcoin, if you see 20 Bitcoin at that price lined up waiting to be sold in the order book, and you're going to market buy 20 Bitcoin, you're going to grab that and it's going to go to the T right where it says the price of that's the person selling it was. To the T. So you can call up your girlfriend and be like, hey, watch, you want to see the price go up here real quick? Watch this. Bang. And I'm like, what? And you can call the number to the T. You have to be quick with it because order book moves, but
You have to be the only one buying and selling. Yeah, that's like in a vacuum, yeah. Where it's just you.
no, but even but on Coinbase, like even on Coinbase, like there's usually like when you do a market buy like that, it's gonna honor you. If you're doing a heavy market buy, there's not too many people doing it at the same time. Even on Bitcoin, like you can see it on the chart. Like you'll see it clear that order. Like if you do even 1.2 Bitcoin, you're like, okay, click, and you'll see it move on the order book real quick.
Okay, Mr. Drew, what price you want on Solana now? I buy for you. What price you want, bro? I buy Solana now for you.
Well, I'm not in Solana right now, so I want you to sell and sell Solana.
What you have buy now?
Nothing right now.
For
Right
who's
now,
thanks for the sub,
USDC.
brother. Appreciate you.
Tell me,
Right
bro,
now,
what price? What you
I'm
want?
waiting. I'm in USDC right now, so and I don't want to shill any too ultra low caps, but
Yeah, my argument always been for who's that the top 1 and 2 meme coins on each chain have captured 5 to 10x the liquidity that came into that blockchain. Right, and I still feel that way. If I'm playing with memes at all, it's the number 1, number 2 by market cap on Sol, ETH, and it's just a beta play on the actual coin itself.
yeah, if any of you guys like launching coins and stuff, and you want to do it legit in America, you're gonna have to go through the ringer, and that ringer's America.fun.
I'm looking this Axion coin.
I'm gonna save everybody some time. Nobody wants your shitty coin.
What
No,
about a shitty launchpad though?
well, yeah, whatever. But nobody, we're done with that freaking making a coin after your cat.
You
For
see
the,
this?
the serious people to step in here.
You see this coin crepe? Crepe? See Pepe?
Yeah, see
With
that
Pepe
type
on
of shit.
crack. Pepe with a crack pipe.
This crepe coin. Crepe.
Just remember that when you get wiped on memes, those people are taking those profits and they're buying Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Zooey.
What you afford to lose, guys. Don't invest too much money in meme coins.
It's all relative, right?
No, I didn't remove them. They're still there. It's just the 100Xs are way more active right now. And we're on smaller time frames. There you go.
It's got to leave this vector, right? To come back and fill CME.
We already filled
Pepe,
CME.
all-time low 3 months ago.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, 135k percent
Well,
up.
if it's a false move up and 3 days down, I mean, I could be wrong, obviously. I'm just, maybe that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, we want to stay above that white line, so we want to pump hard until tomorrow. We want to make sure that we close above 197. Be accepted back into that range. But that doesn't mean we can't clear this vector gap before we go. But we have all day tomorrow to pump. If we build enough liquidity above us with this flag, if this flag convinces enough people to short, we'll continue up the same way we have been. We literally did the same thing down here.
True.
I mean, we literally just did the same thing. Popped
Go
up,
watch on
everybody was
coin.
happy. We accumulated here for a while into a flag. We built a shit ton of liquidity. And then we wiped it.
Go watch Crepe on CoinGecko. Crepe on CoinGecko and see how much he's up, like percentage from the lowest. You're gonna laugh.
Just tell me to save me the time.
No.
2,000?
No, go see.
5,000?
No, go see,
I got
bro.
my hands full though, man. I got my hands full right now. I'm doing
No,
other things.
Malaka, no.
Tigani, ela like tinafta. Adere.
Bro, you speak it so good, so well.
All right, I'll check it out.
Twisted Gloomy with the 20 gifted memberships, and he gifted himself a membership somehow. W Gloomy.
That's what's up.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's awesome.
W gifts. W mod. Appreciate you, Gloomy.
Did you restart the...
Yeah, I see, man. I ain't touching no BNB coins. Are you crazy, man?
You mean for the crepe?
Okay.
No, but it's up what 16,000%. But you never know. I don't trust these BNB coins, man. They get injected until you get some organic love in it, and once the organic love gets in it gets extracted
It's the
quick.
new pepe, bro. Crepe.
The new one.
Okay, that's like the 7th time you said the name of the coin. You can stop now.
No, I don't say anymore.
Be careful
It's
with these
becoming a shill after a second.
Yeah.
No.
Be careful with these BNB tokens, though, man. I don't know.
I don't even buy it.
But yeah, 2 weeks ago, BNB tokens had a really good run for a sec. and then
I
it
wonder.
picked up real hard.
I need to look at some of the data. I wonder if memes picked up after this crash, because everybody's trying to make their shit back. People are being degenerate with the last little bit of money they have left. I wonder if the trenches picked up any.
I mean, it looks like it. Heads are mad because they put, dude, Mog got on Twitter, the official Mog Twitter put Dogecoin 1,000 there with the Mog glasses, and everyone got so mad. They're like, "Yo, it's bearish." Price dropped after that. Like, what? Who's the intern working there thinking that dude was cool or something? Like, yo,
Maybe they weren't
that
trying to
was
make fun of him. Like they were like,
like maybe he got mogged, like, but they didn't make it clear. Like a lot of people, like even the mock
yeah,
community,
that
like, yo,
dude is a
take it down,
doof, bro. Nobody
please.
wants to see
Yeah.
that guy involved with their project.
Exactly. It's like, what are you doing? What intern do you have running your Twitter? Get him out of there.
Yeah,
But
I've
yeah,
got
the
some of
memes
that
are
shit. They've
picking
got
up.
to stop.
Pump Fun, dude, they're cranking them out. Like, I mean, they're just in and out. They pump and dump. But there's a lot of volume helping out Solana from there.
I heard that Jupiter's actually out earning Pump of Fun at the moment and fees.
That what?
That it's getting more
Jupiter.
fees. Yeah, I mean that
Yeah,
makes sense,
Jupiter.
I guess, right? People are probably going into some safety. I know a lot of people are like I trade spot now. I'm a spot trader.
I'm full degen.
I love the risk, baby. Like now is when it's like the most fun. It's like, oh, what's gonna happen next?
I think
But
we're about to dump for a little bit. Just like get all the bears excited enough for them to open up their shorts even harder, and then we're gonna go back, turn around, and go up.
I think like Dbloc has said about the reset. It was like a reset. Like because like it was so hard for like so long there. It's like now I feel like I felt the reset myself. Hopefully that is the case. And if there's a reset, it's kind of like back to beginner. I'm hoping that's been my theory, I guess.
It's the leverage, bro. When you got people that are putting a certain amount of money in and they're trading 10x, 20x, 30x, right? That puts pressure on a bubble. Bubbles pop when leverage gets out of control, right? This let a lot of gas out of the bubble without completely popping it, right? There's still a bubble left to reinflate, but we let a lot of air out, which means that you can pump it harder without it popping. Where we were before, if we would have taken another pump or two with that amount of leverage, the way it was stacked up, we would have had the same thing happen just later on, and probably been like an early end to the bull market. Wiping leverage out, unfortunately, is always healthy. Just not if you're on the wrong side of it. All right, let me pull this up. If we retrace into this vector, we're going to be looking to hold this uptrend. I'm going to leave it here as we sort of build harvest some more liquidity. And I'm going to jump on Twitter and see what I've missed for the day before it gets too late. If you guys are Twitter researchers, when you're looking, you leave it for the end of the day, you want to see what's going on, make sure that you do it at the 12 o'clock hour, between 12 and 1. Me personally, I find that after 1, everything gets buried with all these damn AI agent automatic posts first thing on a new day, so it makes it harder to sort of dig in.
Yeah, but you're a vampire and you miss a lot of that like 7, 8, 9 o'clock early stuff.
Yeah.
Morning.
Yeah.
There's definitely some good stuff that comes out in the morning, but that blesses you. Like I remember that a lot of times that
Saved
got
me
you
a
out of
couple
it.
times,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Litecoin, remember that mess?
Yeah.
That was.
That shit has definitely saved me. And being up late has got me involved in way more dips, way more crashes, you know what I mean? Positioning. Because they like to pull that shit in the middle of the night. Oh. GG's, guys. We caught this falling knife today, and you rode this up. We're above both of the targets. So, not financial advice. Bringing some stops up to make sure that we lock in today's gains. Right? You don't want to give back a whole day of earning. But just be aware that there is the possibility to still put in a higher high tomorrow. And then we'll start looking at real sort of hardcore retracement. Or at least multi-day, retracement. All right, I'm here. I'm just off mic.
Man, I didn't know if I'd ever see this much just vector underneath us again. It actually makes me feel like I can trade safe. Yo, Crypto Big, you out there, cuz? Okay then, Biddy, do that thing, cuz. Do the thing, cuz. I got a feeling Biddy gonna do that thing, though. Biddy gonna do that thing, though. You know what time it is. Tippity touching 111. We back. We back. We back. We back. All time high. All right. Coming for you. Did Bitcoin ever know that it was my hero? I think it's actually going to push above this. And then I don't even think we at the floor. You know what I'm saying? At least for the 1 day up or whatever for the retrace. But I mean, we came back, we closed CME, we leave a bunch of vectors and shit. I think we got more vectors to leave. We're going to 1 million. So, anybody ready for a little bit more of this? Yo, what's good, Biddy? Biddy cooking? Biddy cooking. I mean, is the grease on the stove, man? Shit.
It's a dog on a stick.
A dog, a hog. I mean, I don't care. As long as we going up, baby. As long as we're going up. Where the blast off at, man? We need another blast off. Blast off. What you gonna do, Biddy? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the Biddy come for you?